Just fiddling. Got a lot of fiddling to do. Hold on. Hello everyone. I hope you're all good. What the fuck? Why is my PC? It's so hot today. It is incredible. Don't know why my PC is making this ticket noise. I hate it. An automatic high thing. Hold on 1 second. Free Palestine, indeed, yes. Save. Okay, right. There we go. There we go. Blem Fandango, thank you for the 5-month subscription. Incredible. Incredibly kind. Thank you for supporting the channel. It's goated. Hello, everyone. I have an interview for a promotion in 2 minutes. Good luck. I wish you luck. I hope it goes well. But hello, Blem and my goat. Hello, Chris. Hello, Sins Ran. I love seeing people who aren't brain dead. Thank you. But keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you for your kind comment. Looking handsome as always. Thank you very much for your nice words. Thank you. Chris, what's happening? I don't know. What's happening? It's probably just my notifications going off. I probably should mute those whilst I'm on here, but I don't know why they go off twice. I'm really actually unaware as to what's causing that to happen. Audio should be muted. Audio input. Everything should be muted on there, but it keeps coming off twice. Oh, wait. I know what it is. It's because it's... shit. Hold on. I know what it is. It's because it's playing my desktop audio, so I'll keep it muted unless I'm debating someone. Did you get a haircut? Yes, I needed a haircut because my hair was long. Top of the morning. Hello. You didn't answer my question. I didn't even see your question. Heart. Thank you for the heart hands. Incredibly kind. Trump, sad emoji. Or clown emoji. You're soft. Can't hear you well. What does that mean? I'm soft. Can you hear me better now? What do you mean I'm soft? Wait. Did you get a haircut? Yes, I already answered that. Hi all. Hey Ray. Hope you're good. Have you seen Channel 5 take on free speech? Yeah, I don't care to watch Andrew Callahan's stuff though, because he's got some stuff going on. But it does suck because, you know, I'm sure he's doing decent reporting, but I just don't care to platform him. Why are you talking about my Xian? What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by that. You're soft. Okay, great. No one else has complained about that. Am Israel Chai. Great. Thanks for that. Thanks for your amazing commentary. I need to go turn my light on. Give me 1 second. Stream is pretty quiet. What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand why it would be quiet. I really don't know what's going on. So sorry, the stream is quiet? Well, fuck's sake. So the stream is quiet, yes or no? I don't know. I've got no idea what's going on here. Hold on. Is that better? Is that better? Oh, fuck me. Oh my fucking god. Everything starts going wrong all of a sudden. The fucking cable on the floor. I knocked my bottle over. Audio is fine. It's fine. Okay, good. Make amends, which he hasn't. I don't know. Yeah, the wrong him. Oh wait, so there's something wrong with the audio over there. Properties. How about now? Is that better over there? Is that better? Oh wait, it might just be some issue. Hold on, let me check. No, it's fine on Twitch. They sabotaged the stream. Hold on, let me just have a listen. Free Palestine. Yeah, that is a problem on Twitch. Is that better? Oh wait, it might just be some issue. Hold on. Yep, sweet, fixed. I don't know what caused it. Are you okay now? Better. Who are you, mate? Explain yourself. Cheers. What are you talking about? What? Sorry. Away from the mic. That's why. I love burgers. Jack Trees. Thank you for subscribing at tier 1. Thank you. Oh fuck. fuck's sake. That's probably got me. Oh, fuck, that probably demonetized me. That's annoying. What can you do? Have you seen the IOF using a trebuchet? Yeah, that video's really old. I don't know why everyone keeps resharing it. That video's from 2024. It is crazy, though. Hello, everyone, though. We'll see. We haven't had anyone request to join yet. Or anyone to debate. You can so put me on so we can pray for Netanyahu together. I'm good, Zego. We hear you crystal clear. Great. Someone sent me, give me a frag. I need to be better on muting that. Audio output capture. Yeah, it needs to be desktop audio. I need to be... I love burgers! Did someone just become a subscriber or what happened? I don't know. Fuck knows. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, so I'll just delete it if needs be, but hopefully because it's some dumbass remix. Did you see Yosef Haddad recent mix thing? Yeah, I did. I did see that. I don't know if I can also choose what... Thank you so much for the gift, by the way. I don't know if I can fiddle with the gifts that people can send to stop that one, because that one just... By the way, if you fiddle with that and there's someone you don't like who streams on YouTube, you can get them demonetized instantaneously by sending shit. So there's a little trick for you. There's nothing I can do about it, but yeah. So I can perform an emotionally loaded version of We Are Charlie Kirk. I've seen other people do that. If it was an OG one, I would love it, but yeah. How are we feeling about Chelsea's coming season? Yeah. What's your precise political affiliation? Third world Maoist, communist, third world Maoist. What on earth is that message you've just sent? What on earth is that message? I like your idea. Wow, great job. Let's go cool. What? Define Zionism, because two-state Zionism is also Zionism. What? Help, Clavicular is coming to my college in 2 weeks on a Friday. Can you meet with him and ask him what he thinks of my video about him? Does he like it? And if so, what are his thoughts on it? No, I'm a third world Maoist. Yeah, I'm a third world Maoist these days. I'm ready. Good for you. Ready for what? What are you ready for? It's very hot here. It's 34 degrees today, 33 degrees. I'm ready to debate. What, you want to debate me? Christ. How many bots do you think are here? Bots are where? What do you want to debate me about, actually, first of all? Because the concept of a debate means you have to disagree with what I'm saying. So if you don't disagree with what I'm saying, then please don't come up, because you're not debating me. You're just agreeing with what I'm saying, which is not the point of what I'm trying to do today. So if you agree with Israel, then come up. If you don't come up. Which you follow like Zeteo News, so you don't disagree with me. Where were you asking where the bots are? PSAF, thank you for sending the roses. It's very kind. Disagreeing with you, following your lives. You mean after they watch me? What do you, 1 or 2 state solution? Well, first of all, that's not up there, but it's a 1 state solution. So, yeah. Look, banana shell. If you just comment over and over again, so I'm like, shit, why not just come up? The point is to come up. Wagwan Chris, hello. I'm so hot today. It's like 34 degrees. Debate me, Chelsea won't make top 4. Potentially not. Tell us about the history of the Palestinian people. What do you mean, tell us about the history of the Palestinian people? What history do you want to know? Chris, when will you admit that the 8-state solution is the best option? I've genuinely seen these Zionist debaters try and talk about an 8-state solution. It's just Bantustans. Okay, yeah, I can define Zionism for you. Zionism is the goal of building a Jewish state in Palestinian land. There you go, that's what Zionism is. And it's a settler colonial ideology. What's your beef with Bassem Youssef? He did some dodgy stuff around the Sisi stuff, when Sisi killed a lot of people. So two-state Zionism doesn't exist in your eyes? No. Where is Chris streaming from? Da UK? I'm streaming from Da UK. What do you mean, where am I streaming from? Debate me. You have a private account and it just looks shady. I don't know. Fine, but I'll let you up.
Yo, what's up, man?
Okay.
Labu.
Oh, K-Trobs, my goat. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for the 200 NOK. Incredibly kind donation. Shout out my man. Thanks for that over on YouTube. Thank you for supporting the channel as always. Good Thursday. It certainly is a good Thursday. Although it is too fucking hot. I don't know what it's like in Norway, but it is just unacceptable how hot it is. Are Gaza and the West Bank connected? No, then there can't be a two-state... then there can be no two-state solution. Also, I wouldn't give up my ancestral land either. Free Palestine. Yeah, preach, Lord Lee Canthrope. I agree with you. Gaza and the West Bank also aren't connected intentionally by Israel. Where did you get all the information from? TikTok, like Discord, Fortnite, places like that. Places that help you learn. Wasn't you on Israel's side a few weeks ago? Yeah, I was on Israel's side a few weeks ago. I just decided. Who's DSA Watch? Oh, wait, the guy talking. Grok, yeah, Grok's another source. Great source. Right, are any of the people, who are these people requesting to join? Leave a comment in the thing if you're requesting to join. Funny to talk about colonialism as a Brit. Funny to talk about British colonialism when you are literally Israeli. Like, not even exaggerating. It's not even like as a bit. You are Israeli. That is crazy work. DSA Watch is so funny. I don't even know what that person's up to. I've just seen them. Yeah, real heads learn about Roblox from Minecraft. You are right. Or no, learn about Palestine from Roblox or Minecraft. Who are you to talk about colonialism? Well, yeah, definitely Britain. If anything, that would make me an expert on colonialism because I'm British. When you keep on going, oh, you wouldn't know and understand it because you did colonialism. Wouldn't I be the perfect person from a country with a bloody colonial history, which I'm happy to mention, to talk about Israel, especially when Israel is part of our colonial history, right? Takes one to know one, as someone put it. Well, Grump, the joining thing is free. You can join and discuss your amazing views about Israel and the world, which I'm sure are very popular and nice and well-founded. I don't care if I'm born in the... People can call me a colonizer. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm pretty good at sciencey maths. Oh, wait. I'm dog shit at that kind of stuff. See Chris supporting Palestine. But then I remember he colonized me. Well, how did I colonize you? I love you platonically, Mr. Kunzler. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. There's only one person requested to join, and I can't see anything about them. Follow me now. Yes. No, I won't be following you. No, thank you. God, it is insane, the people you get over on this godforsaken platform. Zionists come from Eastern Europe. No, that's not true. They come from a mixture of many different places that aren't Palestine. Do you think Lonerbox is an example of Zionist Kia? What? I don't know what is going on with Lonerbox. I don't know what is wrong with him. There feels like there is just something deeply, deeply, deeply wrong in Lonerbox's heart or his brain, or because of who his audience is. But the stuff he's saying these days is just like, I don't know. I feel like if you portray yourself as like this right-thinking leftist and you're like, well, Israel just did ethnically cleansing. You know, they just did ethnically cleansing stuff. Oh, no, they just did ethnically cleansing, but I'm a leftist. Surely you would just be like, that is a horrific injustice and that's done. But tacitly, these people like it. Chris, your top 5 white people. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. How do you feel about the events happening in the south of Lebanon? I mean, I think it's fucking insane. I think Israel has to be stopped. I think Israel is totally out of control in... I think it is totally out of control in Lebanon. I think its behavior is straight up disgusting. I think the things that it's done there are just morally repugnant and awful. I think erasing people's homes... There is, by the way, under international law, no justification for what they're doing. Can I come up or do I need to be on TikTok? If you want to debate, you can come up on TikTok. Why? Do you want to debate? There is someone requesting, but I don't know. Can you, if you're trying to join in the chat on TikTok, can you put a message in the chat, please? Just two-tier racism. People can't decide to be born in Israel. Thanks for your commentary. Was Zionism always bad? Yes. They're taking South Lebanon for the water. Potentially, yes. Do you think most Americans benefit from imperialism? Societally, yes. In the same way that, you know, there's many hangovers of benefiting from imperialism here, and still much of the imperialism that's still ongoing, you know. What do you think is going to be left of historic Palestine? That's an impossible question. I can't predict the future. One would hope people still live there and people still exist and they resist and they continue living there. Do you hate Israelis? I mean, I'm not particularly fond of like people who support the state of Israel. Is enjoying Arteta Ball Zionism? If so, accept my request. Enjoying Arteta Ball is not Zionism, but it is certainly something evil and wicked, and only the vicious and the cruel will enjoy it. Thoughts on Nick Matau? Well, he's just like another pro-Israel propagandist debater guy. Like, I don't know. Hi, pal. Are you excited for Reform to win the general election? I mean, I don't know that they will. They might. It's quite a while. It's quite a time away. It's also, by the way, incredible. Imagine being like a Jewish person who is historically persecuted by heinous right-wingers and being like, I can't wait for heinous right-winger to win the election. I can't wait for heinous racist to win. My dad is off to Lebanon next week. Nice. I'll debate that. What, Arteta Ball? I've not been enjoying Dota at the moment, so yeah. Debating for what? I don't know what to say. Are you proposing to that opinionated girl? Definitely not. What's your definition of Zionism? Bad. Thoughts on Iran? A very beautiful historical country. Hi from Germany. Hallo aus Berlin. Wie heißt du? Either of the people who keep requesting to join, can you comment in the chat so I can see your profiles, please? Chris, you're a good person. Thank you. I saw your message earlier, and thank you, Time. I hope you're good. a shitty service industry. Like, okay, we get crappy, expensive fake chocolate and coffee. Big deal. Yeah, but a lot of people suffer, and there's still like a lot of things of just certain parts of the world where certain human beings are basically just designated to have absolutely horrendous lives. Debating Bernie Sanders or these Israelis other than Bernie. Sorry, I'll read that in a second. I'm just waiting. Crazy these lefties want the peace for the Middle East, but call for the down of Israel. Incredible. Incredible thoughts, A. Anthony. Some like shit in a debate. I got demonetized the other day because someone said something crazy, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. What would the country you were in have done if October the 7th happened there? Well, the whole thing about asking that question is my country like Israel in terms of having an occupation of other people's land that we refuse to end, even though it's deemed massively illegal by international law? Okay? If that is the case, then I think the onus is on us to reflect on what was done and how we reached that point. Someone asked, okay, Chris, would you have an easier time debating Bernie Sanders or these other Israelis other than Bernie? Bernie Sanders isn't Israeli. It seems like he's still the source of an acceptable challenge to genocide. I think a lot of people, even the people who kind of still kind of support him, are like, I don't like him. I don't like his thoughts on Israel and Palestine. I just like him in American politics. Yeah, I did. Amorex, thank you for the heart hands emoji. The heart hands, thanks for the gift. I can't ignore what? Occupation breeds resistance. How does it feel to lose against little Israel? The notion that Israel is just like this little country is fundamentally ridiculous. I don't think there's any way for Israel to continue existing as a Zionist state and for there to be peace. I don't think Israel and the concept of Israel is workable with peace. I don't think they'll ever give up the West Bank. I think they've shown a consistent inability to do that. And I think even when you look into who the doves of Israeli history are, they're not that at all. I'm struggling with the heat. I reckon I must have one of the most extensive block lists on all of TikToks. He did live on a kibbutz. Yeah, I don't think he's Israeli, though. I don't think Bernie Sanders has Israeli citizens. To dialogue, not debate. I think we're going to do that soon, Sock Mill. You've spoken with Hassan recently. No, not in quite a while. Not in a really long time, actually. Probably like 6 months. I don't know. Harry Potter has fallen on hard times. Harry Potter had all the money at Gringotts, so I don't think he's having hard times. Fuck Trump, but he has been compromised by Netanyahu, and also the file. Of course, the files won't be released, but he's not necessarily compromised by Netanyahu. Chris is in a loft and burning up. I know. I am actually just burning in here. I have no idea if all 13 tribes are Zionist. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know much about like the 13 tribes. I'm just going to block you instantly because you have the most insane name that I've ever seen, and the fact that TikTok hasn't banned you is just insane. Have you seen the debate Sneeko hosted with that opinionated girl? No, I haven't. I haven't seen it at all. Are you religious? No. I'll just answer some other stuff. By Netanyahu, aka he just wants to build a hotel in Gaza because he's a capitalist. I don't even think he wants to really build a hotel there. I think he just wants more money to enrich his family. Remember the name of the bank? I barely remember a thing. Well, I grew up with Harry Potter. I read some of the books, not many of them, though. I think this guy loves boats. What's the joke there? I don't really understand the joke. Thank you for whoever sent the summer sun. It's a very apt gift today. Thanks for the summer sun. Thanks for the roses. Sneeko, that opinionated girl. To be fair,
Discussing things with Sneeko and that opinionated girl, you might stumble upon things that people didn't even know existed. You might hear about stuff is just insane. If you're just commenting like random stuff, I don't know if I'll just mute you. If you're just going to comment like random stuff about the Bible, I don't know what to say. Ice cream's so good, yummy, yummy. Ice cream's so good, yummy, yummy. Calling people my love is a weird thing to be up to. It's not you I'm talking about. It's the guy who just keeps posting about like Islam being the most followed religion and stuff. He always comments like strange things. On Arab regime versus Israel Zionism. What? Arab regime versus Israel Zionism? What does that mean? What is Arab regime versus Israel Zionism? October 7th was the murder of 800 civilians. Yes, and about nearly 10 times that amount have been killed in Gaza. October the 7th was 3 years ago. We did watch the IOF soldier punch Deaf Noodles. I found an incredible TikTok earlier, by the way. No, an Instagram video where this woman who goes, she's like, the Jewish people have gone through so much, and it's a video of Yosef Hadad, the guy who tried to shoot another person in a road rage incident. Define Zionism. You can come up and talk about it if you really want to. Do you think NATO will defend Turkey if Israel attacked? I don't think Israel will attack Turkey for a long time. I think they're more likely... They keep talking about going to war with Syria, which is fucking insane, to be honest. Syria has like a government that collaborates with them. And I do probably mean 100 times Zion, actually. You're right, not 10 times. 10 times would be 8,000. It's close to 80,000. What do I think about the new Saudi-Pakistani-Turkey Defense Pact? People were like, oh, it's an affront to Israel, but it's really not an affront to Israel. I think it's much more of an affront to, like, the UAE and what it has planned for the region. Why does nobody talk about all the Kurds that were slaughtered? Kurds that were slaughtered when? I mean, yeah, sure, it would be great if more people spoke about Kurdish issues. I think that would be a great thing. And we're interested in what happened to Kurdish people. Debate me in DMs. No, I'm not. Debate you in DMs. Waste my time like talking to someone in DMs. No. Right. Sneeko and that opinionated. I can't understand a person would get out of watching any Sneeko content. I don't know either. I don't know why people would watch Sneeko. I don't know. I really don't know what the interest in his content is. Like, he's just, I don't know, the stuff he's up to is just crazy. Hey, Hexsmith, thank you for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. Incredibly kind. Thanks for supporting the channel. Goated stuff. Thank you for supporting the channel, as always, Hexsmith. Thank you for bringing us closer to the goal of 1,000 members, which we are probably going to hit this month, which is exciting, so thank you for that. You're welcome. Love you, bro. Thank you so much, my man. What is a Sneeko? Sneeko is a very strange content creator. I don't know why it's going off twice. I really don't know what causes that. Do you play video games? Yes. Yes, I do. This is one of the first times we haven't had anyone request to come up in ages. We'll see. We'll give it a little bit more time, and if no one does, I'll just hop on over. But yeah, I like Dota, but I haven't been enjoying Dota recently, so I haven't played it in a while. Excuse me. You play Marvel Rivals? No, I don't play Marvel Rivals. I'd rather play Deadlock. Account not found. You came up earlier. Alex is the only other person requesting to debate. Are you trying to come up? Can you debate me? No, you're insane, so no. Alex, can you comment in the chat so I can see what your profile's like? What about WoW? No, I've never played WoW. The opinionated debate got people scared. I know, they didn't like it. Dota streamer. I prefer Deadlock on stream. Dota's not so good. Dota's not so good to play on stream. It requires too much attention. Fucking hell. I beat you last time. You just came up and spoke in a strange voice. Here. Okay, perfect. Your name is Groiper, which is just an instantaneous no, you can't come up.
Oh, hello?
Hello?
Oh, hi, can you hear me? Sorry, I've never, joined a live before, so...
Okay. No, I can hear you,
Okay.
and I think everyone else can.
All right. I just feel like I just feel like you don't have to see Israel as this just completely horrendous country. I feel like people see it as sort of black and white. Like, I would say I'm a bit more onto, Israel's side, but there's lots of things that I disagree with. I don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't like Ben Gvir. I don't agree with the settlements, and I don't like how they've operated in southern Lebanon in terms of demolishing people's houses. I mean, obviously Hezbollah are in civilian infrastructure, but I don't believe in every single house of every single village, and I do think at the very least these people should be given some sort of compensation. So I don't want to come at it as some sort of really, really pro-Israel. I can't accept that they've ever done anything wrong ever before. So just before we start.
But the whole thing is then if you're basically through that admitting that Israel is perpetrating ethnic cleansing, because that's what that is.
No, I don't think it's ethnic cleansing.
So why do you think it's destroying all civilian infrastructure in southern Lebanon and not allowing massive amounts of people to return?
I think what they want to do is push back Hezbollah and its ability to strike into Israel. That's the main goal of it.
But under international law... Okay, right. So first of all, under international law, if you're an occupying power, it is an egregious crime to basically take over people's homes and just destroy it. There's no military justification for any of the shit that they're doing in southern Lebanon. But why do you think it is that they're destroying hospitals, schools, water infrastructure, roads, homes, historical sites, everything in southern Lebanon? What do you think the point of doing that is?
Because it's... Oh, sorry. I'm really, really sorry, but I'm going to have to go because my mum does this dog care business. We've got 10 dogs in the house, so I have to go take care of them. I'm sorry. I could come...
You can come back if you want when the dogs are taken care of. That's certainly an interesting one. It's certainly an interesting one. I don't like the settlements, but I like Israel. Yeah, that's the whole thing. You've just reeled off a ton of stuff that you don't like about Israel. Okay, what do you like about Israel? The dogs have occupied him. Yeah, it does happen. It's impossible to talk to lefties. They brainwashed. Well, I mean, that person tried to talk to me. So what are you talking about here? The dogs bit him. So I don't know. Something happened with the dog. It's something to that effect. The dog ate my homework. The dog ate my book about Israel Palestine. The dog ate the reasons to like Israel. I don't like I don't like all of these things that Israel does, but I like Israel. Is kind of an interesting way to frame it. Hello.
Hello, how are you, Chris?
I'm fine. What's up?
I'm doing good. I'm just wondering why you're for colonization and you're for Arabization of the Middle East.
What have I done to suggest that?
Oh, you're clearly against Israel, the state of Israel, because you're annoyed at the fact that the indigenous people of that land had risen up and decolonized themselves.
Who was? Sorry, who did they rise up against?
The Jews.
Who did
are
they rise up
indigenous.
against?
They rose up against the Arabs, decolonized themselves, and they made the state of Israel, which is their indigenous homeland.
Can I ask you a question about colonization?
Yeah.
Why did the early Zionists all call themselves colonizers when they went over to the land? Why did they call
Can you give me a
themselves...
primary source for that, please?
Okay.
Because, wait, when do you think Zionism started, by the way?
Zionism is like a major political movement started
When did it start?
around the 1880s.
Yeah, that's bullshit. It started back in the Assyrian times.
It
You
started...
don't even know your facts. It started up in the ancient
Wait.
Assyrian
So
times.
Zionism is a political
hold up.
movement. Hold on. No. So Zionism is a modern political movement.
That's modern day
In the
Zionism.
manifestation. Yes, but that's what we're talking about right now, okay?
No, we're talking about Zionism in general.
So when it comes to indigeneity, right?
Okay.
The Israelis came to Palestine
You mean
from
the Jews,
Europe.
not Israelis?
Yes, they came as Zionists, actually. Thank you for that correction. They came as Zionist colonizers from Europe. They openly said, we're doing colonization. So if you want a primary source on this, there is literally an organization that is called the Jewish Colonization Association.
Okay.
And
That's not a primary source.
well, the Jewish Colonization Association
Yeah, what does it say?
it purchased land
Can
for
you put it up on the
agricultural.
screen for us?
Yeah, there's literally a Wikipedia about it.
Do you understand what a primary source is? Wikipedia isn't a primary source, you goofball. Give me a primary source. So scroll down to the bottom. It'll give you the sources and click on the primary
Wikipedia.
sources.
Wait.
Okay, Chris, you've got no idea what you're talking about.
So can I ask you a question?
Again,
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You know when you're like Wikipedia isn't a primary source, okay? The
Yeah,
Jewish
it's not a primary
Colonization Association is either something that existed or didn't exist. That's it.
Okay.
The
Can you
Jewish
scroll down to the
Colonization
sources, please?
Association is either something that existed or didn't exist.
Yeah, I couldn't care less. Anyone could have.
So you
written
can
that
keep
up.
on saying that, oh my God, it's not. Okay, do you want an actual primary source?
Yes, I'd like a primary source.
Okay.
Amazing.
Herzl.
Right. Anyways, Zionism did not. That's not when it fully existed. It's existed since the ancient Assyrian times. After the Assyrians went over to Judea and pushed the Jews out of their land.
Okay, right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, here you go. Palestine is our ever memorable historic home. The very name Palestine would attract people with a force of marvelous potency. If His Majesty the Sultan were to give Palestine, we could return to undertake to regulate the whole finances of Turkey. We should there form a portion of a rampart of Europe against Asia, an outpost of civilization as opposed to barbarism. That is a description of colonialism, okay?
Okay,
Theodore Herzl also sent a letter that said Israel would be something colonial. Okay, so Theodore Herzl is he wrote a letter to Cecil Rhodes where he described Israel as something colonial.
Okay. Can I see?
That's from the Jewish State.
I can't find anything from it, by the way.
What the book?
Anyways, either way. Back to the conversation. What's your contentions against Israel?
Well, I just explained it to you. Israel is a colonial project, so
It isn't.
the problem with Israel. Well, why do you think that the biggest colonial power in the world at that time, the British Empire, was fully on board with Zionism?
They weren't. Not
Yeah, they
fully.
were.
They literally abstained in 1947.
Yeah,
They
but when
weren't.
they took control of the mandate, they wrote into it that they would create a
Yeah,
Jewish
because
state.
they did that with every indigenous group. They did that with the Kurds. They did that with. I'm pretty sure they didn't do it with the Assyrians.
Yes,
So
but they
said-
also
Wait,
betrayed.
hold up.
They betrayed the Kurds and they betrayed the Arabs.
Yeah, exactly.
But they didn't betray the Jewish
they didn't
people.
give the Jews the lands. They didn't give the Jews
But
the
the
lands.
thing
They
is,
abstained from
wait.
1947.
So the thing is the British did appoint Zionists into their administration. So the most famous guy is a guy called Herbert Samuel. Okay, so yes, they categorically did help the British. The British categorically did help
They
them
did
build
the same
it.
with the Arabs, by the way.
What did they do to help the Arabs in Palestine?
they gave him them positions of power. I don't understand, and they didn't do that with the Jews only in the land of British Mandate of Palestine.
So which person did they appoint that was like specifically pro-Arab in the British administration for Palestine, comparable to Herbert Samuel?
Okay, yeah, no worries. Okay, can I open up my camera, by the way?
If you really want.
Okay. Give me a second. Because I don't usually just talk about this. I usually just talk about the war between Gaza and Israel.
Okay.
So wait, do you want an Arab leader, or can I just give you leaders, British officials who were relatively pro-Arab?
Yeah, go on.
So there was Sir John Chancellor, Sir Arthur.
What were the
name? Workshop. So
what were their positions in Palestine?
Yeah. He was actually critical of the Zionist political.
Yeah, what was his position in Palestine?
He was a high commissioner.
And how long did he remain in power?
1928 to 1931, 3 years.
Yeah, I think he was actually removed because he wasn't pro-Israel enough. I have a feeling that the Zionists got him removed. Is his name Arthur Winthrop?
That's just approved by.
Is his name Arthur? Is his name Arthur Winthrop?
No.
What's his name? Arthur what?
John Chancellor.
John Chancellor. John Chancellor. John Chancellor. He was a colonial administrator in Palestine. Okay, so what did he do that was pro? What did he do that was?
He was literally critical of the Zionist political demands. If you want primary source, I can go ahead and give it to you.
Okay, what is it? The primary source.
All right. Give me a sec. And then can we speak about the Gaza war?
If you want to, but I mean, you haven't really made a great point as to why Israel is not colonial, especially when these people literally called themselves.
So the Chancellor sent a dispatch to the hold up.
He called the Balfour Declaration a colossal blunder.
So this is actually from it's an official UN archive copy of the British Hope Simpson report.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he states that he was anti-Zionist.
Yeah, and the reason he was because he saw the disastrous consequences of what was going on. But I believe the Hope Simpson report was actually shelved, and that it wasn't really acted upon.
What's your point? Okay, I understand, but I just gave you some people who were pro-Arab at the time.
Yeah, none of them really compare those specifically.
Really
so none of them compare specifically really to what have I forgotten his name already? The first High Commissioner, Herbert Samuel. So Herbert Samuel was an avowed Zionist that even other British colonial administrators were like, yeah, okay, it's actually a mistake to put him in power.
Okay, what's your point?
My point is that the British collaborated massively with the Zionists to build all of the parastate institutions. There's a fantastic amount of literature about this. So there's people like Policies of Deceit, who I've forgotten who wrote it. Hold on. Policies of Deceit was written by Peter Shambrook. That's quite like a recent piece. I'd recommend that.
They did the same with Pakistan. They did it with many other countries, by the way. Anyways, either way,
it doesn't make it okay in those. It doesn't make it in those it doesn't make it okay in those contexts. And the fundamental difference between collaborating with the Arabs, so to speak, is the Palestinians were actually the ones who lived there. Jewish settlers. Thank you. Jewish settlers came over to Palestine from Europe. This notion that they were connected to 1,000-year-old history, in comparison to people who'd been inhabiting that land continuously for thousands of years, who didn't come there via a massive colonial push in the 20th century, is absolutely absolutely obscene. Most of those people, by the way, who came to Palestine literally started arriving between 1920 and 1930. When they were talking about partitioning Palestine, they were talking about splitting it between the majority of the inhabitants, which were the Arabs, who had lived there for a considerable amount of time, with the Jewish people, most of whom had literally been there for less than 10 years in 1936 when they first petitioned, offered a petition, and then in 1947 they'd been living there probably 20 years max.
Are you going to hit me with a shotgun fallacy, or are you just going to give me a point by point? Anyways, with the whole thing about immigration, they were immigrating since the Ottoman period. Yes, it substantially increased with the British Mandate of Palestine. However, it doesn't prove anything. I don't understand your point. You're against
Well, it
Jewish
proves that they're
immigration to that
So no, no,
land
no, no,
where
no,
they're
no, no, no,
indigenous
no,
to
no, no,
because
no,
it's
no.
safer there.
So
The
what?
Ottomans were persecuting the living shit out of the Jews till the late 1800s.
I mean,
1800s when
Ottoman-
they finally were allowed to buy land from the
Ottoman persecution was way more targeted at Christians than it was Jewish people. There
They
were
still
and the Jewish position differed in society
hold
depending
because
on where
they
it was.
kicked out most of the Jews from their lands, and they were persecuted.
When did they kick out most of the Jews in their lands? The Ottomans.
Okay, it wasn't. Okay,
So that's just something that you've just made up and said. They didn't.
No, I got you.
They didn't kick out most of the Jews, the Ottomans. In fact, most of them left Europe and settled. They settled in lands that were parts of the Ottoman Empire or were parts of Southwest Asia and North Africa.
Yeah, in the late 1800s, when they were finally, they passed a law.
No, they settled in the 1400s, the Jewish people, to early 1500s, because they were all kicked out of Spain, and most of them went to North Africa and the MENA region.
Okay. They still, I'm pretty sure they were kicking them out. For example, in 1892.
When did they? When? Where? Where from?
February 1892. Persian Jewish immigrants who had settled in Jerusalem. They were kicked out.
Who by?
By the Ottomans, the Ottoman government.
1882, Jewish Persian.
1892 February, and then there's a more broadly Ottoman ban on Jewish settlement.
1892 Jewish
in Palestine. The Ottoman. This is 1882 April.
Who tried to migrate were returned to. So it says in 1892, an Ottoman archival record indicates that a group of 200 Iranian Jews who tried to migrate to the land of Israel were returned to Iran. That's apparently from Fishman Louis A.
They immigrated to the land.
So no, Jewish people were immigrating there, and there were Jewish people.
Yes.
So the Ottomans did eventually kick quite a sizable number of Jewish people out of Palestine, but they did it much later on in the 1910s. And the reason they did it was because a few people had been caught effectively trying to establish national banks for Jewish people in Palestine that they didn't want to.
Okay, first of all, what's wrong with that? Second of all,
So I don't really have a problem with immigration generally. I have a problem with settlement.
Why are you against with them?
Because fundamentally they weren't Okay, those people might have been immigrants. Okay, and the Ottomans' choice to remove them from maybe isn't acceptable. I don't know what the Ottoman justification is. I don't really care to defend the Ottoman Empire.
Okay, but
it's a long. Wait. Excuse me. The Ottoman Empire is a long dead empire that I'm sure inflicted many ills on people. I don't care for empires. I don't care. Yes, well done for working out that the Ottoman Empire is bad. I oppose that just in the same way. The same way
they were persecuting the Jews.
Yeah, but the persecution.
So my
what I'm saying. Wait.
You're just doing whataboutisms. Let me talk.
Okay.
Because you're missing the point. I stated the fact that the Ottomans were persecuting the Jews. Can you agree to that? Yes or no?
Yes, but nowhere near to the same extent of Christians. And also, I don't think.
Okay, not because.
And I don't think you've ever been able to. I don't think you've been able to make any clear point of like massive persecution. But the thing is also, I feel like you're making a hyperfixation on Ottoman persecution of Jews when the Ottoman persecution of Jewish people is actually incomparable to the European persecution of Jewish people.
100%. I agree with you.
So why are you bringing up what the? Yes, it is. Europeans killed 6 million Jewish people. There is no comparison between what Ottomans or Middle Easterners have ever done to Jewish people.
I mean, it'd be very hard to compare because Europeans have been persecuting Jews since the Roman times, and the Arabs have been persecuting Jews since the 7th century by Islam.
Yeah, but also it's categorically worse, would you not admit? Because Europeans exterminated huge amounts of Jews.
I don't know how we're supposed to measure that though. They
Well,
both
I think it's pretty
persecuted
evident because
Jews.
the Europeans built death camps to exterminate humongous amounts of Jewish people. The Arabs never did that. No one in the Middle East ever
Okay.
did that to Jewish people.
They literally persecuted shit out of them.
So wait, you think that there's a comparison
even if I
between?
grant you that, I
You
don't
think there's a
understand why-
comparison between exterminating?
Okay, I don't understand why we're hyperfixating on this point. All
Because-
what I stated. Wait, hold up, please. All what I stated was that they were being persecuted under the Ottoman Empire. Hence, when they were removed from power, obviously Jewish immigration into the British Mandate of Palestine would have increased. So there's nothing wrong with them immigrating to that land.
No.
And then the Arabs, wait, hold up. The Arabs feared the immigration of Jews into that land. Hence why they started rioting in the 1920s. And that's why we have the Hebron massacre in 1929. We have all this persecution towards the Jews way before Jews did anything.
Your bio says that you're anti-immigration or something, right?
It does not state
What
that.
does your bio say?
It says anti-Muslim immigration.
Okay, right. Okay, why are you anti-Muslim immigration?
Why are we doing whataboutism?
Because I'm asking you a question. Because you're the one here who's actually
I mean,
anti-immigration.
do you want to go? Yeah,
No, I don't want to have a
I
debate
said
about it, but just
anti-Muslim
explain
immigration.
quickly why you're anti-Muslim immigration.
Yeah, okay. So they're an abhorrent religion. They're 2.2 times more likely to commit crime. They promote child marriage. They promote inbreeding. They are straining our NHS. Not the sole reason. However, they are a factor to the reason why they're straining the NHS. For example, the Pakistani Muslim citizens in our country, they make up 33% of birth defects. Stuff like that. That's why I'm against Muslim immigration into the UK.
Okay, that's absolutely, wonderful to hear your fantastical thoughts.
Which one do you want me to prove? Do you want me to prove they promote child marriage?
I don't need you to prove any of it because
So
child
why
marriage
did
is
you wanna go
mostly
into it?
child marriage is mostly something that's linked to poverty. So India's a fantastic example of this. Okay, so if you look at the demographics of child marriage in India, about 10% are amongst Muslims and about 80% are amongst Hindus. Okay,
Okay.
that's
And what's the-
so. Do you want to
what's the
ban
per-
all
per
Indians
capita?
from coming?
Yeah, what's the per capita, please?
Well, about 10% of the population's Muslim, about 80% of the population's
Wait,
Indian.
wait. So 10% of the population in India are Muslims.
Yeah,
And how much is the child marriage there?
10%.
Okay, cool. I couldn't care less either way because.
But well, no. You're
wait,
saying that
hold
it's
on,
an
hold on, hold on.
abhorrent
Why
culture.
are you
But this
specifically
is
looking at India?
generalizing because the point you're
Hold
trying to
up,
do.
no, I'm not generalizing. I'll
Wait.
give you
Wait.
stats.
Let me be real here. So I'm sure you are clearly very fussed about child marriage. What's like an organization who's engaged with trying to
Yeah, I
fight
got
child marriage that you're interested in?
I got you. Here you
Okay, go on.
Here you go. So Muslim majority country.
Well, hold on. You're
Yeah,
very
the
small.
girls, not brides.
Okay,
There you
okay.
go.
Fantastic.
Thanks for
So let me ask you a question about these countries. Is there anything else going on in these countries? Like, do they have poverty rates? Do they have strong central states? Do they have problems? Because by the way, South Sudan's up there. South Sudan is a majority Christian
It's
country.
a Christian, yeah, I know.
But why
I know.
is
Well,
why
however,
is it that
let's
hold
look
on
at the top 10.
Why is it that at least 2 or 3 of those countries are predominantly Christian?
Okay, so are you gonna let me reply?
No.
or not?
I think you should answer the question of why there are countries in there that are Christian. Why?
Because they're broke. They're socioeconomic.
Okay, so why is it in Muslim countries that the sole driver is their culture?
that's not
Hold on. Why is it, in your opinion, with something that you don't actually really care about, that you literally are just
do.
using to bash Muslims, okay? Why is it that there are Christian countries that you're like, yeah, actually there's other driving factors, versus when
I
it comes
say
to
this is the
Muslim
only
countries,
factor?
you're saying it's because of Islam? Well, you said they have an abhorrent culture that you
Hold
just
up,
absolutely
hold up.
hate.
Hold up, Chris. Do you want me to? Can
Yeah.
I reply now, or are you gonna cut me off?
Okay, go on.
So if we look at the top 10, 7 out of the 10 of which are Muslim majority countries. Muslim majority, Muslim majority, Muslim majority, Muslim majority, Muslim majority, Muslim majority, Muslim majority. Okay, you get the whole idea. 7 out of the 10 of which are Muslim majority countries. So I'm gonna wonder, why is this the case? Okay. And by the way, socioeconomic factors aren't the only reason why child marriage exists. I can give you other studies where it shows it's quite insignificant compared to their compared to culture and how they're brought up by family. So I'm gonna look at this and be like, why is it so many?
But the problem is
hold up.
But the problem is this. Wait. Okay, fine. Go on.
Okay, so I'm gonna wonder, why is there so many Muslim majority countries in this list, right?
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to look at their scriptures, and when we look at their scriptures, it does promote child
So
marriage.
why in India is 84% of child marriage taking place amongst Hindus? If it's just to do with Islamic scripture, why is 84% amongst Hindus?
Why are you specifically looking at
Because the
one
point
country when I'm
is
giving you
in
a global
India, because the point
reach?
is in India, you can see that the point that you're making falls apart, okay? And this is just talk, listen to this. There is no simple or direct causal link between child marriage and Islam. The practice is known to occur not just in the
Who's
Middle East,
stating
but
this?
also in India, the sub-Saharan and sub-Saharan Africa. That is rooted more in culture than religion per se, is indicated by census data showing, for instance, that 84% of child marriages in India take place between Hindus compared to just 11% for Muslims. India's population is
you reading
80%
AI?
Hindu and 14% Muslim, so the rates are similar, with child marriage tracking along local cultural lines as opposed to a religious one. According to the International Centre for Research on Women, a source Little himself referred to, no one religious affiliation was associated with child marriage across countries. Therefore, targeting a particular religion across countries is not an effective way to address early child marriage.
What have you just read? Have you read an AI overview?
No, this is New Lines Magazine's article on Oxford study sheds light on Mohammed's underage wife Aisha. So this is by Javad T. Hashimi, and he's talking about child marriage, because people like you
Okay.
love to make this generalization about people, okay? But the other point that I want to make about this kind of stuff, okay, is that you are saying this as if, like, Islam is this abhorrent backwards culture. The majority of people who participate in our society... Okay, right, let's actually respond to this as well.
Okay.
You are not Muslim, right?
Obviously not.
Neither am I. Why do you want me to defend a religion that
You
I'm not
brought
part
up
of?
Islam.
The
You
majority,
brought it up.
the majority of people who follow Islam participate in our society and do not marry children. By the way, there are plenty of highly Islamic Orthodox countries, places like Saudi Arabia, places like Iran, that are not amongst the top percentage of child marriage. That's also a point, because you bring up those previous 10%. Why is it that Iran is not number one if it's this country that prides itself on being Muslim, that most Westerners portray as the most fanatical of all Muslim states? It's clear that there must be other driving factors in child marriage.
I never stated that's our only
But the
driving.
point
Stop
you did
strawmanning my
make, but the
position.
point you did
You're
make is,
strawmanning my position.
but the
Also,
point,
can I
no,
debunk what you just said earlier?
no. The point that you are trying to make here, is that Islam is the driving factor, but it's not. It's
It
evidently not. But there you go. You said I'm strawmanning your position, and then your position is exactly what I've just said
Okay,
it is.
cool.
But the thing is, you can't explain why in somewhere like India, if this was entirely something that Muslims do, why they are not massively overrated,
well,
overrepresented. But the thing is
you're
here you
so
have
focused-
but the thing you
you're
have.
hype-
But the thing you're doing here is you're pulling up a
You're
quote.
hyperfixated
No.
on
Be
India.
quiet for a second. You are pulling
let me
up.
repeat
You are
it.
pulling up a religion that I am not part of, whose religious texts I have not read,
brought
that
up the
I
religion.
don't care to defend. But the whole point is I asked you in the context of, you said Muslim culture was abhorrent, which is a disgusting and despicable thing to say, by the way. Muslims have killed far less people than we Europeans have. If
That is
anyone's
such
culture,
bullshit.
if anyone's culture is abhorrent because of what it has spawned, then it is ours. Our culture spawned the Nazis. Our culture spawned the colonization of all over the world. Our culture spawned the Iraq wars. Our culture spawned the genocides of millions upon millions of
Chris,
indigenous
are you just
people.
doing this for the viewers? Can you
Because
just,
no.
like,
What I'm
this isn't
doing,
how you
what I'm
debate.
doing is I'm
debate.
proving the point of. Well, the
Chris,
thing
you're
is,
not- you're not proving
the thing
anything. You're
is,
just trying to
you are bringing
appeal
up.
to your
I've explained to you.
viewing-
I don't care what you're going to bring up about a religion of which I am not a part,
Okay,
of
then
which
why
I
did
do
you
not
bring up
care
the
to
argument?
defend.
Okay, go to India. Can you give me where you got those child marriage stats, please?
Yes, I just told you it was in
Okay.
the New Lines magazine.
Okay, I can you give me the stats? As in, what's that P stats? Can you name me what research they did into India?
This is from New Lines magazine.
Yes. Okay, tell me the P stats. Do you
The
understand?
P, what's the
stats or
P
no?
stats? What are you talking about? The P stats.
Let me pull up this. Let me pull up the study. What's the study?
The article is from New Lines magazine.
Okay, where's their source from?
They just
Who
have it in
conducted
there.
the
I'm assuming
study?
that they're not putting it in there.
So they haven't conducted a study, and you're giving me some random bullshit.
What do you mean?
Can you give me a study on the thing you just said. They stated?
Can you give me a
primary
study on
source?
every single child marriage example that was in that?
Yes, I can.
Can you give me a child marriage?
How...
Wait. Give me a child. You pulled up just a random list of statistics, okay?
Yeah, this
Can
is
you
girls
give
not
me?
brides. Do you not know them?
Can you give me girls not brides explanation for why child marriage is?
100%.
No, can you explain to me? Can you give me girls not brides explanation for why child marriage is happening in Sudan? Why?
Why are you so hyper fixated on Sudan? So
I'm not. Wait. This is such a. Wait. I'm going to mute you for a second because anytime I talk about something, you go, you're hyper fixated on that country. Hold on. I would like you to show me why Girls Not Brides says that there's so much child marriage in a country like Sudan.
You're going to let me reply?
Yeah, go on. Explain to me why Where does it say on Girls Not Bride child marriage in Sudan? Where does it explain it?
It doesn't state a reason. It doesn't. Well, it does state broadly why child marriage happens.
It does actually have a. It does actually. Wait. So Girls Not Brides does actually have a full explanation of why child marriage occurs.
Okay,
So it's here in Sudan. Child marriage is exacerbated by poverty, level of education, harmful practices, cultural norms, premarital sex, female FGM, religion in Sudan. In Sudan, child marriage is assumed to be deeply rooted in Islamic principles. It is believed that once a girl has reached the age of 10, she is tamayiz and mature and ready to be married. Okay, so that's something specific to Sudan. But the other thing is that wait. That is one thing that it mentions. It also mentions COVID-19.
Go on every other one. You just like.
Okay. Which one do you want me to go on?
Go on every single other one.
Okay. Child marriage where?
And then no. And then do not drop me because I know you're losing this.
Child marriage in Somalia. Okay.
Hold up. I'm gonna show you. Make me big screen, please. And also, I'm going to show you through their scriptures and how it's promoted in Islam. And then you can
wait. But the point is you're saying that Islam is the sole driving factor, yes?
I never said the sole straw manning.
So wait. It's not straw manning your position. Your position. Wait. Your position is that these top 10 Islamic countries, these countries have it because they're Muslim. But there are also many other countries in here that have it that don't.
I never stated only because they're Muslim. When did I state that? I said the driving, like the main.
So what do you think the driving factor
is?
Be
cultural and Islamic reasoning.
But where does it say that it's cultural or Islamic reasoning that on this thing that's the main driving factor? Listen. It literally says in Somalia, So Somalia says the same thing. UNICEF has reported this. UNICEF has reported this kind of stuff.
Does it say because of Islam? Yes or no?
It says as reported, Islamic leaders do not see it. They say it's because of Islamic leaders there. But in the UK, we don't have a high rate of child marriage in spite of there being lots of Muslims here.
Are you, Chris, are you okay that only 6% of the population, they're not going to go around doing child marriage? And have you heard of Rupert Lowe's inquiry?
But why are there not? Why is child marriage not massive inside of Iran if it's entirely something to do with Islam?
It is quite big, actually.
Where does it occur in Iran?
It happens. What do you mean? Where does it?
Where is child marriage most prevalent in Iran?
That is so arbitrary. Can you?
Where does it occur most in Iran?
I can't tell you.
But the thing is you're the one. You're the one who's come here.
The Ayatollah has.
You're the one who's come in here.
Said that's fine with
you are the one who's come in here. You are the one who has come in here and has made the claim that this is entirely because of Islam. That is your point. That is your point. You said, across all of these things, what's the commonality? They're Muslim. But it's also clear that each of these countries do not share all being Muslim, but they do all share having high poverty rates. Sure, there are cultural things that are unacceptable. There are religious practices that are unacceptable. But it's very clear that it is not the sole driving factor as you seek to make it out. Well, you said that Islamic culture is abhorrent. But
it is abhorrent.
South Sudan is largely Christian.
Child marriage is abhorrent?
South Sudan is a largely Christian country.
Okay, tell me the stats for South Sudan.
South Sudan, girls not. What stats?
Like a Muslim population versus Christian.
I don't know. I think it's really highly Sudan Christian.
It actually is.
Population.
South Sudan is quite high with Christianity, isn't it?
Apparently, they're about 60%.
Yeah, they're 60%. They're around 60%. Yeah. South Sudan. But either way, if the 7 out of the 10 are Muslim majority countries, don't you think there's a correlation between?
But correlation is not causation.
Hold on. Yes, I understand. Okay.
So, but the fact that there are countries that sit within
Chris,
it that aren't that shows you that poverty must also be driving it.
Chris. That's not my only reasoning behind why I'm saying it's abhorrent. So if I just showed you the stats and I was like, hey, that's the reason why Islam's abhorrent, you'd have a good talking point. But now what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you that systematically, okay?
But why is it occurring? Why is it occurring?
I'll show you.
Why is it occurring?
Chris, let me show you. Chris, can I show you?
I don't need you to read quotes from a religious text that I don't follow. Why are you reading me quotes from a text that I don't follow? And the thing,
is from the Quran.
But the thing is, the thing is as well about reading me randomly divorced Quranic verses that are disconnected from their context, or debate about them as well.
Well, go into
by the way, all the debate
Arabic.
about them. But the thing is, why is it then that the majority of Muslims living in our country, if this is something that is innate to Muslim culture, aren't marrying children?
Okay. Have you?
And why is it in Iran?
Because they can't.
One of
they
the
legally
most...
can't.
Okay, but in Iran, technically you could, right? So you could marry children, right?
Yeah, and it does.
So why is it that it isn't? But why
Iran.
is Iran not top? If it's to do with Islam, why is Iran not top?
What's your point? Because
you said correlation. There is a correlation. If there was this correlation,
majority country.
Yes, they are.
They aren't.
Yes, they are. At least culturally, at least culturally
I can show
Muslim.
You independent
at least culturally, because of Islam. Like, not everyone practices the religion.
See, you don't know anything about
is.
Iran. Iran's literally the one of in the MENA-wise, they're one of the least Muslim countries culturally. Except from the Ayatollah, I guess. I mean, with the Shia shit.
But there are still tens of millions of people who follow Islam, and it's still not up there as one of the highest.
Do you want me to pull up the stats of Iran's Muslim population? It's
only
around like 40%. All right.
That's absolutely huge. 40% of 90 million people.
Yeah, and did I say every Muslim's going to go ahead?
But you're saying that there's some kind of thing in Islamic culture, but these deeply observant people aren't following it.
I said it's
so,
promoted.
But if it's promoted, and there aren't other driving factors, like, for example, poverty and other issues.
There's no driving factors? You're strawmanning again.
Because you're saying that this culture specifically is abhorrent. It's just mental stuff.
Okay, so do you believe child marriage is abhorrent? Yes or no?
Yes. But child marriage goes on in the US. It seems to be something driven much more by poverty and other factors. Can you show me?
Okay, that's such bullshit, by the way.
Wait. What's bullshit about saying that poverty is one of the largest driving factors?
Oh, that's not true.
What is the largest driving factor then?
I already told you. Do you want
so what is the largest driving factor?
Culture.
So where does it say that? Where's the proof of that?
Do you want studies on it?
Well, yes. Where's the study that says this?
Yeah, no worries. And then after this, can we go ahead with what I was trying to say about how child marriage? You agree child marriage is evil, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if a culture promotes child marriage, would you say that culture is evil? Yes or no?
But I think that this is a misrepresentation because I know what you're doing. You're trying to make it out. I want to see. You show me, first of all, that child marriage, a study that tells me that isn't like Rupert Lowe spewing out some fucking bullshit, that tells me that the driving factor in child marriage and what causes it in these countries is Islam exclusively.
I can't. I'm going to show you how.
Because the whole thing is
I said.
You're making a broad overgeneralization. You're making wait. You're making a very, very, very broad overgeneralization. When if it was entirely a cultural thing, once again, why is Iran not the top? Why is Saudi Arabia not the top? Mm-hmm. Why might somewhere like Yemen have higher rates of child marriage?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I said driving. I could only pull up driving factor is culture. I can't find.
But you said it was the main driving factor not even long ago.
Yeah, main driving factor is.
So culture, it's the main driving factor, culture. Can you find proof of that?
Yeah.
And does culture mean exclusively Islam?
Sorry?
Does culture mean exclusively Islam? Or is it also
No,
talking
it's
about cultural
broad.
norms? Because culture, if you're
Yeah.
talking about general Islam, okay, there are
So
many,
do you
many
think-
different sects
do you
of
think religion
Islam.
and culture isn't intertwined? Are you going to make that statement?
I think that if Islam is a way broader
religion
thing.
and culture intertwined? Yes or
I
no?
think if Islam is way broader and child marriage isn't instantaneously always high in every Muslim country, then your notion that this is something
That
that
is
all
such a
Muslims just
stupid-
do.
So
Well, I don't
wait, hold on,
understand
the
how it's
only
stupid.
proof-
Wait, but you
the
said the
only
main.
pr-
Wait. Can we just go back? You said the main driving factor is Islam, right? You said that. You said that the main driving factor is Islam. So why is it in countries that are really devout Muslim, that are governed by people who are like, yeah, we're Islamic jurists, we're guardians of the faith, i.e. with Iran, that Iran is not at the top if it is something that is promoted, if it is something that people just do there? Because there are 90 million people in Iran. You would expect that child marriage would be off the charts there if it was something to do with like following Islam specifically. Because
Well,
culture is also, and by the way, when you're talking about culture, if you're talking about culture in somewhere like Sudan, okay, Sudan isn't even a Muslim, like an Arab Muslim
Yeah, it's a
country.
Christian country,
Sudan is an African country. So there are other aspects to the culture that are not entirely, would be entirely the same
But
in, say, a
Islam-
country in the Middle East.
I couldn't care less. Islam and culture is intertwined.
But Islam and culture, Islam, yes, it factors into a culture, but cultures are also broader than Islam, because if Islam was the exclusive driving factor, once again, why is it that Iran is not number one? Because you said Islam is the main driving
Why
factor.
would it be number one? Only
Because you
40%
said it's
of
the main.
population.
Because you said
By
it's the
way,
main
I am
driving
only showing you
factor.
percentages. I'm
But
only
you
showing
can't find.
percentages.
You said that there was definitive proof of a lot of people saying, and all of these also. That all of these organizations who fight child marriage specifically say that it is Islam that is the driving.
I never stated that. Why do you keep
Because you
storming
did
my
say-
position?
you did
Is
say
this
that
how you're
Islam
gonna
is the
win
driving
argument? This
culture.
isn't how you're going to win the argument.
Because you said a second ago that Islam is the driving factor.
Okay.
You said it was the main factor. I'm not making that up.
Yeah,
You said that.
yes.
But you've been
It's
sat
one of
there
the main
searching for a
factors, yeah.
study. Where's the study that you said?
About culture?
No, about this being Islam's fault.
I never I said I was going to show you that culture is the one.
Where
the
is it
major
then?
Factor. Yeah. Okay. We were having a discussion. That's why.
Where is it?
Go ahead. I'll give it to you. I don't know how you don't know this already, though. So I've got it from UNICEF. Drivers of child marriage in Pakistan.
Wait. Let's have a look. Wait. What's it called?
It's just UNICEF, drivers of child marriage in Pakistan 2026. UNICEF, Zambia, original field study.
So where does it say this? This is a 190-page study. Where does it say that Islam?
Yeah, I never stated Islam. I said culture.
Well, but you're saying that it is the religion.
Yes, because the religion is a part of the culture.
But you said Islam is the culture.
Sorry?
You
No,
said
listen,
Islam is the
listen.
culture a second
If
ago.
just listen to me. If I subscribe to Islamic doctrines, that it is quite intertwined with my.
But then
culture,
once
with
again,
what I do
why
with
is
my
it that
daily
every
life.
Muslim who subscribes to those things doesn't do it?
That is such a stupid statement to make. Are you?
But I
listening
don't
to
understand
yourself?
because the
Did
point
I
because the
say
point that
there's
you're
a direct causation. I said it's promoted. If it's promoted, not everyone's going to do it. I said it's promoted. That's all what I've stated. That is such a.
But I'm not sure I quite understand then why you're specifically trying to pull up scripture to tell me, yeah, this is because Islam promotes it. But
Yeah,
you can't find
okay,
something.
hold up.
You sent me a really, really, really long, really 190-page article.
Yeah. Press Control F.
Yeah.
Okay. Then just press and then type in culture.
Yeah.
Okay. And it'll tell you the main driving force on why this is occurring is because.
Where
of
does it say that
culture.
the main driving force is culture?
Oh my god! I'll just give you the quote of this. Can I pull up? Can I put it up on my screen?
Yeah, in the article. Go on, sure.
Yeah. And then I don't know why we've moved from Palestine to
This article doesn't say what you're claiming.
okay.
There are 11 mentions of culture, and none of them say that culture is the major driving factor.
Okay.
You can't find it because it's not true.
No, I can find it. I've read this article before. It's just a really long.
You've
one.
read a 190-page article on child marriage by UNICEF.
I've actually put a lot of work.
When did you read this?
When did you read this? Of it, just
when did you read
I've
this?
skimmed through it.
When did you read it?
Not quite long ago. Only perhaps like the last week.
So you read 190 pages of an article?
No, I didn't read the entirety. That's so.
So what did you read in it? So what
it.
did you read in it? Because it definitely doesn't say what you're saying.
Okay.
Where everyone, you told me to make your screen big. Can you show me the bit where it says culture is the primary factor?
Yeah.
If you read this, I would have expected you to have made notes and have your point that you claimed.
Yeah, I didn't.
I don't think you did read this. I think you're lying.
No, I do type everything up in my Word documents. It's just
Well, then,
like, for example, let me give you an example. Like I just forgot to type all this out.
wait. So this is interesting. So this is on page 13. Religion was not mentioned in Baluchistan and in Punjab. It surfaced only indirectly, with marriage itself treated as the religiously sanctioned marker of adulthood. Overall, while not a central theme, references to prayer, sunnah, and sharia added nuance to other markers. Like, what does this mean? Can you explain it to me? You've read this article.
Say that again.
You've read this article.
Can you reiterate what you just said?
Well, I mean, you're the one who understands it, apparently.
Yeah, can you reiterate what you just said? I didn't hear you.
I'm reading through this now. Structural inequalities, conservative social attitudes, and patriarchal norms normalize women's subordination and limit their agency. Poverty and economic hardships further push families towards child marriage as a coping strategy, while entrenched customs, traditions, and misinterpretations of religion. So this article says it's misinterpretations of religion. I don't know why you brought this up.
It's not misinterpretation.
It literally, but this article says it's misinterpretations of religion.
Okay, but that's just what they say.
But you said this was an article that I needed to read to understand the cultural aspects of Islam being responsible.
No. Hold up.
You told me it says here. Listen,
I said one of
misinterpretation. Finally, environmental. It's comparing religion as a factor in comparison to environmental shocks like floods.
Okay. All what I've stated was one of the main driving forces on why they're doing it is because of culture. Is that not what I've stated?
No, you said it was the main driving factor.
Yeah, I said one of.
No, you said it was the main driving factor, and you pulled up this thing to tell me that it was exclusively that. This article says it's misinterpretations of religion. This article says it's misinterpretations of religion.
You keep lying.
But you said it said that.
You keep saying I stated it was a sole reason. I never stated it's a sole reason.
I think you said it was the main driving factor. And you said that article would prove it, but it didn't.
It does state in. I don't know where.
But you said it stated that culture was the main driving factor.
Yeah.
Where does it state that in the UNICEF article that you pulled up, that you said you'd read?
All right, hold up. I don't know what I'm doing. Can I just give you another one from PubMed?
From where?
PubMed.
PubMed?
Yes.
What's PubMed?
How do you not know of them?
Well, I'm not a biologist.
It's just reputable.
So what's it from?
It's just from the National Library.
What are the drivers? Have you read this?
Yeah. No. I actually did read this.
So who's it by? Who's it by? Excuse me.
I didn't want to pull this up because I knew you were going to look at the fucking poverty shit. But look.
What do you mean I'm going to look at the poverty shit? You said Islam was the main driving factor.
Okay. Just look. Read this.
La boo boo.
Hold on, I'm trying to find.
Social norms and poverty are shown as core drivers that underlie lack of agency, lack of opportunity, and pregnancy, fear of pregnancies. These drivers reflect community, household, and individual level factors. The case studies highlight the important relationship between these drivers and the way they interact within each context. We use these examples to explore how policymakers and practitioners might identify the most appropriate interventions to address child marriage across different settings.
So you've read this paper, yes?
I've just read the abstract.
So you've read an abstract of a paper that you've told me confirms what you're saying. You can't actually find an article that says what you claim.
My methodology then?
Your methodology is looking at the abstract of a study on a topic that you don't really care about and don't really understand.
I understand the biology.
Well, then why would you pick something like Islam as the driving factor when all of the articles you keep pulling up don't say what you claimed, which was that
it says
Islam...
social norms.
Social norms. Wait. But social norms are bigger than Islam because if it was exclusively Islam that was the social norm that was driving it, okay. Once again, I reiterate, why is it that in other Islamic countries that we don't see all of them at the top?
It doesn't need to. As it states here, poverty is a driving force, but it also one of the biggest ones are social norms as well. And all what I'm proving is the fact that Islam promotes child marriage, hence it's a part of their social norms.
But the whole point you tried to make is you said that culture was the major driving factor. That hasn't been played out in any of them. And whenever I bring up somewhere like, let's say
one of the core drivers,
India,
yes or no?
Let's say India as well. Well, that article you're showing doesn't even say Islam specifically as the core driver.
I never stated Islam with these studies. How many times?
But you're trying to pull up. But the thing is, wait. All of you guys have like cooked up this specific thing to demonize Muslims generally. I don't like engaging in this because, first of all, I'm not Muslim. I don't speak Arabic. I've not read the Quran. I don't believe I need to defend a religion. Wait. I don't need to defend a religion that is of 2 billion people with, I think it's over 40 different sects, okay? I'm not a Muslim. I've never read the Quran. I don't follow the religion.
87 to 90% of them.
And the thing is, that you are sat here pulling up a quote that you don't understand.
That was written
1,000 years ago. That, by the way, there is even debate as to whether this is the exact quote, and a debate that I don't want to get into because I'm not a Muslim.
You're saying the Quran's wrong. There's a debate on the Quran.
Is that from the Quran, the quote you've got there?
Yes, this is from the Quran.
What page of the Quran is that on?
Yes, this is 65:4. This is what's it called? Al-Talaq, the divorce.
Okay, this is from the Quran?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we can even go into the context behind it, which is tafsirs. The tafsirs are the explanation of a verse. And then I'll show you the same for the young.
But the whole point is, why do you want me to defend a religion that I'm not part of?
You brought this argument up. I wanted to talk about Gaza and Israel.
Didn't. Can you read the... Wait. You said you read Arabic, right?
Yes.
Can you read the Arabic above to me?
This one?
Yeah.
I mean, not that well, but... I can read it.
What does the third?
I can understand it, but
what does the third thing? What does the third thing say? What's the third word? Min. Well done.
Minna.
What comes after? What comes after?
Al-Mahid.
Okay, nice. Can you read it out to me then? This sentence.
I'm not going to read the whole thing in Arabic. I can't be asked.
Because you don't speak Arabic. Because you lie about everything. You read out one word. You say that you're speaking this, so you must have
المحيض من نسائكم إن أرتبتم فعدتهن 3 أشهر. There you go. Jesus
That's
Christ.
Definitely not the whole thing.
I'm not going to read the whole thing because my Arabic.
But you said your Arabic is good enough to be reading the Quran.
Yes, I can read it, but not recite it like.
But the thing is if you can read it, I can read Persian to an extent, but I haven't studied Persian in like 3 or 4 years.
Okay, but I don't understand your point. This is
the point is you are taking a religion once again. I'm not part of it. I don't know enough
It's a
about the
Sahih
Quran.
International.
Mate, there are really fucked up parts of the Bible. There are really, really
I don't
fucked
care
up
about the
parts.
Bible. I'm
There are
an
really
atheist.
fucked up parts of
It's a
other
whataboutism
religions.
now.
The thing
Stop
is
doing what-
wait,
you're just doing
okay.
logical
Let me ask you a
fallacies.
question. Do you think that Jewish people have a right to live in Europe?
Yeah.
But what about the parts of their religion and their religious texts that are bad?
Well,
are bad.
Jews are
But parts of their
Judaism is a
religion,
religion.
but parts of their
Jews
religion are
an
not good.
ethnicity.
Parts of their religion are not good and perfect.
It's just a whataboutism. We can talk
But it's
about
not.
Judaism
But
later.
it's not. You are making a
It's
generalization.
It's
You
a
are
literal
making.
whataboutism.
You are
Do you want to
making-
discuss Judaism after we talk about Islam? Yes
Okay,
or no?
go on. Fine. Read this to me then.
Okay. As for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well. As for those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery, and whoever is mindful of Allah, He will make their matters easy for them. So I'm gonna ask you a clarifying question, just so you can just so I know you've understood it. How many categories of people is this verse talking about?
Man, I have no idea. I'm not interested in
Okay.
Quranic studies.
Oh, you just told me to read it out. Okay. So you've got, as for your women past the age of menstruation, and those who have not menstruated as well.
But this is
and
about
then we have,
divorce,
and then we
isn't
have,
it?
as for those who are pregnant.
Waiting for what?
Sorry?
What's this about?
This is about their waiting period. So
What waiting
so
period? Waiting period for what?
Yeah, I'll explain it. I'll explain what this is stating, and I can also go into the tafsir if you'd like. But this is basically explaining that when you divorce a woman, you have to wait 3 months after the divorce to make sure she's not pregnant, and that's basically it.
What?
So it's basically telling you. I already. What's,
I don't
what do you want me
understand.
to
I don't
clarify?
understand what that's about.
Okay.
This was something written thousands of years ago.
Okay.
I don't understand what's
so
going on.
Chris, let me explain it to you properly.
What's going on? I don't.
So this is, it's called the iddah. So when you let's say you're married right now, Chris, and then you decide to divorce that wife. Okay.
Yeah.
You have to. She has to wait 3 months until she can remarry someone else, because she needs to wait until she's well, they need to check if she's not pregnant, and this is the way they did it. So this verse, hold up, this,
I don't know.
I'll
don't
explain.
know.
I'll explain this, Chris.
Are you
So
pregnant?
this verse came down because someone asked the Prophet, "Hey, you didn't explain this to us. You didn't." And then he asked them 3 categories. He said, "You didn't explain what we should do with the girls past the age of menstruation." Then he asked, "What about the girls who haven't menstruated as well?" And then he asked, "As for those who are pregnant." And that's the verse. The verse just clarifies that you have to wait 3 months for those type of people. That's it.
What?
Okay, so what do you want me to clarify?
I don't really get it.
You're just using mockery now. What's
Because
wrong
I
with
don't
what
really
just
understand
said?
what the relevance was. It was about people getting pregnant.
I said 3 categories again. As for your women past the age of menstruation, that's one category of people. Then the second one is, and those who have not menstruated as well. And then it says, as for those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery.
As in, so you're talking about someone talking about marriage with someone who might not have...
This verse is talking about
Okay,
divorce.
so you're talking about someone, if someone was married to someone who was under the age and had not menstruated yet.
Yes.
Yeah, that was thousands of years ago, mate.
No, but the Quran.
It was
for
over
all
1,000 years ago.
The
Once
Quran for all
again,
time.
if this is promoted in Islam, if all Muslims are able to do is just do exactly as Muhammad did, why is it that once again that child marriage is not the number one thing?
Oh wait, you do agree that Prophet Muhammad married a child?
I mean, there's allegedly some debate on it, but it's not something that I particularly
And
care
no,
about
there's no
because
debate.
wait,
So,
wait. I'm not a Quranic
it's agreed by
scholar.
all
Once again,
All
I'm not a
madhabs agree
Quranic
upon
scholar.
it.
Once again, I'm not a Quranic scholar. I'm not a Muslim. I don't follow Islam. I don't read Arabic. I don't care about reading the Quran. It's not something I care about, making gross overgeneralizations about an entire religion.
Okay, but you do. I've heard you do the same about Christianity. But
What
okay.
generalization did I make about Christianity?
You said it was abhorrent and it's caused so many
Because if
crimes
you're
in the
talking
past.
about, well, no. I think Christianity is a religion that's about your personal engagement with God, okay? But I think where the problem lies is where you're trying to force it onto others. And if we look at the barbarity of Christianity as opposed to Islam, the barbarity of Christianity in
They're both really shit.
European Christian society is far grander than anything Islam has ever done. Like, it just objectively is.
That's completely
The First and
bullshit,
Second World Wars, the mass slaughter of Jewish people.
You think
How
World
many-
War II was caused by Christians?
How many
You think
Jewish people-
Hitler liked Christians?
What do we call you? What do you think European culture is made out of?
Oh, 100% Christianity is also
And
a big part
What
of
do you
it.
think the Nazis were?
They weren't Christian. Well,
I mean, they were European, and you
They
said
were
Europe is
European.
made out of Christianity. So
all right, okay.
they were
wait,
Europeans following the
I'll
Christian
grant you the
tradition.
argument. I'll
And
grant you
also, the other key thing about this is as well is
don't care
what you
about
have to
Christianity.
remember.
I'm an
What you have to
atheist.
remember is, so why is it then that I have to care about and defend Islam, a religion that I'm not part of, in order to talk
Well,
about the Middle East? And you can't
you
actually
brought it
prove.
up.
You brought up these quotes with the goal. No,
Yeah.
because you brought up these quotes with the goal of saying that Islam and Muslims generally are abhorrent and wrong and gross. And I don't like debating about Islam for the main reason of I'm not Muslim.
brought up Islam. Did you not bring up Islam when we first started
Because I brought
talking?
it up because you referred to all Muslims as abhorrent.
No,
which is
I
just
did not. You looked at my bio and you said, why are you against Islam migration into the UK? And I was like, hey, I don't want to discuss this. I'd like to discuss Gaza and Israel. And then you were like,
But the
oh
thing
no,
is-
but let's discuss it.
But the thing is I don't think
And
it's
now you're
okay.
panicking.
But the
You're
thing
panicking
is
as soon as you
I don't think it's okay, and I don't think it's like an acceptable thing to do, to demonize an entire religion. I think that is
So-
immoral and unjust and wrong. And I think that when you do this, of talking about this, it is obviously European culture, which you admit is spawned by Christendom, which has perpetrated far more atrocities.
It's not far more. We literally can't.
What's the equivalent of
compare
the
them both.
extermination of 6 million Jewish people in the Middle East? Whereabouts did a group of Europeans who were defenders of good European culture, as they perceived themselves, where did they send 6 million of an ethnic group to their death?
Well, I wouldn't say it was derived from Christianity scripture. The issue is with Islam.
But you said our
derive from
entire
the
culture
scriptures.
in Europe is derived from Christian culture and history.
Yeah, it's derived.
But the other core aspect is
intertwined.
The other core aspect of it is in the case of what the Nazis did. The Nazis believed that they were colonizers. They actually openly stated this. Hitler regularly compared himself to what was done to the indigenous people of the Americas. And what was done to the indigenous people of the Americas is so intertwined up with Christianity. They believed that they had a divine right to take the land away from indigenous people. Tens of millions of people were slaughtered.
Yeah.
And to this day, George Bush said he was going to go on a crusade in Iraq. He said that, by the way.
You want to do that? You want to go into Iraq war now?
George Bush said he was going on a crusade in Iraq.
George Bush only said that, by the way, to try and get people to rally behind him. I couldn't care less if I know he actually stated that. However, he came out the next. He was just saying it to rally up behind people. It doesn't mean he took it from the scripture.
Let's have a listen.
Anyways, either way, I couldn't.
This
care
crusade,
less.
this war on terrorism is going to take a while.
Why do you keep doing whataboutisms? Is this how you win debates? Just stick to one subject.
Because when you sat here, I'm making this point about you generalizing about an entire religion. You don't actually have the proof of what you've claimed multiple times.
I literally showed you the child marriage.
But you didn't show me any of the articles. In fact, you claimed an article which you had read, which you evidently had not read. You had not read that article. Said that culture was the driving force in child marriage, and it was the main driving force. That was your point, by the way.
Was it not? Was it not?
But you
one
said
of
it was the main driving
force.
force.
Okay.
And
Fine.
culture is bigger than religion.
Let's say I concede to the fact that it's not the. Is it one of the main driving forces? Yes or no?
Culture?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
But it's not the main driving force. And if you're saying that generally it is Islam. So wait. But Christian culture will drive it in Sudan too. Culture there in South Sudan will drive it. They will say culture's a driving factor there.
We have the poverty thing,
but why is it in Sudan? How is it in Sudan that South Sudan, excuse me, how is it that there you somehow know that specifically it is not their Christian culture or other cultural aspects?
Sudan, though, it's said from Islamic doctrine as well.
Where did it say that in South Sudan one?
You know, which one did you read out earlier?
Well, I mean, the South Sudan one, I can show you. prevalence rates, child marriage by 15 is 9%. Child marriage by 18 is 52%.
Oh, wait, can I see what the other ones are? Like, go on Niger. Niger's 28% by age 15.
That's awful. But where does it say
wait.
that is specifically caused by Islam?
You read it out before.
The Islam, where did you say that it is?
Doctrine.
Where does it say that Islam is the main driving factor in that?
I never stated it's
but
the
that
main...
is your point.
Okay,
you said culture was the main driving factor.
Chris, because like we're like losing track here.
Because we're losing track because you can't actually put out what you've claimed. So Girls Not Brides is not like a detailed study. It just gives you numbers. The UNICEF article seems to be a detailed study, which was over 160 pages, which, by the way, I must reiterate to you, you said you'd read that and made the claim that it was culture that was the main driving factor. But it didn't say that.
Okay, I already stated I concede to the fact that it was but we both agree now that culture is one of the main
So why would we not
drivers.
generalize that no one from any poor country can ever come to the UK?
No, hold up. So poverty and culture are one of the main driving factors.
But Iran has massive poverty and massive amounts of religion, and yet there is not this humongous rate of child marriage.
40% of them are only Muslim. 60% of them are Muslim.
Okay, so 40% of Iran is... What's the population of South Sudan?
I don't know.
The population of South Sudan is 12.4 million. Wait, actually, that's not a good example. Somalia population.
Why is that not?
Somalia's population is 20.3 million, okay? That would mean that Iran, if 40% of... What's 40% of? Isn't it 92 million? That's like what? Half of 92 million is 45 minus something. I don't know. So it's about like 40 odd million. Okay, so that's 40 odd million Muslims in Iran.
Did I state every Muslim does it, or did I?
But you said that it is their abhorrent culture, that culture drives it. But I don't understand how Iran has a mixture. But Iran has a mixture of poverty and also Islam, but it's not there.
Chris, if what do you mean it's not there?
It's not there at the top.
It is there.
It's not there at the top.
It's not going to be at the top compared to Niger.
But also child marriage is specifically, I believe, in Iran, occurring most commonly in Baluchistan.
Okay.
So Baluchistan is like a specific...
Where have you gotten that from?
I can't remember, I just remember this.
Well, I need something. But
well, I mean, the amazing thing is you say you need something, but you haven't been able to provide a single article which confirms what you're saying.
I've given you a bunch. I gave you one.
But the article you gave me didn't prove what you said.
I gave it on PubMed. We literally both agree now. Why do you keep backtracking? We both
because we don't agree. Because I never. Because wait. Because your claim, your claim. Well, it says culture. It doesn't say Islam there.
Yes. Let me make the argument now. Just calm down. We both agree that culture and poverty is the main driving force. Yes or no? That's all what I need.
Well, they say that they're the main ones. Yes.
So are you gonna? Okay. So culture and religion is very, very intertwined. So if a majority Muslim population that follows an Islamic doctrine, it's going to be intertwined with their culture. So what I'd need to do to prove that Islam promotes child marriage is show you in their scripture. And I have. I've shown you in that
but the point that
you
can't make is why that doesn't happen in countries like Iran at such a high rate.
Because it's promoted, they're not all going to do it.
But also in Iran, right? So like the thing is I'm not an expert in child marriage, by the way, but just look at this, okay? So harmful practices. So this would constitute child marriage. Child marriage can take different forms in Iran. Blood marriages are reportedly still practiced in tribal areas and involve a girl being married in order to resolve a feud between two tribes. Naval string marriages involve a girl being pledged to marry a cousin or a distant relative when she is born through a symbolic cutting of the umbilical cord. Temporary marriages used to get around Islamic restrictions on sex outside of wedlock involving minors are also common. So it's saying that there's three different kinds kinds of marriage here, that some of them are driven by different aspects. All of these would be an aspect of culture. Can you tell me about the culture that drives child marriage in Somalia, specifically, and all the different kinds of culture? What have you read about child marriage in Somalia, apart from a nebulous list of random
Why are you putting up
numbers?
Somalia, by the way? It's not even one of the top 10.
Yeah,
It's the 10th one, to be fair. But you've already highlighted that in the Girls Not Brides, it's talked about Islamic doctrine, no?
But the thing is yes, it does mention that. But you do realize there are also Islamic organizations which work to address child marriage.
I don't care if it's in their scripture, which I've shown.
Wait. Child marriage. So there are organizations, right, like Islamic Relief Worldwide, okay? If it's in their scripture, and this is what defines Muslim culture as abhorrent and backwards, why is it that we have organizations like Islamic Relief who have been working to help put an end to child marriage? Why would they do that if this is just something that they all love doing?
Because they're good people, they're Kafirs, they don't actually care about their religion.
But it's literally a charity called Islamic Relief. These people are Muslims.
How? Okay, can you give me the director of it?
What?
And by the way, it doesn't prove anything. There's anecdotal evidence in
It's
all
anecdotal
groups.
to say that all Muslims marry
No,
children.
Did I say all? Did I?
Because yes, you're saying it's this.
I said Islam
You're saying it's
promotes
this.
it.
Wait.
I said Islam promotes it. Stop lying. You're lying.
Wait.
You're strawmanning
So the
again.
board of directors, the CEO of Islamic Relief is a man called Iftikhar Ahmed Shaheen.
Okay, I don't care. It's anecdotal.
Afan Chima is the.
I don't care. It's anecdotal. It's not going to prove anything.
Then we have Asha Ahmad, Zia Salih,
Okay, it's
Saqi
anecdotal.
Then we
It's
have
anecdotal.
But
I
the
don't
thing
care.
is you're saying that it's something that's innate to their scripture and making a broad
yes,
generalization.
it is innate to that scripture. I've shown you how it's innate to that scripture.
But the thing is you're so dumb that you can't recognize the fact that you are making a gross generalization about everyone based on a religion that you don't understand.
Did I say all Muslims? Did I say all Muslims?
But you said that you wouldn't support any Muslims
you
coming
have
to your
the live
country.
replay. I give
You said you
permission
wouldn't.
to-
You said that you're
I give you
against
permission to
Islamic
post it.
immigration. You said you're against Islamic immigration specifically.
Yes, I'm against Islamic immigration because Islam promotes child marriage. Yes, what's wrong with that?
So you're making a massive generalization about all Muslims.
Okay, I know that's not. I never stated
You're
all
so
Muslims
fucking dumb.
do child marriage.
So what? You're targeting
Listen,
all Muslims as a result of that? That none of them
yes,
can
because,
come?
Yes, because in their theology. Hold up. Is religion an ideology? Yes or no?
Yes, in part, I guess.
Okay. So can you leave that ideology?
No, but things change culturally about when you go to a different place. So, for example, one of the main things that has seen South Asians driven up massively in the workforce is when first generation South Asians came to the UK. You can go look this up, by the way. South Asians the women didn't used to work. Now, second generation and third generation South Asian women specifically are participating massively in the labour force. This is a growing thing. So that's a cultural thing that's changed in countries perhaps where they came from, like Pakistan or wherever. They probably didn't work, and it was largely a man who did the work and provided. But as their kids have grown up in, British society, they've kind of moved away from there. And another example is you brought up child marriage. So wait. Yes, we do. Because you're acting as if culture is this. No, be quiet. So you're acting as if culture is this immutable thing that does not change. Okay. So I know the report you're talking about. It's actually really fucking tragic, and cousin marriage is an awful thing. I mean, look at the fucking Habsburgs. The Habsburgs were up to it, and it produced some idiotic kids like that little Nikolai kid who kept bleeding, and then he got popped by the Soviets. But anyway. So we have. We know that that's wrong. But in a place like Bradford, child marriage has actually declined massively from when that documentary people used to show. It's still too high. And there should be work done to cousin marriage. Yes, excuse me. But they should work to address that. But the thing is you're acting as if culture is immutable, that it cannot change. That a religion from thousands of a religious text. But that's not.
I want them to change. Listen, Chris. If a Somalian man, who used to be who was a Muslim, and then they left the religion,
but they're not,
I'd be fine with them.
But they're not leaving their religion. They're still Muslims.
Yeah, I don't want them here. That's my point. They are inbreeding. They are in their religion. It promotes inbreeding. It promotes child marriage, and that's why we see such a high case.
So why can I talk about things that have changed when these people are still Muslim? Why is it that I knew so many Muslim people who weren't marrying children? But you're saying that culture, that these people, no one can change, that practices can't change. Yes, you
state
said
nothing could change?
you said that they couldn't be doing these things if they sorry, you said that they couldn't be Muslims anymore was effectively what you were trying to say. And also the other thing that you were trying to claim is this is just what all Muslims kind of do, that culture is immutable. But the thing is
I
you
never
failed to
stated
prove
all
that.
Muslims do it.
You failed to prove that in the context of child marriage. You failed to prove that. You gave me articles, by the way, which you said affirmed your claim that you claimed to have read that was utter bullshit.
That was culture. We both agreed that culture is the main driving
But where does it say? Where does it say?
Backtracking.
Where
I
does
never
it say?
Oh
Yes,
my God, Islam's part of culture. Yes or no?
But the thing is you said Islam. Right now,
Islam
you are
part of
claiming.
culture?
So are there any other countries that aren't welcome to come to the UK, or is it just Muslims?
I mean, I'd say from the research I've done, I'd say only Muslims shouldn't be allowed to immigrate into the UK.
Right. Why on earth would you be? I also have to ask you a question, okay? You live in the UK right now. It is 34 degrees where you live right now. Your obsession over Muslims is genuinely just you putting your fingers in front of your eyes because you are too scared. No. You are too scared because the reality is our society is the reason is our society is degrading for a multitude of different reasons. Neoliberalism plays a far bigger driving factor, I think, than specifically recent immigration. I think that this is just a get out of jail free card. But I think the more concerning thing, and the thing you should be concerned about, is this year has been incredibly hot. Go listen to farmers talking about their harvest failing. Go look at the increasing prices because of the Strait of Hormuz. You want to sit here and target Muslims as some evil other when I would say about 99% of Muslims come to the UK with the goal of finding a better life for themselves and participating in a society where they're probably going to be financially remunerated far better for their work, okay? That's why a lot of people come here. They don't love everything about the UK. Many do come and they integrate. Many do come and they just go. They make the decision to go. But the thing is you want to hyperfixate on Muslims because it's far easier than confronting the fact that we are absolutely fucked. And people like Rupert Lowe and people like Nigel Farage don't give a shit about any of that. What Rupert Lowe and Nigel Farage care about is people like you who are too dumb to see that the people that they like are destroying our world, and they don't give a shit about fixing that.
Islam was the only issue in our country?
Why is it the thing that you are hyperfixated on?
Because
that you built your entire identity around.
Because it's abhorrent.
Right. Islam in general is abhorrent. This is the thing.
Why are you talking about Israel?
You have like these whining cry fits.
Israel?
Because I'll explain to you.
Does it not interest you?
I'll explain to you why Israel is. I'll explain to you why I talk about Israel. Okay. Israel is an example of a horrific colonial hangover. It's colonialism still exists, but there are few examples that are as naked as Israel. Israel is this state that we as British people cling to, and as Westerners, I think, because it does our dirty work in the Middle East. It kills huge amounts of people. Rhetorically, it is massively supported, but it is also indicative of a global injustice that specifically affects people in the global south. I think it is a great way to push people to learn more about their history of colonialism and imperialism and our imperial past and present. You, on the other hand, want to talk about Muslims.
You, and I'm interested in Islam being abhorrent, which it is.
Do you know the funny thing, right? People who have blamed others like you in society have failed. They have always failed because there is no satisfaction. Because you wish to portray people who come to our society as others, as having this immutable difference to you.
I'm a Somali Muslim.
The vast majority, it's just insane. The vast majority of Muslims are incredibly like you. They are human beings who are just seeking to build the best kind of life for themselves. They just follow a different religion.
I couldn't care less.
But people like you.
It's an ideology, yes or no? Is it an ideology?
What do you mean it's an ideology?
They can unsubscribe to that ideology. If you're going to subscribe to that religion that promotes child marriage, that promotes inbreeding, that promotes misogyny, then yes, you are to blame for it.
And you're subscribing to right-wing politics, which historically has promoted. Who said I'm
right-wing?
You are, because you are so evidently right-wing.
Who said I'm right-wing?
Who's probably the main philosopher of right-wing politics? Do you know?
I don't care.
It's Karl Popper. It's Popper.
Who said I'm right wing?
Because you support Rupert Lowe. It's pretty evident. You're making overgeneralizations. You're making overgeneralizations.
Who said I supported
You're making
Rupert
overgeneralizations about entire cultures. You are right wing. It's pretty obvious. The key distinction of right wing politics.
Who said I'm right wing?
The key distinction.
You're just lying on my name.
What political opinion are you then?
I actually don't subscribe to the left or right. I don't subscribe to any of it.
Well, it's pretty obvious that you're a right winger. It's pretty evident.
No, for example, I'm pro-abortion. I'm not. I'm what's it called? I'm against.
Yeah, that's not a universal. That's not a universal right wing opinion, especially here in the UK. That's much more of an American
that's
thing.
my point, though. What do you mean by right wing? How am I right wing?
You are anti-immigration. You are racist. Okay, you are making these overgeneralized.
Hold up. Me against an ideology is racism. What is racism, please?
Racism is making broad overgeneralizations about people because of their immutable characteristics.
That's literally not what it means. Racism is the prejudice of one's race. Have I done that anywhere in this conversation?
Yes. Because the thing is, Islam is here standing in for a race. Like, let's be real.
What?
Islam here, in your opinion, stands in for a race. Yes.
Listen to me, Chris.
Yes.
I'm fine with the Somali, Indian, Pakistani. I don't care who comes into my country as long as they're not Muslim. That promotes inbreeding. That promotes child marriage.
So what about a Muslim who doesn't promote those things?
Sorry?
So what about a Muslim who doesn't promote those things?
If you subscribe to that religion, you're going to be normalizing it.
But do you think Sadiq Khan is promoting those things in London?
Himself probably not, but he's normalizing.
But you said he's a
Muslim.
Yes. You said he's a Muslim.
Yeah, but he's subscribing to that ideology. Yes.
So he's promoting child marriage?
I never stated he's promoting.
But you are.
Islam.
You're de facto stating that he's promoting.
Did I say Muslims or did I say Islam?
You said anyone who subscribes to that ideology.
Yeah, if you subscribe to that ideology, you uphold that standards, yes.
So Sadiq Khan is promoting child marriage, therefore?
Yes, he's upholding Islamic
So you think Sadiq Khan promotes child marriage?
No, I never said he promotes. I'm stating he's upholding those misogynistic views from Islamic doctrines. He's also upholding child marriage because he's fine with the shitty doctrines.
If you listen to anyone who's like seriously writing about misogyny, they will talk about the misogyny that is prevalent in our society as well. It's clearly not something specific.
100%.
So then why are you targeting Muslims specifically for it?
Well, because they're one of like the most extreme versions of misogyny. You know, there's levels to it, right?
I mean, Andrew Tate wasn't a Muslim.
It's not all on one level.
Andrew Tate wasn't a Muslim when he did his sex trafficking.
Yeah, he's a shitty person. I hate him, yes.
Yeah, but the point is you're saying that like ultra misogyny.
Muslims are misogynistic?
By the way, as well, I grew up in a place that is pretty much exclusively white people. You could go listen to what kids and people like myself, people used to say about women. It's repugnant. Young men are always engaging in this kind of stuff and just being bigots.
Yeah, 100%. Like, have you heard of the term Freud going around? I agree. But
the whole thing is you're trying to blame and place this on a specific religion that you are portraying as your enemy. You are saying that Muslims are the ones who are the driving factor in this. I don't think you would give a shit about misogyny in our society. I think you just want to use it.
I 100% do.
I think you just want to use it. So then, thus, why would you hyperfixate on and exoticize Muslims as the major perpetrators of that when we've been perpetrating? Well, you think that they're so misogynistic that even if they are just Muslim, that they shouldn't be here. That someone like Sadiq Khan is promoting child marriage and misogyny by being a Muslim.
Standards. Yes. You are upholding the standards.
Right. I mean, just at a certain point, like, you have to be real here. Like, anyone who's a Muslim.
Chris, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If, let's say you were walking down the street and then someone was like stabbing you to death and I just walked by you, would you say I was part to blame? Or like if I just walked by and did nothing, I just walked past you, I just watched you get stabbed, what would you think of me? Am I immoral?
I mean, you might not want to get stabbed.
No, but I did nothing. I didn't call the police.
You might just be a coward.
I just walked past you. No, I'd be normalizing those.
Well, the
actions.
thing is,
that guy would go around and
earlier we talked about how when has Sadiq Khan walked past as people did this? When has Sadiq Khan encouraged people?
Analogy.
What about Islamic relief? But the whole point is I literally gave you an example of an Islamic organization which is specifically working to combat child marriage. But this is an anecdote about me walking down the street in a hyper-personalized thing.
Yeah, I'm giving you an analogy of if you are subscribing to something.
So how can you make an Wait.
If you're just going to ignore the core issue of something, it's you upholding it and normalizing it. So if you subscribe to that shitty religion that I've stated multiple times and I've shown you verses multiple times,
but you could never prove your central. But the thing is you could never, ever, ever prove your
would
central
Islam
claim.
exist without Muslims? Yes or no?
What do you mean? Would Islam exist without
Would
Muslims?
Islam exist without Muslims?
What do
yes
you mean?
Or no?
What do you
Would
mean?
the religion exist? What as in like
No, because
would
then
it
there
be a
wouldn't be
dead
adherence
religion,
to
or would
it.
would it be an existing religion, or would it be a dead religion in the past?
If everyone stopped subscribing to Islam, sure.
Yes. Okay, then there you go. That's what I'm stating. They are upholding it.
But what about all the billions of Muslims who are not engaging in these practices that you don't like?
What's your point? Wait, what did you state?
Because so you think all of them uphold
I don't
it?
care.
Boo-boo.
Yes, they are upholding it.
So you think that all Muslims uphold it
boo-boo.
just by virtue of what the religion they were born
yes,
into,
just by subscribing
by
to
their
it,
personal
yes.
engagement with God?
Yeah, just by subscribing to that shitty religion, yes.
Brilliant. Truly, it is magnificent to hear the point that you've reached in your society and your beliefs about...
I mean, can we go to Gaza and Israel now, because you brought this shit up?
Well, I mean, you also couldn't prove anything that you claimed, which
I
is
did.
truly
I showed you
magnificent.
verses 100
I think my
times.
favourite part that I got to see was when you told me that an article that you had specifically read.
It did
Someone
state
also just
culture.
mentioned Mary is thought to be around 12 when she had Jesus. Moses told his people to keep young
Nice
virgins for themselves.
whataboutism.
Lot slept. Why is it whataboutism?
It is a literal whataboutism.
But
If
why?
I'm talking about
But
Islam, you're
wh-
bringing up Christianity.
why
And
is
hold
it?
up. Listen to this, Chris. Chris, listen to this.
But why?
I don't care. Fuck Christianity as well. Do you think I'm going to change my mind? I don't
So
care.
who should be allowed to come to our country then? Because the majority of people are either
Well,
Christians,
well,
Muslims, Hindus,
Yeah, yeah.
whatever.
Well, with Christians, they've morally reformed, and we both
How
know
have they
that.
morally reformed?
They've had their moral enlightenment.
What about
period.
evangelicals in?
are you gonna
What about
discredit that?
evangelicals in the US who support mass slaughter of
How
innocent
many-
people in Palestine?
What's the percentage of them?
What about evangelical Christians like Mike Huckabee who go to Israel and normalize Israelis stealing Palestinians' land?
I'm fine with Israel, and you're just bullshitting now.
How am I bullshitting?
You want to talk about Gaza now? Finally?
What do you want to say about Gaza then?
Well, I think what Israel's doing is actually gorgeous. As in, no, not the unalivement of people, innocent people, because that's shitty. War is war. But I'm talking about how they've conducted themselves, how they're following international law, how they're not systematically breaking any international law.
Okay.
And also, hold up. And also how what's it called? How this war is necessary, and I think that Israel should take more steps.
Why is it then? You say that Israel is not systemically breaking international law. Okay, here's an article from the Financial Times talking to Dr. Janina Dill, an Oxford University expert on the law of war and ethics of war. So Israel is an occupying power in southern Lebanon. Under this, an occupying power may destroy civilian property only required by imperative military necessity. A general claim that Hezbollah might return and use civilian infrastructure in that area in the future would not be enough, Dill said.
Wait,
It's
which one are we
deeply
talking about? Are we talking
implausible.
about Gaza
It's deeply
or-
implausible that imperative military necessity applies to every house in a particular village. Okay, so that is an example of how Israel is systemically violating international law. You
Wait,
claim
are we
that they
talking about- are
you
we
claim
talking
no.
about
You
Lebanon,
said
or are we
you
talking
said
about
you said be
Gaza?
quiet for a second. You said that Israel systemically was not violating international law, okay?
Are
What about
Are we talking about?
what
I
about-
just want you,
well, you said
know what
Israel.
I'm talking about.
You said Israel was not systemically violating
Yes.
international law, and what it was doing was
not.
beautiful. Now, that is a despicable comment to make, and I think, if anything,
cool.
that shows that you are more permissive of barbarity than the vast majority of Muslims
Yeah,
in
that's
the world.
fine. That's fine. Are we
So-
talking about the Gaza war, or which one are we talking about?
We're talking
So we
about
can
Israel,
get to
Israel
the
generally.
specifics.
So Israel.
Can we talk about Gaza?
Okay, yeah. Okay,
cool.
right. Let's have a look at what the UN have to say.
I don't care about the UN.
UN
Give me the
expert warns torture has become state doctrine in Israel, making
Okay.
prisons instruments of genocide and torture. So Israel has been accused of systemic torture against Palestinians. Okay, that is totally in
No,
contra-
no. Go back to the article. Who's this from?
the United Nations.
No, who is it? The UN Commission?
UN experts.
Okay, can you read through the article? Can they identify what exactly they're doing? Like, can you give me the proofs for it? You haven't given me a proof. You've just given me a claim.
Okay, right,
And also,
right.
this is from the United Nations of like the commissions, the inquiry of commissions. I don't care.
Welcome to Hell Report. Okay, right.
Can you
Let's
just tell me without
pull up
giving
an
me a news?
let's pull up an
Hold up.
Israeli
Without-
organization.
oh my God.
Let's pull up an
Without
Israeli
giving me
organization.
news.
This is
Without
Bet
giving me-
Selem. This is Bet Selem. Welcome to Hell is a report on the abuse and inhuman treatment of Palestinians held in Israeli custody since October the 7th. Bet
just a
Selem
claim.
collected testimonies from 55 Palestinians held during that time and released, almost all with no charges. Their testimonies reveal the outcomes of the rushed transformation of more than a dozen Israeli prison facilities, military and civilian, into a network of camps dedicated to the abuse of inmates as a matter of policy, facilities in which every inmate is deliberately subjected to harsh, relentless pain, suffering, operate as a de facto torture camps.
When did this happen?
Bet Selem, Israeli Human Rights Organization.
Yeah,
Bet Selem.
Okay, cool.
They have
And
a
you
report. This is from 2024 or 2025. They also have one
Okay.
from 2026.
Okay, you're just giving me a bunch of claims without any proofs. Can you tell me who these people are? Wait, hold up. Who are these people? When did this happen? Can you just tell me more information about it? Can you clarify?
You made the claim that Israel was not systemically
They're not
violating
systematically
international law.
violating international
You
law.
made that claim. What's your evidence of that?
I can't prove a negative.
Yeah, you should be able to prove it. That there
I
aren't
literally
consistent.
can't prove it.
But if-
Okay, can you tell me do unicorns exist?
What do you mean? No,
Prove to me unicorns don't exist.
no one has ever seen one.
Yeah, that's not proof
There
that
aren't.
they
There
don't
aren't
exist.
international.
You can't prove a
There
negative.
aren't. There aren't.
You can
okay.
say there's a little.
Okay. Wait.
evidence to it.
But let's say fundamentally, what's the difference between like unicorns and this? Okay. So in the case of a unicorn not existing,
I can't prove
there
a
aren't.
negative.
Wait. There aren't like international equestrian organizations that are like, yeah, unicorns do exist, and everyone is covering this up. They're lying about it. Whereas you have Amnesty, Israeli human rights
Okay, so I can't
organizations,
prove a
Israeli
negative. Can you make a
newspapers,
claim?
the United
Can you just
Nations.
make a claim? Can you
I-
say
I
that
just-
indiscriminately bombing Gaza or some shit?
But you
Can
want me
give
to say
something?
something? I've
Yes,
just given
give
you the
me-
claim.
yes,
Israel
can
is
you-
systemically torturing people.
That's systemic. Okay, can I have proofs for it?
I just gave you proof.
That isn't a proof. You need to give me where. Who are these people? When did this happen? Can you give me more? You just gave me a fucking claim. Anyone can write that up. You're being dishonest. You know you're being dishonest.
How am I being dishonest when I've shown you
You're-
a UN
you're not being
expert?
genuine.
I've shown you a UN expert warning torture has become state
It's from the
doctrine in
United
Israel.
States of Commissions. Can you give me proof? Can you? Okay, for example, listen, Chris. This is what I want from you. Let's say you made the claim like Israel's indiscriminately bombing Gaza, and then you pull up the death to civilian ratio, some shit like that. Can you do anything like that?
Well, I just gave you a ton of different articles that talk about people being
I don't-
tortured.
Oh my god, anyone can write that up. Can you just give me something?
Okay, Amnesty International. Horrifying cases of torture and degrading treatment of Palestinian detainees
Wait, can I
amid
pull that up
spike
on my
in
screen?
arbitrary arrests.
Well, what's this?
I really don't know.
Go up, please.
I really don't know what to say.
Go up, please. Okay. Let me just type that. Okay. You can go down now.
What do you want me to go down to?
I mean, show me your proof. Go on, read it out to me.
Amnesty International has for decades documented widespread torture by Israeli authorities in places of detention across the West Bank. However, over the past 4 weeks, videos and images have been shared widely online showing gruesome scenes of Israeli soldiers beating and humiliating Palestinians while detaining them blindfolded, stripped, with their hands tied, in a particularly chilling public display of torture and humiliation. In one image analysed by Amnesty International's Crisis Evidence Lab, 3 Palestinian men, I'm not even going to read this because it will get me in trouble, but Haaretz published an investigation. So there's actually, a lot more evidence here, because unlike you, I've not pulled up an article which I have no idea what it says.
They literally. By the way, I've seen this thing. They've only given a 12-person second interview sample. They haven't shown anything.
Okay,
that
let's listen
shows that it's
to
happening.
Khiam
This
prison.
doesn't prove that torture is happening systematically.
So here you go. So this is from so Robert Fisk is a British journalist who spent 25 years in Lebanon, okay? He is talking here. You can go look this up. Here's a Wikipedia page. It's called Hiam Detention Center. So this was basically run by an Israeli proxy force. It was called they were called the Southern Lebanese
Israeli
Army.
proxy force.
Yes.
So is this done by the state of Israel?
Yes, Israel used to train the torturers. It used to provide them with the weapons and the stuff that they needed. So here you go. The Israeli Defense Ministry acknowledged for the first time that personnel from the Shin Bet, which is their internal investigations thing, it's not Mossad, it's like their secret police, hold meetings several times annually with SLA interrogators and cooperate with members of the SLA and even assist them by means of professional guidance and training. It also admitted that Israel and the SLA consult each other regarding the arrest and release of people at Khiam facility. You can go read I'll leave off the first part because it's too graphic to even talk about, but listen to this. They throw water over their bodies before plunging electrodes into their chest and kept them in pitch black solitary confinement for months. For many years, the Israelis even banned the Red Cross from visiting their foul prison. All the torturers fled across the border into Israel when the Israeli army retreated under fire from Lebanon about almost 7 years ago. This is Robert Fisk, okay? This is a first-hand account.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's an old article about Israel systemically torturing people. So what do you have to say?
This is a Khiam case, right?
Khiam, but yes.
Okay.
But you said there's no evidence of Israel systemically torturing people.
I need to look into that. I haven't looked into this.
But the thing is you don't know anything about Israel.
I do.
Well, but if you're sat here,
bombings. I talk about.
But the thing is you're so dumb.
I haven't seen.
The thing is you're so dumb that you don't know that Israel has been torturing. I can do ad hominems because you are so dumb.
Okay, cool. You can call me dumb. I haven't seen this before, though. Thank you. I need to research into that. That's really it. Okay, I'll do some research onto that. I concede for now because I haven't seen this before, but I'll look into it.
But the thing is there is systemic evidence. So that's one case by him. But Bet Selem's Welcome to Hell report. It's an Israeli human rights organization. By the way, I can show you a piece of literature which shows torture. There's one from the Sunday Times, by the way, which is from 1977. You can go look that up if you want. It's an ancient piece, but it details torture. It even has responses to Israel's claims. It mentions multiple examples of torture. But let me show you this. So this is On Gaza Beach by Ari Shavit, okay? So this is an article by an Israeli soldier who served during the first Intifada.
No, it's fine. I get the torture.
And I would see the soldiers come back with... Wait, listen. We're going to have a listen. And I would see the soldiers come back with children of 15 or 16. The children grit their teeth. Their eyes bulge from their sockets. In not a few cases, they have already been beaten. Even S, who owns a plant in the occupied territories, can't believe his eyes. Have we come to this, he asks? That the Shin Bet goes after kids like these, and soldiers crowd together in the reception room to look at them when they undress, to look at them in their underwear, to look at them as they tremble with fear, and sometimes they kick them, one kick more before they put on their new prison uniforms. Sometimes they just curse, or maybe the doctor is to blame. You wake him in the middle of the night to treat one of those just brought in, a young man, barefoot, wounded, who looks like he's having an epileptic fit, who tells you that they beat him just now on the back and stomach and over the heart. There are ugly red marks all over his body. The doctor turns to the young man and shouts at him in a loud, raging voice. He says, "May you die!" And then he turns to me with a laugh. May they all die.
Okay.
So what do you have to say? You said Israel, there's no evidence of them committing systemic war crimes. But you told me you know so much about Israel. You know so much about Gaza.
I didn't look into the torture.
So you don't know anything about this. So you don't know. You told me that they systemically do not commit crimes.
I never.
It's disgusting. You said this was beautiful. By the way, your culture is abhorrent. Your culture, the culture of like right-wing anti-Muslim is abhorrent. You said it was beautiful what they were doing there. You said systemic. You think a systemic state policy of torture is beautiful.
Okay, I haven't seen.
Did you
torture,
admit
man.
that you said a systemic state policy of torture
you're
that you
just-
claimed
you're
you knew so
scrolling.
much
I never
about was
stated that.
beautiful? Is it?
I think
Is that beautiful?
I don't think I've looked into the torture bit, but I'll need to look into
So
that.
wait, you're claiming that you
But
know about
everything
Israel
else
and
I do is
Palestine and you
fine.
don't know that there's mass torture going on?
Honestly, I haven't read.
So you don't know anything about this? If you don't know about torture,
I have. For
So-
example, I debate the genocide going on, the indiscriminate bombing, the starvation, stuff like that. I don't really debate the torture bit.
it's actually amazing but you said it was beautiful. You didn't know that Israel was doing this torture when Israeli human rights organizations talk about it? That's weird.
Yeah. I haven't looked into it.
That's weird. But you know so much about this genocide that you call beautiful.
I mean, a genocide. You torturing people doesn't mean you've genocided people.
Who coined the word genocide?
It was done by the what's it called? It was made up in 1947, I believe, and then
Who coined it though?
I don't know the person's
A
name.
gentleman called
I just know
Raphael.
it's done by Geneva. Why
A
would I need to know
gentleman
that?
called Raphael.
I just know the term and everything.
So the man who coined the term genocide is a man called Raphael Lemkin, okay? He was a Polish Jewish jurist, and he coined it in response to Nazism. He coined it in response to both the mass extermination of Jewish people, and he also coined it in response to Nazi occupation of Europe, okay? So he did categorically coin it. So Raphael Lemkin it has an institute that came after him called the Lemkin Institute. On May the 18th, 2025, they published an article called 4 Facts About Israel's Genocide. Okay? You can go
They're
read
not
this if
committing
you
a
want.
genocide. They're not committing a
Genocide is not only mass murder. A common misunderstanding about genocide is that it is a synonym for mass murder, and hence the word can only be used when we witness many people dying at once from a single cause, like starvation that the perpetrators
You need
could easily stop.
speciales.
This would
You're
mean
gonna prove
this
my
would mean
point.
that genocide cannot be called out before we reach the extermination pattern, and before we have an abundance of irrefutable evidence of perpetrator intent.
Okay.
If we wait until this point to begin discussing genocide, it will always be too
Okay,
late. States,
okay.
organizations, and
What's
the
the
media
point?
should
It's
know,
by
and many
part.
of them should certainly do know, that genocide is a process that takes many shapes, patterns throughout its lifespan, and can be committed via
you're
various
just reading
acts
out a
as
bunch of
recognized
bullshit.
in the 1948 Genocide Convention, only one of which is direct killing. It is important to recognize genocide early because it is not self-limiting and will always radicalize from small acts to massive ones. Amnesty International, an organization that is known for being very conservative about the use of the term genocide, recognized in December 2024 that Israel was committing genocide.
I don't care. Can you prove dollar specialis? Yes or no?
So this is the Lemkin Institute.
I don't care
Why
about
do you
them.
think it
You're
is
just
that?
appealing to
Why do you think it
authority.
is that like
prove dollar specialis. It's when you do a mass extermination.
My
or
job-
In part.
my job-
In part. Of
my job? My job is
of
not.
a group of
My
people.
job is not to
Can you prove dollar specialis? Yes or no?
My job is not to prove Dolus Specialis, okay? Dolus
You literally
Specialis,
have a thing.
Dolus Specialis will be proved by South Africa or not, maybe in the
They
United
literally
Nations.
failed to multiple times as well. With
When did they
Ireland as
fail
well.
to? When did they fail to?
They haven't been able to make a proper case for it.
When have they failed to do
I
that?
I wouldn't call it a complete fail because obviously it hasn't been completely failed. But I'm stating that they haven't been able to prove it yet, have they?
Well, I mean, their whole case was seeking
by
to
the way-
prove it.
But
But the whole thing
What's the
is
point?
right. These points are drip fed to you by people, other people. I know it's
No,
pretty evident.
I know
No. I think it's pretty evident that the way in which you
I
engage
know
with.
this. We can
Excuse me.
talk
Excuse
about
me.
this.
Excuse me. I think the way in which you
Can you
engage
just
with.
prove dollar specialis?
I think the way in
Stop
which you
waffling.
engage with Palestine is through idiots who debate on the
Okay, can
internet.
you
People like
prove
Nick
dollar
Matau.
specialis
So
now?
I know that this is a Nick Matau talking
You're
point
just
about
doing
Dolus
ad hominems,
Specialis.
just prove
I know
it.
that this is a Dolus Specialis thing comes from Nick Matau. Okay. Now I would say that people like
What do you
Benjamin.
mean it comes from Nick Matau?
Because-
it comes from the Geneva Convention.
Because the reason that I think that Dolus Specialis exists is when you take Israel's wider process of colonization against the Palestinians. Okay, so
just prove Dolus Specialis, yes or no? You're
Zionism began with the goal of establishing a Jewish state. in
Zionism existed in the ancient Assyrians' time.
No.
We discussed this.
Modern-
We literally
no,
have.
no.
What is Zionism?
No.
Explain what Zionism is.
No.
What is Zionism?
So Zionism is the goal of building a Jewish state in Palestine.
Okay.
Nation
No, not in
states.
Palestine.
Wait.
Yeah. In the
Nation
indigenous
states.
land, yes or no?
Nation state. No, Jewish people are not indigenous to Palestine.
They're not indigenous to the Levant.
So let me ask you a question, right? So
Hold on, you want to make that.
So if
hold
I'm-
on, you want to
hold
make
on,
that claim.
hold on.
Stop running away now. You keep.
So
you
if
keep
I'm-
doing what's about it.
So wait. Let me tell you a crazy thing about Israel, right? So converting to Judaism is not an easy task,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy that I could become an indigenous person to the state of Israel by converting
No one says
to Judaism? Yeah, yeah, you can. Yes, you can.
Can't.
Yes, you can.
You literally can't.
Yes, you can. If you convert to Judaism, you can move to Israel. 100%. It's a complex process, but you can do it.
You don't become indigenous though. No one stated you become.
But you're saying that
indigenous.
Jewish people are immutably indigenous to Palestine.
Yeah, Jews are indigenous to.
How are they
Levant.
indigenous? What does the word indigenous mean?
Okay, so I'll bring up the term for you. So it's when you're there before colonization, you've also had linguistic and cultural roots in that land, and also it's continuous.
So
the
wait,
Jews
wait. Can I ask you a question? How was building a European-style nation-state in Palestine culturally continuous with what existed there thousands of years ago?
I don't understand your point.
So
What do you
the
mean?
Jewish people who went to Palestine,
They've
right?
kept their culture.
No,
yeah.
no, no. This
Go
is the
ahead.
funny thing, right? I don't know if you know this, but because you don't know much about Palestine. So David Ben-Gurion is one of the key early figures in Zionism,
I do
okay?
know,
Okay,
yeah.
his real name is David Ben-Grun, by the way. I
Yeah.
think it's just David Grun. It's not even David Ben-Gurion. There's no Ben in it.
Okay.
He changed his name to sound more Israeli because he was European, right? David Ben-Gurion, okay, you can read through this if you really want to. David Ben-Gurion used to be incredibly racist to Mizrahi Jewish people. Do you know why he was racist to them?
Okay, cool. I don't care.
No, because this is a really important point. David
He doesn't negate their fucking DNA. You do know that, right?
So
Their DNA shows they come from the Canaanites and they come from they have a historical root in the Levant. Are you gonna disagree to that?
David Ben-Gurion. Say again.
I don't care what Ben has to say.
So
You could
David
give me-
Ben-Gurion,
You could
if
give me
you
a
want
bunch
to,
of anecdotal
if you want
evidence.
to, wait. But the
care.
point, this is an important point, okay? Because you would say if
Okay,
they were
do
indigenous,
Chris,
you would say
do
if they
have
were,
roots?
you would say
Do
if they were,
Jews on
you-
a population level, do Jews
you would say,
have roots in the Levant? Yes
Okay.
or no?
okay, I mean, there were 8% of the population of Palestine in 1882 was Jewish, okay?
What's your point?
Those people had lived there for thousands of years. They were
Because the
inheritance
Jews got
and-
kicked out.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
they haven't been
Great,
living
great,
thousands of years, by the way. They
But
came-
the thing is, I don't think you can sit there and pretend that the thousands of years of history in historic Palestine are negated by an occupation of Palestine by Jewish people thousands of years ago. I do not think that you can claim people are indigenous when they aren't
They literally
identifying
are.
with pre-colonial traditions. How on earth could you identify with the traditions of people who existed 3,000 years ago?
Okay, you do realize that's not my only talking. Again, you're strawmanning again. Please stop strawmanning my position.
I mean,
Can we
the
actually
thing
have
is
a
you just
proper
kind
debate?
of,
I said ancestry, culture, and linguistics in that land.
You do know
okay?
that the Hebrew
And-
language had to be like
Yes,
reinvented
it was
to be a
dead
modern
Yes,
language.
it was a dead language, and they revived it. What's wrong with it?
And they had to ban the speaking of Yiddish and stuff because that was
Okay,
the language
cool.
that
So
people.
if the Coptics decided to revive their language, the Coptic language is completely dead right now. It's considered a dead language. If they decide, are you stating they're not indigenous anymore to Egypt? The Coptics.
If a Coptic person who hadn't been living in Egypt for 3,000 years and came there via colonization, no, they're not
It wouldn't be
indigenous.
via colonization. I don't. Okay,
Yes,
well,
yes.
okay.
The
So
thing is,
let's say they-
the
let's
thing
say
is,
they
is
got-
wait.
let's say they got
Can we
kicked out for 3,000
can we
years.
hop back? Can we hop back to this thing of okay?
No. Let's stick to the Coptics.
because you said no.
Let's use
It's
the Coptics as an analogy.
it's really
Let's say they got
important that we
persecuted
establish
and
something.
kicked out of
It's
that
really
land.
important that we establish something. Okay, here
Are you gonna listen or
we
no?
have to. No, because we really need to establish something. Okay.
Okay.
Right. When it comes to indigeneity, and
Mm-hmm.
you admit that colonialism is a big part, I will ask you again, why were there organizations called the Jewish Colonization Association? Why was it that people like Theodore Herzl were saying, yeah, the Palestinians are the indigenous people, they're like the West Papuans, we need to admit that they live here, that it's not an empty land? Why was it that Theodore Herzl told Cecil Rhodes, one of the biggest colonizers in British history, that Palestine was going to be something colonial? Why?
I don't care what he thinks. That's not what he.
But these
what
were the
happened.
people who founded the Zionist project as we know it now. Why did they say this?
It wasn't founded by them. How many times? It's been there since the Assyrians' time.
But why is
They've
it?
always-
Why is it that all of those people said that? Why is it that all of those people said that?
I don't know. Let's say I grant you the argument that they even said it in the first place. Let's say I grant.
Yeah, they did. They did
Okay.
say it. It's not an
Okay, cool.
argument.
Let's
It's
say-
they did say it.
Let's say they did. Let's say they did. I don't care what they think. That's not what happened.
But they did say it. But
Okay, they said it.
They were
They
also
said it.
wait,
Is
wait.
that- does that
they were
mean that's what
describing
happened?
yes, because they were describing their process of what they were doing in Palestine, which
It's
was
not
going over to the land.
colonization.
Yes. Wait. They were but you can keep saying it's not colonization. They did
How they colonize? I don't understand your point. Do you
because they
understand what
went over.
colonizing means?
Yes. So in the context of Israel, it's settler colonialism, right? So I'll give you an example of this. Jewish people went over to Palestine and they founded things like the Histadrut. So the Histadrut is the Jewish-only trade union in Palestine. So they specifically said that Jewish settlers should never employ Arabs on their land. Because if they did, it would basically lead to Arabs participating in their society. So they didn't do that. They made the active choice to only employ Jewish people so that they could build a Jewish state that would require the expulsion
When
or at
was
least a
this?
massive transfer of Jewish people. I think
Wait,
the
when was
Histadruts.
this?
I think the Histadruts founded in about 1903 or some point around there.
Okay, what's your point?
Well, the point is that's describing what they did. They went to the land with. So I'm sure. Are you familiar with the works of Patrick Wolf?
It rings a bell, but
So Patrick Wolf is is like kind of the key theorist of settler colonial studies, or he was the one who popularized it in Western academia. Okay, so Patrick Wolf described settler colonialism as a specific mode of colonization where people go to lands without the goal of exploiting the indigenous population. So, like when the British went to India, we didn't
But the
really.
Jews are indigenous.
We didn't
Why
go
do you keep
to-
changing the subject?
we- because
Why-
we-
wait,
w- because-
you did this
wait,
pretty
wait, wait,
well.
wait.
Why can't we talk about how you said the Jews aren't indigenous to
Because
the
I've
land?
literally explained entirely to you what
You
this-
haven't explained it.
Because
at
there is
all.
no example of people who are indigenous who are colonizers. That just didn't happen. It's not something real.
The Jews are indigenous to that land, bro.
Which
have
other group
ancestry
of
to that land.
indigenous people are colonizers and openly said we are colonizers?
Okay, I reject that claim. That's not even. What is your? That is such a stupid point to make. Can we just talk about how they're indigenous to that land? What's your point?
Hold on. Let's
That's
just
such a stupid talking point. You're just trying to move on to the conversation of colonization. We can talk about that.
wait.
later.
Let's just
The
have a
Jews-
read. Do you know who the ideological founder is of Netanyahu's Likud party?
Bro, you keep changing the
No.
fucking
Do you know
subject.
who
Can we
he
just
is?
talk about-
This is not changing this. This is not changing the subject.
Can we just talk about?
Let
how
me
they're
just read you this. So
indigenous?
this is
Yes or
from
no?
Zayev Jabotinsky. Okay, so Zayev Jabotinsky is one of the founders of the Likud party. His ideology goes on to found the Likud party. Let me just read you this. Every reader has some idea of the early histories of other countries that have been settled. I suggest that he recall all known instances. If he should attempt to seek but one instance of a country settled with consent of those born there, he will not succeed. The inhabitants, no matter whether they are civilized or savages, have always put up a stubborn fight. Furthermore, how the settler acted has no effect whatsoever. The Spaniards who conquered Mexico and Peru, or our own ancestors in the days of Joshua and Ben Nun behaved, one might say, like plunderers. But those great explorers,
keep
the
doing
English Scots,
whataboutisms.
the
This isn't
English Scots and the
proving
Dutch,
anything.
who
Can we
were the
talk about how
first
the Jews aren't indigenous
who were the
to
first real
Levant?
pioneers of North America, were people possessed of a very high ethical standard. People who have not only wished to leave the Redskins at peace, but could also pity a fly. People who are in all sincerity and innocence believe that in those virgin forests and vast plains ample space was available for both the white and red man, but the native resisted, both barbarian and civilized settler. And he keeps on mentioning any native people. It's all the same whether they are civilized or savage. He keeps on referring to them as such. Let me show you.
I don't care. Can you just? You're changing the subject like 50,000 times.
I'm not changing the
Can you
subject. I'm
just-
pointing to you, someone who was a
Oh my
key
God,
early
can we just
Zionist
go back
founder.
to how the Jews aren't indigenous to that?
I
to the
think this
land?
is-
This isn't proof.
I think that this is core and fundamental to explaining to you why that they are not indigenous, because no other indigenous people have ever openly referred to themselves as colonizers.
Okay, cool. So every single Jew out there describes themselves as a colonizer.
No, but the people who created the project of Israel, now they're scared of it because colonizer is largely a word that is rejected,
Okay,
and they
cool.
want to sell this vision of being indigenous to the land of Palestine.
Okay, I don't understand your point. I'm going to prove it by ancestry and then culture and then linguistics being carried on for centuries in that land. Is that fine to do?
No, I think I've really had enough of you, to be honest, because you are so dumb.
All right, bro. You keep changing the subject, like for the 50th time. That doesn't even
He
if they
literally-
call themselves Even if they call themselves colonizers, it doesn't negate their indigeneity. You do know that, right?
Well, you do realize that one of the core parts of indigeneity is not being a colonizer.
No, it's living pre-colonial.
Yeah,
times.
exactly. And so I think if you're
Yes.
calling yourself a colonizer, then the people
Yep.
you're colonizing are the ones living in pre-colonial times.
They're not. When it's stating
But they're openly
pre-colonial
the
times.
pre-colonial
Hold up,
times.
who came first, the Jews or the Arabs?
The Palestinians.
The Palestinians is a nationality. It's not.
The
it's not
Palestinians
an
were the ones who
ethnicity.
the Palestinians were the ones who inhabited the land. But I think that you're. I think.
It's not an
I think that. I think
ethnicity,
that.
it's a nationality.
Wait. I think the thing is.
What's the
is
Palestinians?
I think.
Let's just read the Arab chart.
I think that the problem is you are like.
read that.
I think the problem is you are actively
Let's read the
too
charter.
thick. I think
Let's
the
read
thing
the
is that you are
charter.
actively
Alright,
too
cool.
thick.
Okay, I don't care. Let's read the charter. Palestine is the homeland of the Arab Palestinian people. It is an indivisible part of the Arab homeland, and the Palestinian people are an integral part of the Arab nation. And then if we can keep going down and down and down. Arab homeland, Arab homeland, Arab homeland. They refer themselves to Arabs. So can you tell me?
They also in that first. Wait. In that
Palestinian is a nationality, not an ethnicity.
In that
so,
first line, they refer to themselves as the Palestinian people 2 times.
yeah,
Palestine is the homeland of the Arab Palestinian people.
Palestine is the homeland of the Arab Palestinian people. By the way,
They're describing
a Jew can
themselves
be a
as
Palestinian. As well, by
Palestinian
the way.
people. They're describing themselves as Palestinian people.
No, they're saying. I can
They're
even
describing
go down.
themselves as
Hold up.
Palestinian
I'll show
people.
I'll show you. A Jew can also be Palestinian as well, according to this charter.
Yes, because Palestine is the name of the land. Israel
No,
is a
read
foreign
this.
imposition.
No, read this.
Yes.
The Jews who had normally resided in Palestine until the beginning of the Zionist invasion will be considered Palestinians. It's a nationality. It's not a fucking ethnicity. So can you tell me who came first, Jews or Arabs in the Levant?
Yeah, the Palestinians.
Again, I already proved
Because
to you.
the thing is the
Palestinian
Palestinians.
is a word that
The
was used in
Palestinians-
1967. Can
the
you show me any
Palestinians-
other references to
The Palestinians-
who called themselves Palestinians before Jews came along? Can you tell me?
What do you mean?
You're stating that the Palestinian identity is an ethnicity. Okay, so can you prove it to me?
No, they're ethnically Arab, but they're the Palestinian people.
Wait! What did you say? Wait, what did
They're
you say?
ethnically Arab, but they're the Palestinian people.
Beautiful, Chris,
They
Chris,
came
Chris.
first.
Who came first, Arabs or Jews?
They did, Palestinians.
Palestinians didn't exist before 1967. No one. What's it called? Hajim. What's his fucking name?
Haj Amin al-Husseini.
Yeah, he fucking called himself Arab. No one called themselves Palestinian before 1967.
But the whole
Such a
thing is
stupid talking
the
point.
whole thing
okay.
is
So who came first, Arabs or Jews? Just answer the fucking question.
Palestinians. So when you're saying
you're not answering
Arabs,
the question.
when you're saying
who came first,
when you're
Arabs?
saying okay, right, I think I've had enough of this. Okay, but
You're not answering the question.
Because-
Answer the question.
because-
Who came first, Jews or Arabs?
let me respond with a question.
You're not answering.
Okay,
the
wait. Let me
question.
answer the question.
Who
then.
came first, Arabs or Jews?
Arabs.
Arabs came before the Jews.
Yeah, because the Jews.
Where are the Arabs indigenous
Because
to?
the Jewish people that you're talking about, where did those? Okay, where did those Jewish people come from?
They've resided there from the Canaanites. They're
So
a branch from
where
the
did
Canaanites.
where did the Jewish people come from though?
From the Israelites? I don't understand your point.
No, they didn't. They came from Europe. They were settlers from Europe.
Are you stupid? What are you talking about?
They were settlers from Europe.
No, they're not.
Yes,
That's the Philistines. The
Mm,
Philistines
no.
are European. Yes. The Philistines. You're talking about the Philistines. The Philistines have European ancestry.
Let's just
Hold up,
look
no, you're
at.
just
Let's just
lying.
look at something. Jewish virtual library.
You're lying. You're just lying.
Let's just no. I think this is a great thing to. I think this is a great.
Again, you're not answering.
I think that this is a.
Arabs came
I think
before
that
the
this
Jews.
is a
Can you
great
prove
thing
it
to
me?
do. Yeah, 100%. Okay, let's just have a look at this. So,
Okay.
Here's the population in 1882 before Zionist immigration. What's the population of Palestine there?
What is your point?
What's the population of Palestine?
You're going back to the 1800s. You just said the Arabs.
What's the
come before
population
the
of
Jews.
what's the
So
population of
the
Palestine?
Jews have been here since like
What's the-
I think it's like around 2000
Can we
BC.
can we
Can you
just
show me
can
where
we
the
just
Arabs
this is
are
the
stating
final
they were
thing.
there
This is the
before
final
then?
thing. This is the final thing I'm going to do with you, okay?
You're just lying. I don't care about
What's
this.
the population of Palestine?
By the way,
here?
if you want to talk, we can
What's-
talk about Ashkenazi Jews later.
What's the-
Ashkenazi Jews have 50% Canaanite blood.
Excuse me.
They're-
What's the population? What's the
Their
population
DNA
of answer
traces-
the, You're going to answer the question or I'm going to remove you right now.
All right. Okay.
What's the population of Palestine here?
I can't see it. I actually can't see it.
Okay, well it says 300,000. That's the total
Okay.
population. The population of Jews 24,000.
Okay. What's your point? They got kicked
The
out.
population
from
of
the Romans,
non-Jews is
from the
two-
Romans, from the Umayyads, from the Ottomans. They got kicked out. What's your point?
If we're talking,
You don't lose your indigenous card if you get kicked out from the land. You goofball.
you are not indigenous if you
So-
all came from Europe and you admit you're
They
colonizers.
didn't all come from Europe.
If you admit you're
Israel-
colonizers,
Hold up.
if you admit you're
Israelis-
colonizers from Europe, if you say
most
if you
Israelis,
say I'm a
most Israelis
colonizer,
are Mizrahi Jews.
if you say I'm a colonizer from Europe. By the way, you know that
No, I don't care, bro. Listen, I could say I'm a colonizer from fucking South Africa. It doesn't change that the English people are indigenous to Britain.
no, we're not.
Britain, but England.
None of us are indigenous. Is not a term that would be applied to us.
You wouldn't say that English people are indigenous to England?
I mean, first of all, the concept of an English person is quite a hodgepodge of people who've come over from thousands of years of history.
Shit.
Okay, but the other key point is we don't have a pre-colonial time. We don't have like a time that we were massively colonized where there was a goal to
That's not
eliminate
what-
us.
Okay.
But you admitted earlier that it's to do with colonization. But I
It's
think
not
I've had
just
enough
to
of
do
you
with
because you are genuinely. I'm sorry I stayed on for too long. But you are so stupid that it's like it's actually actively difficult to talk to you. Like you are so thick. Okay, right. Probably should end the debates there. Probably should end that. That was painful. I know it went on for too long. It's hard to just drop someone, but English or indigenous to Northern Europe. My head hurts. I know not everyone enjoys them, but they're not an everyday thing at the moment. Finally, I know. Maybe I kept him on for too long. I know. I'm hot. I don't know. I should debate Tango and Coach. I don't know who these people are. Just anything and everything is I don't care. Anglo-Saxons overtook the Britons. Mate, Britain is a hodgepodge of billions of people. Not billions, but millions of people. I love burgers! Mig East, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Thank you for supporting the channel. That is goated. Okay, right, I have a couple of things to respond to. Also, thank you for everyone over there. Chuck Ham Leancock into the live. I got you, bro. Thanks for the $10, Sam Peacock. Tara, I read out your message, but thank you for the $5. Bro was trying to do the Palestine thing. I mean, in what other context are there indigenous people who moved over to that land and said, burgers! We are doing colonizers. We are doing colonizing. I think White Britain...
La boo boo.
I don't know what's making all the labubus go off, but thank you, whoever's making the ting go off. It's going crazy up in here. But yeah, thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Def Noodles
La
got
boo boo.
beat up by Yosef Haddad. I know, we talked about that. Def Noodles did not do well. Yosef Haddad activated his inner Hezbollah. But thank you, Nox, for the $2. Thanks for supporting the channel, as always, my man. Yeah, I think that's... you're asking me what my opinion is on the IRGC. It's not great. I'm not going to sit here and like endorse the IRGC. Hold on. Def Noodles was being jumped by a couple of people and Yosef ran up and kicked him. Nah. Def Noodles went up behind him. He went up behind him, so yeah. It's 1,000 years ago means you're indigenous. I have a rather good opinion. I don't want to debate about the IRGC, no. Greeks trying to gatekeep Alexander the Great to understand what the term indigenous... Well, the thing is they read out the term indigenous and then they say they don't care about colonization, which is kind of crazy. What's up, Chris? Been a while since I can make a stream. Not too much, just chilling. When's the next video essay? I don't know, I've got a few nebulous ideas. People seem to be really picking up on the clavicular one all of a sudden, which is nice. But yeah, actually with that, I should probably end the TikTok live. Thank you guys for being here. If you want to continue watching me, just go search my name on YouTube. Go search my name on Twitch, Chris K Live, and yeah. Also, by the way, the IRGC is prescribed. Yeah, when did I endorse the IRGC? So thank you. Thank you for your commentary, Young Conservative Network. I really did want to talk to you, Young Conservative Network, but I can't subject my YouTube viewers to that. So... Okay. Brilliant. Right. I'm sorry that went on for so long. I guess I didn't do that. You got to filter the debates next. Yeah, I should have removed that guy earlier, way earlier, but you know, I didn't. So, what can I say? I'm sorry. I know not everyone enjoys it, but if you don't enjoy the debates, just feel free not to watch. They're not going to be an everyday thing. They'll be every other day now. So I'll probably do some debates, maybe on Sunday, because I won't stream tomorrow. Okay, right. They care when it comes to Babylonians, Persians are mixed with a lot. God. By the way, incredible talking and statements about do you know Charlie Kirk's assassin or alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson? Apparently his defense is using the argument that that the shooter should not get the death penalty because he hit his intended target, which is crazy. That is genuinely crazy. So because he's a good shot, they're claiming he doesn't deserve the death penalty. So remember, Mr. Tyler, he's, yeah. Pregnant women who miss their period. Oh, God. Such chat with people on the left. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to do that soon. I think I'm going to do a Discord thing where I welcome people from the chat to come up and chat about an issue that they want to talk about that they don't think I'm so good on. Nah, Iran isn't as observant as you'd imagine. It would be like 99% like people who are technically Muslim, but of people there, it's not as observant as you imagine. I need to turn my mic down slightly. Sorry, guys. Sorry if it was too loud there. I'll turn it down to a more amicable temperature. By the way, I've been certainly enjoying this. I don't know if you guys have seen this emerging genre of of people talking about Ahmad al-Shara, when asked why he split with Al-Qaeda Central. Salafi jihadism 1 was crazy. I've been very much enjoying this. There's an Assad version too. This one. Asked on why he overthrew Salah Jadid, President Assad responded, Ba'athism 1 was crazy. Which, you know, he's got a point. And then the final one, which I loved, is another meme on Ahmad al-Shara. Ahmad al-Shara, when asked why he split with Al-Qaeda Central, Jihadism 1 was crazy. Actually, that's the same one, just stolen, but it's a good tweet message. I loved it. I just had those both in there, so I do apologize for that. I love those tweets. Sorry, very warm. It's 30 degrees in the UK, so I'm certainly cooking, but what can you do? I also really, just speaking of this, Senator Kennedy had a beautiful statement.
President Harris, no disrespect, but Vice President Harris is no longer relevant. She had her shot and she missed. She can cozy up to the moo-moo linens all she wants to. But she has me confused with somebody who cares what she thinks. I mean, she's yesterday.
Who is Senator Kennedy? That is a banger, calling people the Lululemons. Senator Kennedy. John Kennedy, Louisiana politician. He looks crazy. He looks like some sort of bird. Don't like him, but I liked his statement talking about the Lululemons. In Ireland, it's 25 degrees. Oh, God, it's 33 degrees in the UK right now with no aircon in a hot attic with my PC pumping out heat. So, yeah, it's quite something. He's a vile creature, yeah. Look up the video of him reading smut on the Senate floor. I don't remember that. I don't want to get it. Yeah. Lululemon. Yeah, he's obviously mocking Lululemon and Lenin. Oh, also, by the way, I cannot believe this tweet. So Ethan and Gila Klein's favorite, guy with an amazing take on Israel and Palestine, who we should all be listening to way, 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 way more. Hen Mazik has come up with one of the most insane statements. So Hen Mazik is very upset and loves Eurovision. Okay. Breaking. Eurovision is changing their rules again. So this comes in response to, I don't know if you guys have heard this, but Eurovision rule change. So Eurovision have done a new rule change where if you're a country at war, you can no longer host it if you win. Basically, this is to ensure that if Israel wins, that there's no Eurovision in Israel, basically, because Israel is in a hyper state of war. You should have changed it to whether they're occupied. But Hen Mazik has made one of the most insane statements imaginable. When a New York Times Eurovision investigation found that Europeans voted for Israel, they cut the public's votes in half. This is so weird. Describing him as a bizarro Hassan Piker is a pretty apt description. This guy is so unusual, and the level of lying that he's willing to engage in is truly magnificent, okay? So there's a video already on my channel, which I'm sure some of you have seen, which is called Israel is Destroying Eurovision, which is kind of about this. But the New York Times published 2 investigations that said how to win Eurovision with just a few hundred votes. They basically showed that Israel was easily influencing the song contest, or at least could have influenced it. Sorry, I'm going to actually hide this reply because I don't like it. Hide reply. I'm using my powers over on X to deal with people who I don't like their behavior. And then the second one is a Times investigation into how Israel turned Eurovision's stage into a soft power tool. If you remember this is basically the article where how Eurovision Israel... New York Times. I might need to go on Unwalled. Give me a second. Oh no, here it is. Okay. Vote 2020. Encourage. So basically, this is just the article about how... Oh, that's why it's not showing up. I do need to go on New York Times. I'll need to go on Unwalled. Give me a second. Unwall, it's called. Sorry. I'm actually not encouraging stealing articles at all. This is just because I need it instantly and I forgot my New York Times login. Vote 20 times. Yeah, so this is it. Basically, they were talking about how Israel encouraged its followers to vote 20 times. But in Hen Mazig's reading, apparently Europeans were voting overwhelmingly for Israel. And that's why the poor world just couldn't have poor little Israel winning the Eurovision Song Contest. I mean, I am just really interested in the world in which these people live, that they treat this guy as some normal source. Like, this is just a lie. Today they added then brought the jury votes back and decided maybe it would be best if we competed with no flags at all. Today they added a new rule. A winner in a sensitive geopolitical situation is automatically barred from hosting. When Ukraine won mid-invasion, the EBU asked the BBC to host in Ukraine's name. That win was honoured. When Israel came second at last Eurovision, the network panicked and rewrote the rules. Every rule is rewritten the moment we might win under the old one. It's nothing more than a blatant attempt to keep the Jewish state out of sight. That's the New York Times investigation they'll never write. This guy is just crazy. This is actually just one of the craziest statements. First of all, I find it unbelievable that this man is treated with any sort of significance and acted as if he's normal. This man is anything but normal. He's fucking crazy, and the stuff he gets up to is even more insane. Claiming that this is a blatant attempt to keep the Jewish state out of sight is unbelievable. It is, like, truly unbelievable. I cannot in words describe how much I hate Hen Mazig. But just, yeah, misrepresenting the New York Times investigation, apparently finding that Europeans kept voting for Israel and they had to change the rules because of that, rather than the fact that people complained that Eurovision could easily be manipulated by the state of Israel by their public campaigns to encourage people to vote 20 times, and in certain countries swaying their votes definitely, is unbelievable. The no flags thing was invented by Ynet. Really? I know. That's the other thing. It's Schrodinger's anti-Semite. Everyone is anti-Semitic, but also most people in Europe actually support Israel. No flags makes less than no sense. Yeah, every country should just be allowed to display their flag, apart from Israel, because Israel shouldn't be competing in Eurovision. Israel should be permanently banned from Eurovision, because it is a torture, genocidal, apartheid state. That's why Israel shouldn't be there. And I would, by the way, I would like Israel to be out of sight. I think that that would be absolutely brilliant, and I think it would be beneficial to everyone in the bloody world. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's fucking insane. We have a couple of other things on the docket today. A couple of other things. There's a crazy Monroe Doctrine article, but I can't really talk about it as of right now. I guess... Oh, yeah. Have any of you heard about this? So do you remember yesterday we covered that story about Trump hiding in his plane? Apparently, the CIA... This is the Hormuz report, but this is what it actually comes from. CIA had low confidence about Iranian threat before Trump switched planes in Turkey. So... Israel is alleged to have fed the CIA fake Iranian assassination plots against Donald Trump to manipulate US foreign policy and damage Trump's growing ties with Turkey, per WAPO. CIA had low confidence in the intelligence. US officials believe that Israel fabricated the threat to push Trump to restart the war on Iran. The alleged plot was relayed to Trump during his July 8th visit to Turkey, prompting an elaborate Secret Service operation where Trump was secretly flown to Britain. Israel's warning was not about saving Trump's life. It was about shaping US policy. A former official said it fit a broader pattern of Israeli intelligence designed to influence presidential decision-making. Turkish officials believe the report was fabricated to derail Trump's Iran negotiations and block Turkey's F-35 acquisition. It is actually unbelievable that this is just real, that this is what Israel is up to. People literally want to maintain to you that this, like these right-wingers want to maintain to you that Israel is somehow the greatest ally that we've ever had as Westerners, but also simultaneously that it's like this amazing spy state when it just makes stuff up. I think it was also pretty obvious that they wanted to do that. And it's not because you're in Europe, but because European broadcast mission. But why is Israel a part of that too? It is literally just to do with whether you're part of the EBU and whether European broadcasting works in your country. It's probably a money thing. Isn't Germany pro-Israel in general? Yes. Germany is just pro-Israel. Part of it's like a guilt historical for what was done. And also I think part of it's just because Germans are racist as shit generally. And, you know, they did the extermination of Jewish people. So... Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's pretty insane. By the way, there is actually currently just... Oh, sorry, I'm accidentally playing CNN. There is actually currently an unbelievable story unfolding in the West Bank. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this story right now that's coming out of the West Bank. Basically, Israeli settlers in the Palestinian village of Kusra are besieging 3 family homes, and they have been for nearly a week. The settlers have cut off all of the water. Listen to this, okay? So Palestinians have been told by the Israeli military to leave their homes because Israeli settlers have cut off power and water supplies since Sunday. They've also, by the way, banned food from going in because they've effectively blockaded it. It is unbelievable. It is truly unbelievable. And the Israelis have now declared it a military zone. They're taking over Palestinian homes so that they can apparently rout the Israeli settlers. But it's just not true. it is actually one of the most insane stories that I've heard. Yeah, even Mike Huckabee has been talking about it, but he's like, the Israeli soldiers are doing so well. And, oh, it's just a crazy gang. He's also been posting that the IOF went to Qusra to remove illegal trespassers there to intimidate Palestinian residents. It's just not accurate to say Israel nor the embassy in Jerusalem did nothing to protect Palestinian homeowners. Motherfucker, these people kill Palestinians over anything. Like, these settlers for 5 consecutive days have been besieging the home of an American citizen in the Palestinian village of Qusra in the occupied West Bank, leaving the family trapped there. Look at what these fuckers are up to. And, like, the Israeli military shoots Palestinians for doing less. Like, there is just a gang of settlers, and the White House have intervened and is now seeking clarification from Israel over why Israeli settlers have been allowed to maintain a 5-day siege of a Palestinian home belonging to an American citizen. And Huckabee is saying the White House has been very involved in the IOF, and Israeli police have gone out at our request to remove the Israeli terrorists doing this. The actions of those doing this to this family's home is criminal. The White House hasn't intervened because we kept DC apprised of the situation already. Actions by those who carried out this horrific act of terror meant to intimidate and harass this family are disgusting. But the thing is like, what are the Israelis actually doing about this? This has been going on for 5 days and they're claiming they can't stop it. Al Jazeera spoke to the man, by the way, who's experiencing it as well. So I'll show you this. But it is just a truly unbelievable story. Hold on, let me put on my headphones and restart this. The government is doing nothing. No. They sent soldiers who are there to really do something. I swear, they're there to do something. They're going to help the Palestinians. They are.
Israeli settlers have besieged 3 Palestinian families in their homes in the occupied West Bank as part of an ongoing attempt to steal their land. Security camera footage from...
By the way, it's also noted in that BBC article that the settlers had their tent taken away. Like, this is... Just sorry, quickly before we play this video. In other footage, the Israeli forces appear to have confiscated the canopy under which the settlers were sheltering while leaving their other equipment. So sorry, they just took the canopy and left the settlers with other equipment. And Huckabee's like, we intervened, I swear.
From a village south of Nablus shows settlers and soldiers surrounding one of the homes. Families have told Al Jazeera settlers have been blocking the entrances to at least 3 homes since Sunday using rocks and tents. Israeli forces have failed to clear them. One Palestinian woman has made a plea from inside her home.
احنا محاصرين من المستوطنين بس احنا صامدين باذن الله تعالى مش رح نطلع من دارنا مهما صار رغم قطع المي والكهرباء بنظل صامدين باذن الله برغم اعتداءاتهم المتكرره واللي.
By the way, do you want to know one of the funny things about Israel's genocide and South Africa's case on the Israeli genocide? What they said was that basically the statements from those at the top of the Israeli military and the political elite have filtered down into the population, and that the Israeli population at large is acting on what their government has said. So I think that that is a really apt description of what's actually going on here, because if you look at it, these people are just following exactly what their government and military are doing in Lebanon and also Gaza.
تهدف انها تهجرنا احنا باذن الله رح نضل صامدين وقاعدين في دورنا حتى لو استشهدنا احنا بنطالب انه نندفن في دارنا حتى تبقى شاهد على جرائم المستوطنين في حق.
Also, by the way, I love how people are like, Palestinians have a martyr culture, but you're literally listening to a woman who's like, I don't want to leave my home. Because part of it, she knows she probably won't be allowed to go back to her home ever. She won't be allowed to go back to her home ever. But also, the other aspect of it is she's like, I wish to be a witness and die in my own home rather than just dying a landless person. How can the IOF not stop a couple of kids? They must be utterly useless. Because they just fire some tear gas at these people. When it comes to Palestinians, they brutalize them, they arrest them, they torture, they use live ammunition against them, they kill women, men and children. It's just...
وحق شعبنا الفلسطيني.
Let's now speak to Loe Reedy. He's an American Palestinian who owns a house in the village of Kusra, where his brother and nephew are currently under siege by Israeli settlers. He joins us now from Toledo in Ohio. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us, Loe. What was the last conversation you had with your brother, and what did he tell you about what was happening in your home in Kusra right now?
Thank you for having me here. I've been in contact with my brother constantly in the last 4 days. This is the fourth day my brother has been under siege. And other two families of Yusuf Hassan and his brother Rizik, they have not allowed to leave the house. No one allowed to get on any supplies in the house as of...
I think also the other thing is when it comes to martyr culture is people are willing to die for causes that they believe in are just. Like, martyr culture exists in Western society as well. The notion that it doesn't is just insanity.
Yeah.
And you've been actually watching security camera footage from your home from Ohio. Tell us what you've seen outside the house.
Actually, I've been constantly watching the security cameras live on my phone, and I have it right now.
Like, genuinely, how can the Israeli military not stop this? These people are just sat here fucking having like a little tea party as they plot ways to starve Palestinians.
Now, you see the IDF and the settlers is still in front of my house. As we speak, and do not...
La boo-boo.
Gavin, I'm not sure I can read that out. I know what it means. Thank you for the €2.49. Thank you for the incredibly kind donation. Thank you for supporting the channel as always, my man. The judge guy will never be topped. Actually, to be fair, most of you missed the greatest ever TikTok debate because it was with some guy who's been on. But he came on, and this guy kept on maintaining over and over again that I was like pulling tricks on him because I kept playing a song that was like, and I kept playing Hanoi Hannah going, GI, you will, yeah.
Not doing anything about it.
So tell us a bit about who is in the house. You say your brother and his son, so your nephew, are trapped inside. How many other people in the house? Are they able to leave at all?
My brother Qusay and his son Ahmed, 18 years old, they are in the house. He does not want to leave the home because if he leaves the home, the settlers will take over immediately. What he's been asking...
Like, I'm sorry. When you read this BBC article, there's even a BBC article here called "More Troops to be Sent to the West Bank Village Besieged by Israeli Settlers." There's actually a video of them having tea with these Israeli settlers. What on earth is this?
And a simple demand, he only needs food and supplies. They cut off the electricity, they cut off the water lines. We only using a temporarily backup solar system right now on electricity, and they're using the well water that left over.
I genuinely cannot be... I genuinely cannot, like, I genuinely cannot believe that I have to read like that kind of nonsense from the BBC about how, like, yeah, it's, you know, it's things, it's like oh, it's fine, like, oh, you know, they're sending the military there. It's like, motherfucker, the military are just drinking with them. Many stand your ground Americans will see this and still not understand. And also, this goal to portray Palestinian culture as a whole as like violent and evil, when you actually watch people who are besieged in their homes and their instantaneous reaction, because I mean, obviously Israel will kill them, but their instantaneous reaction is not like, oh my God, I'm overtaken by a desire to just harm and kill Jewish people. Oh my God. Also, by the way, I don't know if you guys realize, look at the new emote that's on YouTube. It's finally there.
Over from the last winter.
So how much food do they have left? You say they can't get any more food. Access to water has been restricted. Electricity has been cut. How difficult are the conditions inside the house?
It's really very, very difficult. He just told me I only have supplies for 2-3 days left.
Oh, also, all of that about the IOF feeling powerless to stop. Like, individuals in the IOF, yeah, they, you know what, actually, no, they can't do anything. They should mutiny. Israeli soldiers should mutiny. If they cared so much about a two-state solution, they would mutiny. The other day, Israeli soldiers mutinied because they weren't allowed to haze people and have signs. They mutinied. Apparently, we just hit 10 out of 10 subscribers on Twitch somehow. Yeah, I had to, the YouTube chat's been censored.
And if
might appreciate subs on the vid. Oh shit, yeah, sorry. I'll put on subs. Apologies.
No one able to provide us food, then I'm not sure what else I can do. And that's what we've been demanding for a basic demand that we need.
Yeah, even Americans used to frag in Nam. Burgers! Zedman, thank you so much for the 2 months with Prime. My goat. Also, as always, if anyone's on Twitch having a Prime, throw that shit my way. Maybe we'll hit 20 out of 20 subs one day.
Food and supplies to my brother's house.
And just to be clear, the Israeli security forces, are they aware that your family is trapped inside the house? What, if anything, are they doing?
Like, I'm sorry, also, how can soldiers not just barge through these kids and be like, you need, and they're not kids really, how can you not barge through these people and just be like, I will kill you if you don't let me go take food? Like, that's a starving, and this is the other thing, by the way, there is a starving family inside of there. There is a family who will could potentially die of thirst, and these fucking people are just like, oh yeah, you know, they're trying their best. Like, what do you mean?
To protect them or get them out safely?
Basically, they did nothing. I mean, on day one, when
they're just having fucking food with the settlers.
Build a tent. My brother called the police, and they dispatched the IDF. And like in half an hour, 1 hour later, IDF vehicle approached the area. And my brother had hope, and he was shocked that they got down and started praying behind the settlers in the same tent, and that videos all over social media. And since then, they're preventing anyone to go.
I mean, just like, I'm sorry. It is just, I expect as much from Israeli as Nazi soldiers. Yeah, but didn't even some Nazi, oh wait, I know what you mean, but didn't even some Nazis like reject it? Like reject, like and mutiny, and I guess that's Germans generally. Where are the Israelis who fight back? Like genuinely, who pick up, they have, all of them have military training. Why do they never fight back? Why? I actually think, by the way, if any of you, I've told you about this, Kershaw's, you will actually, even if you've never read Ian Kershaw's concept, his book, Ian Kershaw's thought is this thing called working towards the Führer, which is basically this idea that Nazism operated by Hitler staying out of things because there was this overarching goal of working towards his desires. The thing with the The thing with Israelis, okay, is they're all working towards Zionism. It's not like the idea of one man. They all work towards this same goal, which is preserving a Jewish state in Palestine. That's why there's no, like, mutiny. That's why there's no fighting back, because people care more about working towards Zionism than they do working towards peace or the lives of Palestinians or people having a decent life. There are imagine right now the size of protests, even in the USA. Imagine right now if there was a white nationalist gang who would cut off water to a black American family's home. They'd cut off food. They were intentionally starving them. I know a lot of you talk about like how sucky American culture is, but I am 100% sure that Americans would be at least protesting that profusely. That if the police were sat there having drinks with the white nationalists as they literally cut off, you know, food and water. And I have low standards of British people, but I know the protests of that. If there was direct collaboration between our military and white nationalists as a family were being starved because of their ethnicity, that there would be humongous protests, that would cause an outrage in our country. In this country, it's just normal practice where you're like, the IOF is doing the right thing. We all need to serve. Like, by the way, I want to remind you that Gila Klein of the H3 podcast with her dumbass husband who claims not to be a Zionist said that this was totally normal, that you don't need to explain in serving in the Israeli military. I think Israel is more the case of indoctrination. I like the idea of working towards Zionism. I think working towards the Fuhrer would actually be very apt for Trump. I wonder if someone's written about that. But working towards the Fuhrer, Trump. Oh my god, there's an article here called Gooning Towards the Fuhrer as Policy Coordination. Gooning towards the Kanzler is what's going on in this chat. There are microcosms. I know that there are. That's been the case in Ferguson for over a decade. What do you think there's an example of white nationalists specifically like grouped outside of someone's home that are like cutting off, that is apparently opposed by most people in the society? But no, I think like, I think one of the other things that I'm saying like about, Hitler is like working towards, I don't know, I think working towards Zionism is an apt description of what it's called.
On that mountain to reach our house or our neighbor house. And today, the IDF came in, they demolished the tent, they clashed with the settlers, over 50, 60 settlers attacked the IDF. Then after 2 hours later, they left, and they left the settlers behind them. They were unable to evacuate the settlers because they were not firm with them. They were not doing anything they should have picked them up in vans and took them away. This is an Area B designated by
the fact that you don't get arrested for literally throwing stones at the IOF if you are Jewish, and people try and tell you that there's no apartheid is mental.
Palestinian authorities in Area B, it's for the Palestinians.
Loai, you are American, your brother is not. You've contacted the U.S. Embassy and your congressional representative, I believe. What exactly have the American officials told you?
We contacted the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, and we got an immediate response back that you should reach out to the local police department.
Sorry for laughing. I mean, this is awful, but reach out to the local police. What, the horrible, the Israelis? Yeah, basically, they're blocking the road so that the Israeli forces can't drive cars on it.
And keep us updated.
Oh shit! Sorry.
They're preventing anyone to go, and they clash with the settler left because they were designated by.
You are American. Your brother is not.
We contacted the U.S.
Hello, Mahdi. I hope you're well.
Embassy in Jerusalem, and we got an immediate response back that you should reach out to the local police department and keep us updated. We reached to Marcy Capture office here locally in Ohio, They are going to escalate it to the State Department, to the White House, and they are working on it as we speak. And there's a lot of promises in the local offices here that they will help. But right now, we're not seeing anything on the ground has changed yet.
If I could just ask you one more question, Loai. Your 18-year-old nephew is inside that house, your brother. Watching all of this remotely, what are you most afraid could happen to him and your brother?
Well, that is my fear and my frustration every day, every night that I'm watching live, that they are being harassed and attacked by the settlers. And absolutely, there is nothing I could do about it. The only thing, I call my brother. I say, call the police, stay at home, don't do anything until they come. And it's just, they live in fear. We live in fear overseas here, 6,000 miles away. And we live in this moment by moment. I just want to add one more thing. This situation has been going on for months. They started on the top of the mountain. They attacked my other brother's house, and he's an American citizen. It's still under construction. They're not allowing him to finish his house. And then that tent, the one they built, it's owned by my other brother. He's another U.S. citizen. And they're not allowing none of us to go on and provide food to our own brother and his son.
Loai, I really hope the situation resolves itself.
I mean, it is just this story is one of the most unbelievable stories coming out of the West Bank in ages. Jeremy Diamond has been talking about it a lot, the CNN guy. Soldiers showed up to these homes this morning and ordered Palestinians to evacuate. They ordered the Palestinians to evacuate their homes.
From this Palestinian home is the same from every angle. Israeli settlers everywhere you look. For days now, they've set up camp and...
I feel like, I'm sure that, so this is the CNN report, okay? I feel like when you're showing this, so we're at 12 seconds, this image that's on the middle left might be the most important one to focus on, because there's literally some guys in military uniform having fucking tea with the settlers.
Israeli settlers everywhere you look. For days now, they've set up camp and surrounded 3 homes on this hilltop in the occupied West Bank, in a bid to force the residents out and take over. They've cut water and power lines and have tried to stop anyone from approaching. All of this is illegal, and yet this is what happened when Palestinian residents first called the Israeli military. The soldiers joined the settlers in prayer.
They start hugging the settlers and they start praying.
What the fuck? What do you think of the UK and US general opinion of Al Jazeera? Often they are maligned for being Qatari-owned to dismiss any news. I mean, yeah, they are maligned, but I think that they're, you know, I think a lot of people now rate them, especially after post-October the 7th, as a news source.
With the settlers, and absolutely did nothing to protect my brother and his son.
Luai Riddi owns one of those houses. A Palestinian American, he's watched all of this unfold from Ohio. And this is what he saw on Wednesday. The Israeli military trying and ultimately failing to remove the settlers from the area. Hours later...
I'm sorry, that is not them trying to remove settlers. Will there be an intifada? I'm not Palestinian, neither do I live in the West Bank, so I don't really have a barometer on whether there is going to be an intifada. Like, I think the problem with an intifada now is, like, Israel is at a point where they literally just torture, kill, demolish the homes of anyone who does anything, and it's created a climate of fear, so Palestinians are scared.
Later, we drive up the hill to see if anything has changed.
I think, unfortunately, the groups of, like, all you can really do is just document it. Like, that's all you can do as, like, an international solidarity activist, you know? And by the way, international solidarity activists can't even get here. The Israelis have blocked them.
So these are actually the 3 homes that have been besieged by these settlers for 4 days now. We're going to try and climb up this hill and see if we can get past the settlers who are blocking the area.
The settlers are still there, and so are 2 Israeli soldiers who order us to stop and turn off our vehicle.
It's, imagine if, do you know what is? Imagine if there was, like, regular footage. If if Gila Klein had been in the West Bank in recent years, there would just be regular footage of her like on a raid doing stuff like this, or at least her mates, you know. Maybe they'd have footage of like we took a secretary on a raid in the West Bank gone wrong.
The soldier tells me this is now a closed military area and that we're interfering with military activity. An IDF spokesperson said the order does apply to the settlers, but it's clearly not being enforced.
They're telling us that it's a closed military zone, that we're not allowed to be here. But at the same time, we're seeing multiple Israeli settlers who are here, who are not being made to leave, and who are continuing to block the access to these homes.
Down the hill, we call Luai's brother, Kusai, who's been staying in his home.
Kusai, this is the closest we're able to get to your home, unfortunately. How are you doing? Do you still have supplies?
The food I have is going to run out in 2 to 3 days. Beyond that, I have no food, nothing, he says. But at the same time, even if I run out of food, I will not leave the house.
So do you have any hope that these settlers are actually going to be kicked out of this area?
Honestly, from what I saw today, the settlers were monstrous, he explains. They even attacked the Israeli army, forcing them to fire sound grenades and tear gas. They have their eyes set on the house and this hilltop. They want to take it. The Israeli military says it is stepping up its efforts to rout the settlers, deploying an infantry battalion to the area to, quote, protect the residents and maintain security. But Kusai's fears aren't abstract. In recent weeks, settlers in this area have set fire to a mosque and besieged this home.
This right here is why those families are afraid to leave their homes. You can see Israeli settlers on the rooftop of this house here. 3 weeks ago, Palestinians were living in that house, but it's been taken over by Israeli settlers.
With a mess.
Like, morally, it is just insane that this is something that is happening, because this isn't like some abstract thing around colonialism that's like that requires explanation. This is just like, and not to say that that doesn't mean that it's not important to understand stuff. This is literally just like a certain ethnic group thieving Palestinian land. By the way, do you know what that flag is there? I think I might be covering it. No, I'm not. Do you know that's the Chabad flag? So I don't want to hear stuff about like, oh, well, Zoran's just the mayor of New York. There is a Chabad flag flying above a building in the West Bank. I'm sorry, if you are sat there telling me that there's just nothing that guy can do, then you are lying. Zoran has a multitude of different options that he could actively undertake to punish people. Then you don't even have to punish Chabad generally. Go on, rout the people in Chabad who go fund this, who show solidarity with Jewish people whose only goal in life is to thieve as much land from Palestinians as possible. Go on.
Messianic flag now flying above it. These settlers want their presence known. From one hill.
Like, I'm not exaggerating, by the way. He just called it a messianic flag. That's the Chabad flag. I promise you, that's the Chabad flag.
Top to the next.
Like, yeah, listen to this. More than a dozen families in Qusra have been ordered out of their homes by Israeli soldiers, which are temporarily using them as military outposts. The IOF says that this is part of an operation to rout the settlers from the area. Right, okay, Okay, full report here. My God. Like, this is just unbelievable. The Israeli settlers, please, you can call him Zioran if you want, just please don't call him Zogran. Here you go. The Israeli army has now ordered Palestinian residents in Qusra, who are already being besieged in their home, to evacuate within 1 hour for a military operation in the area expected to last days. This morning, Israeli soldiers told the besieged families they would have to leave their home for 3 days because of the operation, yet the Israeli army has so far failed to remove the Israeli settlers. How on earth is this real? How on earth do you ever hear people who defend this nonsense? I'll see what Andre X has been posting. They're also, by the way, as this is happening, Herd of Justice is talking about how, in the past couple of days, while all eyes are on Kusra, settlers intensified their attacks on the Bedouin communities of Taibeh. They cut fences and electricity lines, broke security cameras, and threw stones at the homes.
To the people.
Also, by the way, here's what happens when Andre X tried to do something.
We're trying to sneak to Kusra Fortress, a Palestinian house which is under siege by the settlers. But the settlers control the hill. So we need to sneak up from the side where they don't see us and enter very quickly. Otherwise we'll be attacked. We want to send food to the people.
Like, I will say, one take I didn't like was when people like, oh, this guy just moved to Palestine to be an influencer. I don't know, if you're doing anything in Israel and you remain there, I think that this is fine. Like, you are actively trying to make things better for people, and you are risking your life and safety, by the way, going against what the settlers are doing. Like, it's incredible. It's fucking incredible when there are, like, videos here of this guy just saying, oh, it's a closed military zone with settlers walking behind him.
אנשים אין להם אוכל, אין להם מים, אין להם כלום לאנשים.
I will say as well, just like literally, just having images of this kind of stuff is important.
בני אדם שם, בלי אוכל, בלי מים.
בקשתי מכם לצאת מכאן, קדימה. קדימה.
למה אתה לא אומר את זה למתנחלים?
קדימה, לצאת מכאן, קדימה.
אל תיגע בי. למה אתם מתנחלים עדיין שם? למה? אתם מתנחלים
למה אתה מפריע לי בעבודה?
מה העבודה שלך? רצח עם, כיבוש, זה העבודה שלך? זה הם! זה מתנחלים! זה המתנחלים! זה המתנחלים! עכשיו בבית של הפלסטינים! למה הם שם?
So the settlers are staying literally at the Palestinian house.
As the army declared the closed military zone, the settlers are doing a barbecue. We're trying to get the children out of the house, so we'll see how that goes.
احنا واقفين قبل الفيلا بشوي، جنود موجودين قدام الامبولانس. אתם חוזרים אחורה לקוסרה. כולם? כן, כולכם. אבל צריכים ללכת... לא, אתם חוזרים אחורה לקוסרה. זה הפקודות. למה? ככה. זה הפקודות. אתם לא אמורים להגיע לפה.
זה אמבולנס.
סבבה, אתם חוזרים אחורה דרך הכפר לקוסרה.
אבל זה אמבולנס.
סבבה.
צריכים ללכת לאנשים ש...
אוקיי. מפה אין לכם לאף מקום. אתם הולכים לקוסרה.
אתם לא נראים לי ממהרים, אף אחד פה לא נראה לי הכל בסדר.
אבל למה הם פה?
זה השטח שלהם.
تربي بالك بيجي مستوطن وفي كمان هذا فوق روح هلا روح
وين الجيش بيجوش؟
ما بيجوا هم كلهم مع بعض
ايدك
The army just told us to follow them to the outside of the village. It is likely that everybody in the ambulance right now is about to be arrested. I'm under arrest?
Like, I'm sorry, compare this report to the BBC. Compare this report about the BBC. The BBC was literally reporting, oh, the police are like trying. Look at this. Psst. Also, Israel just assassinated the Gaza chief of police. In Gaza, which is just... okay, guys, I'm going to go run and pee real quick. You guys can enjoy your new pee you can enjoy your new P emote on. You can enjoy your new P emote over on YouTube. So give me a second. What's it called?
انتفاضة 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 بالمولوتوف بالحجارة أصنع دولتي بالمولوتوف بالحجارة أصنع دولتي بالمولوتوف بالحجارة تزهو طفولتي بالمولوتوف بالحجارة تكبر قوتي تكبر قوتي تكبر قوتي بالمولوتوف بالحجارة أصنع ثورتي بالمولوتوف بالحجارة أصنع دولتي بالمولوتوف بالحجارة تزهو طفولتي بالمولوتوف بالحجارة تكبر قوتي تكبر قوتي تكبر قوتي Welcome to the Burger Right. يا شهداء الانتفاضة يا بنات المجد يا شهداء الانتفاضة يا بنات المجد سطرتم ملاحم البطولة رفعتم رايات الحرية سطرتم ملاحم البطولة رفعتم رايات الحرية عبدتم بدمائكم دروب النصر تكبر قوتي تكبر قوتي بالمولوتوف بالحجارة أصنع ثورتي بالمولوتوف بالحجارة أصنع
Hello, everyone. God, I lost so many viewers over on YouTube. Damn. I don't know what's going on there. Matthew Lewis, 42. Thank you for supporting the channel as always. Thank you for becoming a member. It's incredibly kind. I'm seeing a lot of Wii emotes up in there. Okay, right. Let's go on and do some other news now. That is just the most insane story. Genuinely, the most insane story. Okay. Oh yeah, have any of you seen this story? There's apparently a mutiny going on. Like, almost, well, not a mutiny, but people are just trying to jump ship from the US Navy. Apparently, there was someone else who claimed this about the so this is about the Abraham Lincoln. The Navy is denying the reporting, but listen to this. Someone said, okay, why isn't there milk? So this is Aaron Parnas who's texting someone. By the way, this guy's also so dumb, the sailor who he's texting to. So the supply ship that comes here can't bring fruits and stuff because it can't stay fresh long enough with the time it gets them to get here. I don't know what, this guy's so dumb. He can't even text. Wow. Any idea who is supposed to come relieve you guys in August? So we haven't had anything fresh but meat because it's freezed. Sometimes it gets here rotten, repulsive. Yeah, families are just as frustrated as the people on the boat. This deployment is the worst one, and I pray no other boat goes through the same. Even people that have been deployed 100 times claim this one to be the worst and believe it can get worse than this. The Navy does not care. The mission will always come first. I was talking to some random dude at the smoke pit, and he was saying it's an experiment. The government is bro, they're inventing conspiracy theories about Pete Hegseth trying to conduct experiments on them. It's an experiment the government is doing to see how far they can push sailors' limits of being out to sea with the worst experience. I don't know anymore. I know my family needs me, and the Navy is not being fair right now, taking me away far longer than expected. Worst part, my expectations were already at an all-time low, but as per usual, the Navy beats those too by going lower than hell. So there's that. By the way, all of these people love to talk about how brave they are as soldiers. People were literally just like freezing during the Second World War, and they were actually fighting at least a war that had a justification. Yeah, I guess that's the truth. All of these people know deep down that what they're doing is immoral and wrong, so they don't give a shit about what they're actually doing. But yeah, they are just war criminals. But yeah, let's have a listen to what's actually going on. Apparently there's a trying to jump ship.
A shocking new report that multiple sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln have tried to jump overboard amid poor conditions and mental stress on the ship. This is according to new reporting from the Military Times, which spoke to the wife.
It is also incredible. The IRGC, there were claims that there was going to be a mutiny of 40,000 people in the IRGC by Reza Pahlavi. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know, it's fucking insane.
Of one of those sailors who says she's spoken to her husband only a handful of times since he tried to jump. He is now on a medical hold. The Military Times is also reporting severe food shortages on board and that sailors are running out of just basic needs, toothpaste, deodorant, soap. This crew has...
It's incredible how much the US spends on this. But do you remember the story that the toilets weren't working as well?
It's been at sea for 9 months amid Trump's war in Iran. That includes 250 consecutive days without setting foot on land. 250 consecutive days. That is a record. Out front now, Natalie Olivero. She is the Military Times journalist who broke the story, and she is also a Navy veteran. Natalie, I appreciate your time. I mean, the details you have in this story are really stunning. I mean, my jaw drops. You know, we're talking about the USS Abraham Lincoln, and you're talking about things that I think people struggle to understand are happening in the U.S. military. You've spoken directly with some of these families, and you're reporting on incidents involved.
I think tried to jump off is basically that they tried to get up to the top deck of because you're probably just not allowed to go where they have all of the planes on the Abraham Lincoln. So they probably were like trying to get up there, and they were like, let me jump, I need to jump. The Iranians have beat our ass so bad, I need to jump, wah, wah. But also, don't forget, this does just in part come from the fact that they all know what they're doing is so disgustingly immoral and pointless.
Sailors apparently trying to jump overboard. You spoke to the wife of one of them, I know.
And yes, she does look unusual.
And her husband served in the Navy for more than a dozen years, 13 years. So what have you learned?
Thanks for having me, Erin, and for covering this story. Speaking with Miss Saloma, she is extremely worried and concerned about how her husband is actually doing. And until she can be in front of him and see him with her own eyes, she's not really going to be able to answer that question. And facing the stresses that every military spouse faces when theirs is deployed, as being a solo parent at home with 3 little kids. So not being able to have answers or direction is really challenging right now for her especially.
So, you know, look, these incidents are very disturbing. I mean,
I don't really care about the whining. I want to hear more about US soldiers suffering. I want to hear more about how their deployment to go and blow up Iranians is going horrendously.
What would drive someone to be at a point where they would be willing to do that, obviously, is distressing to consider. But the families of sailors aboard the Lincoln are telling you about incidents like this. They're also telling you about some of these other truly stunning details, that the sailors are often hungry because there isn't enough food, that basic supplies, toothpaste, deodorant aren't easy to get. Now, back in April, you know, and this has been going on a long time, we talk about this ship 250 days in a row without setting foot on land, a record.
She looks like Daffy Duck or something. I also normally would be like, oh, guys, don't talk about it. But, you know, people would talk about Clavicula's botched nose job. This is crazy. That is some botched-ass plastic surgery. Who has done this?
So this has been going on a long time. In April, Secretary Hegseth, dismissed reports about inadequate food. He said it was fake news. So
imagine going on a date with her and you're just like telling her your life story and she's just stood there like,
what's the reaction to from the families that you're speaking to? They don't get to talk to their loved ones on board that ship that often. What's their reaction when the defense secretary calls this all fake news?
She bought one from the veterans who are suffering.
Confusion, hurt, lack of.
Oh, God. I love how the US is like, oh, yeah, we've got this warrior culture. And these people who are apparently like the most hardened warriors in the world are just unable to even go to, are unable to even spend a couple of months on a ship.
Understanding. They're constantly seeking some kind of reassurance or information. There's a lot of conflicting reports, a lot of different information, especially on social media within different groups.
Yeah, no, this has nothing to do with probably what this lady looks like. This lady looks like this because she's got crazy amounts of stuff injected into her, I think, and crazy amounts of surgery done.
Groups and small community pages. Those are the pages where organic conversations and relationships exist. Those aren't deep fakes or AI dupes being created. These are where families go to communicate. This is a lifeline for families who really never receive an instruction manual on how to handle your time when your loved one is deployed. So families are feeling left in the dark, and all families are agreeing that it is absolutely unacceptable and unthinkable to imagine.
No, I think it's acceptable. I may not be a family, but I think this is acceptable, and if anything, it is moral. Like, I don't care. You're on a ship deployment to go kill Iranians. You're doing nothing positive for the world.
Well, it's unthinkable, I think, for any American to hear this reporting, frankly, and deeply disturbing to imagine that sailors who are serving this country, going 250 days without setting foot on land, 9-month deployment, would have food shortages or any. It's upsetting.
Her face is so weird. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking about ladies. I'm a good man at heart, and you're right. I shouldn't be defining standards of beauty, but this is wild. This is wild. Anytime she's interacting with something, her eyes are like wide open, and she can't express emotion.
So we reached out to the Navy, Natalie, about your report, and they responded in a statement, and they said, quote, "We have not observed an increase in suicidal ideations or attempts aboard the ship. We are not experiencing an uptick in mental health issues aboard Abraham Lincoln." I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to that.
My first question to that is an increase from what baseline? No increase from when? What does that measurement window look like? We did request deck logs and multiple FOIAs.
No, I do understand. I don't want to just comment on people's looks all the time. I called that, someone was explaining why I called that girl with a microphone egg lady. I called girl with a microphone an egg lady because she just has a humongous head that looks like an egg. Like she does. She looks insane, okay? And she's a horrible person. This lady, she is just, this is unbelievable how she looks. It is truly just magnificent. Fair play to her.
From the Navy. So hopefully we'll get those back and can review them independently. But until we do, all we have is our firsthand reporting and accounts from these family members who are experiencing this and living it day after day.
We've been hearing Donald Trump say the Strait of Hormuz is open. Everything is open, okay? Which we know is...
Also, sorry, someone reported this. So I've seen a lot of reporting, and no doubt a big thing that you Ukrainians have successfully done is to bring the war home to the Russians, which, by the way, is a crazy way to phrase it because obviously they're against it when Russia strikes Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. And I'm just noting this from here. Have any of you seen that, Ukraine is having a massive issue with the Black Sea blockade?
The scariest thing right now is we have nowhere to put this grain. And today, with the blockade Russia is imposing on Odessa and its ports, through which we have used to export about 4.5 million tons, this is truly a disaster for all farmers. But even worse is that we cannot get any money at the moment. That means the autumn fieldwork campaign is under threat, and so is the cultivation of our fields. Right now, for example, we are not cultivating our fields because we do not even understand why we should do it, why we should sow crops if there will be nowhere to sell them. If Ukraine does not sow its crops today, if Ukraine does not sow canola, which is needed by the Poles and the Germans, does not sow its wheat, does not sow its winter crops, and does not prepare the soil for spring work, then in a year's time we will see a clear food crisis. God does not give a person more trials than they can bear. So we keep going. What else can I say? There is no point in complaining, crying, or doing anything like that. We have to keep working.
Incredible.
Not true to the extent.
I don't know. It's not Ukraine's fault that they got invaded. I mean, it is definitely, like, it has gone on for so ridiculously long. But at the same time, you know, I don't expect Palestinians to give up their land. I'm not sure why I should expect Ukrainians, you know.
And he's implying. The USS Abraham Lincoln has been a part of that mission, and we are hearing these reports from on board. A congressman tweeted out a report saying that basically 5,000 sailors are on board. They're on month 9 of what was supposed to be a 7-month deployment, and the conditions are horrendous. Moldy showers, broken toilets, no hot water for weeks, meals that were down to half a cup of rice and 2 tortillas, stores out of deodorant, toothpaste, all this stuff. The Navy is saying, look, we haven't seen anything. Literally, their state.
Is GWB George W. Bush? It's their leadership's fault that they banned every political party that wants to negotiate instead of try to win against Russia. That's actually, by the way, how Zelensky came to power. Zelensky came to power on the basis of negotiating. The only thing that I don't like about the argument of, like, well, NATO and Ukraine, and I appreciate that, of, like, you know, overtures were made, and this notion that we can't be friendly with evil dictators because of it's not true, because I would prefer that we weren't, but this notion that the West cares about Putin because he's an evil dictator is just complete and utter bullshit. The thing is, though, is, like, I don't like this whole spheres of influence thing. I don't think Russia was ever going to invade Europe. I don't think it could take Europe, and I don't think it has a right to tell other countries what they can and can't do. Like, you know, I don't think Ukraine would have invaded it or NATO would have invaded Russia.
Is we have not observed an increase in suicidal ideations, and that they're taking it seriously. But I feel like this is not a random rumor. Like, how could things get to this point?
Look, every day, you know, you may have this that occurs kind of generally in the Navy, but I think it is clear this is a ramp up. Look, when I went to war,
investigation. Do you think there should be an investigation?
Oh, 100%.
Russia asked them repeatedly to stop what? What did Russia ask them to stop? Needs you to believe Russia is going to invade Europe. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Now Ukraine will lose everything. Well, I mean, there is a question. Like, Russia has not succeeded in that for 4 years, so it's just kind of like a never-ending meat grinder of just people dying. NATO is predicated. Yeah, I don't disagree necessarily with that. But I don't know. I don't feel like, you know, I don't feel like animosity towards Ukraine. There are many things to criticize, but, like, people's lives have been turned upside down by an invasion. I know the Soviet Union tried to get into NATO as well. NATO just, like, you know, NATO didn't want the Soviet Union or Russia to be part of it. Home ministers burned to death. The old government ministers of Ukraine got burned to death in the government building in Odessa. When? Yeah, I would say it's much larger of, like, the West, and I don't necessarily blame, like, Ukrainians. I don't know.
Yeah. When I went to war, like as an Air Force pilot, my deployments were 3 months because we would time out. We could only fly so much. But if you got extended even a week, it was like a blow to morale. Really, I'd be there and it's like, hey, you can't leave this Saturday. It's going to have to be next Saturday. It's like, ugh. And I wasn't even married. These guys, and men and women, having been extended multiple times, that.
You don't like how who is working with terrorist groups? Russia or Ukraine? Because Russia works with plenty of repugnant organizations. Weren't the Wagner group were in Sudan, no? Group Sudan. The Wagner were in Sudan, right? I know, yeah. I don't know what they were doing in Sudan, though. I'm not actually an expert on Wagner at all. Union's house fire, Odessa. Ukraine has been aiding attacks in Mali. Yeah, and Russia's been aiding attacks in Libya. They propped up Haftar in Libya, and Haftar's like not exactly a good guy, you know. The notion that this is like something specifically bad that Ukraine does, Russia's reach and scale of the bad things it's done are far larger.
That is a huge blow to morale. And then if the Navy, which they aren't, giving them an end date, saying we're going to be out of here in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and then on the food side, fresh fruit, stuff like that, that has to be taken out by ship out into the middle of this dangerous area. So it's difficult to get it out there. It's difficult to get it out there fresh. If you do get fresh fruit, you have to eat it pretty quickly because you can't keep it on board. And it just creates pretty
And you're
bad
talking
conditions.
fresh fruit. I mean, at this point, I don't know if there's like an MRE or something.
Right.
You're talking a cup of rice, and the doctor's saying people are going to start losing their minds.
Yeah.
I think the other reason we care about this is because the Navy is being asked to sustain a massive mission. And do we have the ability to do that? And is this a red flag?
Yeah, this is a huge red flag. I mean,
Ukraine are attacking Iran. They still. What do you mean? How is Ukraine attacking Palestine more than Russia is?
And plus, again, the administration is saying we're going to sustain this closure of the strait, which is totally open, that we control. We're going to.
Yeah, but like this argument about like the things that this argument that like, oh, they've done, you know, they're backing specific groups. Like you can find like a ton of things that like doing that kind of stuff. Ukrainian drone operators, Chris. What Ukrainian drone operators are what? Attacking Ukrainian drone operators, Gaza. What's this thing? I know he sent drone teams to, you know, to protect the things. They're helping Israel directly. What do you think Russia's doing? Russia's helping Israel directly as well. Like, I just... Zelensky went to Israel. Putin is a good friend of Israel as well, though. What do you mean? Zelensky? No, I'm aware that, like, he went there. But Russia... What do you mean? Like... Russian purchase of... Russia sent stolen Ukrainian grain over to Israel. Like, that was something that happened. Russia sends stolen Ukrainian grain to Israel. Like, look at this. Russia was selling stolen grain to Israel. Yeah, but if your argument is that, like, Ukraine is really, really, really bad because they're doing bad things related to things that you care about, what's Russia doing? Like, what's Russia doing in Libya? What if I have to... Like, Russia saved Libya. They saved Haftar in Libya. And Haftar's not, like, a good guy. It keeps Libya like a divided state. But I'm sure Russia supplies Russian
La Boubou.
It's saying here, Forbes is claiming that it's claiming here that Hezbollah had some Russian arms. I don't know much about that. Stuart, thank you for the £5. No war but class war. Like, obviously, yes, I'm going to support I'm obviously not going to support a war and be like, oh, I want it to continue. And I'm no fan of Zelensky, but I'm also not going to sit here and act like Russia's in a moral position here. Like, Russia did invade another country. The whole thing is like, Trump tries to justify all of his arguments on the basis of, oh, well, we have China and Hezbollah and whoever operating inside of Venezuela, so we have a right to go inside of Venezuela and all of this. Cornets. So are the arms coming through Iran to Hezbollah? But I'm sorry, I just think, like, when you look at these arguments of, like, well, Russia has a right to do whatever to Ukraine, they're the ones who still invaded. Like, they're the ones who carried out the invasion, Like, I'm sorry. Please read Aaron Mate's book. Maybe. I don't know. It's not my area of expertise, but I just think, like, the thing is when I look at this, I find it very hard to erase the fact that, like, Russia did invade. Like, Russia invaded another country. Like, what's the expectation? That people just accept it? I don't know. I don't know. Well, I mean, if all of the blame is on, like, Ukraine, and you're saying, like, Ukraine are doing all of these bad things, which, sure, I bet they are, but, like, Russia is not exactly much better in terms of, like, the things that they're doing in the Middle East. Like, their involvement there is not bit for their interest of most things, Like, the interest of the betterment of people's lives. Like, I'm just not a fan of it. I just want both to be held accountable. They need to stop harming POC. Is that people of color, do you mean? There's also, like, I don't know, just this notion that, like, it's a moral position from Russia. I'm sorry, I'm not such a fan of that. Like, I don't know. It's like Kurds. I don't have, like, an innate hatred for Kurdish people, even though Kurdish people have, like, their struggle is still legitimate against, like, being oppressed, right? Like, Kurdish people are undeniably oppressed. Kurdish history has been one of oppression, attempts at erasing Kurdish history and culture by a multitude of different governments and regimes, and very often they've been betrayed, but that doesn't mean I have animosity for the Kurds. I would, though, say, like, fuck Barzani and stuff, like, genuinely fuck Barzani and such. But, that's one person who isn't representative of the struggle. We've gone very off topic of the video at hand. Goodness me. I mean, a ceasefire would be for the best. I guess it's just I think it's just the best option is, like, you shouldn't just force people to cede land, because I don't think might makes right, and that you should just have a right to do whatever you want because you have more firepower and can kill more people. And I think it does suck that so much of it is from the military. It is just a racket. And that, you know, the guy who's like deeply, I can't remember what his name is, the recent defense minister who was fired in Ukraine. Zelensky fires Minister of Defense. Fedorov, I can't remember his full name. Fedorov. No, nationwide protest. Alexander Sursky, is that it? That he was fired, and it was largely because he seemingly went after corruption in the military. Had a great episode about...
I love burgers! I love burgers and living in Israel.
Saeed? Wow. We did it. Oh my god, I have to eat strawberry pasta now. Oh my god, Saeed. My god, thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, my man. I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you so fucking much. Jesus Christ, we did it. We hit the 1,000 members. Wow. Wow, 1,000 members. Wow. Wow. Saeed, my goat. Finally. Thank you so much. Shout out my Saeed, my goat. We finally did it. We did it before I thought we were going to definitely do it. God, now I have to eat strawberry pasta. Oh. I'm going to have a nice cold glass of water and a Zin to celebrate. It's actually probably warm water now, but fuck it. Who cares? Ukraine's this thing. Like, it is not a good treatment, and they have a right to self-determination, but they are hugely influenced by the corrupted USSR. Yeah, I mean, the ability to do things is influenced by the corrupt US, unfortunately. But it doesn't change the fact of, like, what their cause is, that it's just people wanting to live in dignity in their homeland. Thank you, Chris. Free Palestine. Man, thank you so much for the gift. Incredibly kind. Incredibly kind. I don't know what the strawberry pasta tastes like, politics, and I'm not interested to find out, but I'm going to have to now. I said I would. There's a couple of other topics that I want to talk about. The war fought in the name of citizens of Ukraine or their safety. No, I don't think it is. In the same way that I don't think, like, you know, most wars are not fought for the safety of the people who are there. Like, I don't really think the Second World War was actually fought on the basis of trying to build a better world. I think it was a war that was fought on the basis of stopping an incredibly grotesque threat, which is kind of what gives it the most legitimacy out of the vast majority of wars. But on the whole, it wasn't actually to rid the world of, like, the evils that Nazism represented, because there was a lot of shit of them just trying to enable this, a lot of shit of them. Sorry, what was I just saying? Oh, a lot of these people perpetrating the crimes, sorry, a lot of people fighting the war still had colonies. Iraqi Kurdish leader told Trump to fuck off when they are not mercenaries for the US. Yeah, well, also, to be honest, that's because it would have been disastrous. Iran's still striking the Kurds, by the way. They were striking them the other day. The, like, Kamala opposition parties. Oh my god. A train is derailed. Wow. Holy shit. Sorry. This is off topic, but it is crazy. Have a look at this. A train is, like, fully derailed in the UK. Wow. World War II was just to avoid colonization within Europe. Changed my mind. I mean, that's the argument by Ami Zazer, and it's pretty convincing. Which makes it extra funny when... Yeah. I know. And it's also Iran is striking. The only armed opposition that they really have is the organized opposition would be the Kurds, but then they wouldn't be able to take over the country, so it's not really possible for them to do it. And it doesn't help that the US tried to use them like pawns, you know. Also, yeah, just look at this. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Apparently no one's injured or dead, which is incredible. Imagine how fucking terrifying that is. Oh my god. England has desert. England is just becoming a desert. Oh my god. Look at this. Holy shit. We were talking about this with the eclipse last night. It is kind of crazy that things are just like, it feels like apocalyptic in this fucking country right now. What is strawberry pasta? How to cook strawberry pasta. I don't really know. Is it a dessert, the strawberry pasta? Or is strawberry pasta like a... Oh, that looks repugnant. I did actually ask a Kurdish friend about that, and they were like, yeah, it's mostly just like military infrastructure and things that aren't in the center of it. Hold on. Wait, let's have a look. I actually want to talk about this because the UK is so hot. They're holding emergency meetings about the weather. Stop calling my culture's food disgusting. You guys call my food disgusting, so I will cook it. I will make it now. I promised I would, and we've done it. We've hit the 1,000 subs. The 1,000 new constituents. Look at that. It's going crazy up in here.
In Hampshire, scorched under the glare of a summer sun like no other. A wildfire that began on the weekend is contained after raging across a now scarred landscape and its ancient woodlands. This is a season of records in the UK. The most days over 30 degrees. In England and Wales, the driest July and more.
I'm serious now. It's hurtful. I do apologize, Ray. I don't know if you're joking. It just looks crazy to me. I don't know. It just feels like such a combination. It might be good. I'll try it.
More wildfires than ever before. 950 so far this year. This afternoon, the Prime Minister convened the second Cobra of the year over extreme heat, while the Met Office issued a rare amber warning for tomorrow, with central and eastern England gearing up for mid to high 30s and some areas potentially reaching 38 degrees.
There have been a significant number of excess deaths from heat this summer already, and we need to make sure that advice gets out.
I will try it. I will try it.
To stay hydrated, to help people to be hydrated, so that figure doesn't rise any further. We would say to retailers, do not put disposable barbecues on sale at this moment in time. They have been the cause of significant fires.
I'm finding Andy Burnham's prime ministership really funny because Andy Burnham's doing really well, by the way. Like he objectively is. Apparently they're polling above Reform for the first time in like a long ass time, okay? But the other problem is this guy's suggestion is like, yeah, this is why you can't deal with this kind of nonsense anymore. You can't deal with this kind of nonsense of having, you can't deal with this kind of nonsense of having like just weak politicians. you end up with people like this who are like, yeah, I'm going to tell people not to sell disposable barbecues. And it's like, my God, the world is like ending.
And there's one thing that can be done.
A disposable barbecue is just like a shit, it's like just a shit barbecue that you can buy and use one time. Basically, that's what a disposable barbecue is. You can buy them in like most UK shops, barbecue. So it's like a single-use barbecue that has, this is what they look like. That's a picture. So it's like a barbecue that you light the inside of, and then you cook on it one time and throw it out. But you're not allowed it. I'm one of your rare UL. What's UL? What does that mean?
That everybody should be doing. People shouldn't be using them out in the open where there's a significant risk of fire.
This fifth heat wave is descending just as the whole of Wales and 71% of England are in drought, with reservoirs already dwindling.
I don't know. It's just you're having like these conversations, okay, about banning these disposable barbecues. I'm sure it is a good idea to prevent wildfires, but what I will say is, and I'm glad that they're doing it, but what I will say as well is just like, come on, the conversations we need to have is just way, 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 way bigger. Like, way bigger.
Many of the country's canals have come to a standstill.
Rare UK followers. I see.
As authorities close locks to preserve water. Here in London, rules that require barges to move each fortnight have been relaxed.
Using the locks uses a hell of a lot of water, so it does really make sense for us. It probably should have happened a while ago.
It is utterly ridiculous.
Mr. Trove, thank you for the one gifted. Thank you for supporting the channel, my man. As always, every little helps, and the one gifted is incredibly kind. Thank you so much. Dabrir MBH, enjoy the gifted.
I haven't seen anything quite as dramatic as this before. It's to get us to stop moving, to actively ask us all to stay put, It
is also so funny as well, because Andy Burnham is telling you to... I might make a TikTok for once, see if they actually do pay me the more money that they promised to pay me. This guy's long-term plan is like, let's drill more in the North Sea. And his short-term plan is, let's ban barbecues.
Big move.
If there is no rain, some parts of the canal, they cannot refill itself. It's just impossible. Here you can see it's still okay, but the other parts of the canal, like, really low. This summer it's even hotter, so it's even
Well, that poor dog.
It's not just the UK, the whole of Western Europe has had the hottest June and July on record, with huge wildfires breaking out in France and here in Spain. Climate change driven by the burning of fossil fuels.
Like, that guy I was talking to earlier, I am genuinely not sure. Like, I think that you can talk about global issues, but the way that we discuss and British politics is so dominated by who's the hardest on immigration and American politics. The major issue is this is just like, what do you say? Like, what do you say about any of this? This is not going to be fixed by banning disposable barbecues when you're drilling in the North Sea. I'm sorry, it is so ridiculous. It is so insane that this is the point that we live in. That our political system is dominated by, this. I really want to read Zizek's For They Know Not What They Do. For They Know Not What They Do. Political enjoyment as a factor. I really want to read this because I feel like this is where Zizek decides that he hates democracy. And a certain part of me, like, I would say I do believe people should be able to choose what they're ruled by. But at a certain point, and the crisis that we're facing is just actually insane. That, people are talking about, oh, we need to ban barbecues, but drilling the North Sea.
Means Europe is warming twice as fast as other continents. Temperatures are rising more quickly than we're able to adapt to. With farmers harvesting early, food production reduced, and energy costs driven up by increased demand.
By the way, this is also why Iran can play the waiting game, because Iran's economy was already incredibly troubled. Like, I've gone back to doing this newsletter, and I will say the FT. If any of you can read this today, if you read one thing, this FT article is really, really, really good. But the FT published an article about how Iranians are having a tough time economically, which is true, 100%. America's bombed the shit out of their infrastructure. Israel, too, they bombed oil, they bombed steel plants, and they were already struggling thanks to massive sanctions. But their indication is that buy now, pay later has become way more prominent in Iran. And it's like, that exists all over the US too.
A new normal.
Exactly. I guess that's Robert Bob Rob. I think that that's kind of the thing that's so hysterical about democracy, is the perception that we have a choice of what we live under, but we just don't. We're governed so much more by fossil fuel interest than we are like actually improving our lives, which is the important thing.
That's anything but.
Well, joining me now is the chair of the National Heat Risk Commission, Emma Howard-Boyd. Emma, it's good to have you on the programme. I'm sorry that you're missing the eclipse by doing this interview with us. But also, of course, what's going on in terms of heat is vitally important. And we've got another heat wave tomorrow, the fourth this season. Is this the new normal now that we have?
Yeah, to be honest, I won't take like apocalyptic doomerism in the sense of, by the way, I know 100% that the more you know about climate change, the more worrying and terrifying it is. But you still can do stuff, and we should advocate for all of this kind of stuff. And the fact that, you know, it's like kind of just, we're just told that, oh, you know, we're told that it just should, like, we're just kind of told, oh my God, you know, there's nothing we can do by politicians, or if they're like, we're doing stuff, it's just not enough. Compare what China is doing to what we're doing of just like going fully electric. Oh, actually, Mahdi, you would be an interesting person to ask about this. Is that true that it started booming recently?
Have to get used to?
It's anything but normal. And I think what we all need to recognise is that with our change...
And yes, I think the problem, you're right, is capitalism. That's why we need the reclamation of the term capitalist skeptic, so we can welcome a broader amount of people rather than committing to a specific political ideology. Otherwise, people will be fighting about whether they're, you know, whatever kind of Marxist. Although that's kind of a joke, you know. I understand why people have like strong opinions about what they ideologically believe. But I think that like I think when it comes to it, if you have a system that prioritizes people over profit, what is there to do? If your decision is to respond to every climate event by prioritizing profit, and that's not something that can ever be fixed by capitalism, because it is innate that our goal under capitalism is to extract as much wealth as possible from as little labor that we put in. That's the dream that most human beings have. The Sopranos is a perfect example of this. The whole dream of being in the mafia is to just do no work and earn obscene amounts of money for it in The Sopranos. Like, they never do anything. Half the time, they're just doing no-show jobs. And also, the same goes for employers, that the goal is to extract as much wealth from, whilst remunerating people as little as possible. And unfortunately, because we also, the other aspect is we live in an American dominated system, and what makes that so problematic when it comes to living under America is making an active choice right now to favor us all having to live perpetually under a system of fossil fuels because they have enough money to do it, rather than making the green transition because China dominates that, and it would be yet another reason for China to rise above us. So capitalism is the overarching thing, but the other issue, and America obviously is this because of capitalism in part, or majorly the driving factor, but in order to do away, we also need to live in a non-American centric society, a world that is not ruled by America. The other thing is capitalism rides roughshod over both regulation and tradition. Train the models for corporate and government usages as well. No amount of avoiding AI will affect demand either. I think the problem with AI, literally the problem with AI as well is the water stuff is bad, but isn't it much more where the water stuff comes from is that we need to generate huge amounts more of electricity, and our grids just cannot take it.
In climate, we're going to continue to see these extremes and them to get worse and flip-flop from heat to drought to flooding. So it's far from normal.
And just to be clear, scientifically...
Nah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm convinced when there are certain things that I'm like, God, I wish I used AI more regularly for. Like, if someone asked me for an invoice, like, come on, man, I don't want to do an invoice.
Proven this is happening to our planet because of what we are doing, because of how we live our lives, because we're burning too many fossil fuels.
Are you talking about the recent sanctions, though, Mahdi, or longer term? The data centers are for creating a clanker god. Wow. They should use potable water. That would be a good step in the right direction. But even then, it feels like it's just so disastrous. I mean, Sam Altman and stuff think that there's going to be some kind of clanker god.
Absolutely. If you look at the heat waves of the past, they are.
I'm going to start moving like a Toon from Toontown and throwing pies at the evil cogs. Sam Altman's going to get hit with a cream pie. Well, I probably shouldn't say that. But yeah.
Very different from the heat waves that we are experiencing right now. And scientists are working at pace to do that assurance that the heat waves are attributed to climate change. So just as important to think about how we reduce our emissions as to how we respond to these events.
So this is about resilience, about us living our lives in a slightly different way, but that just treats the symptoms. It doesn't actually treat the cause.
Yeah, Jules, I can barely use fucking a computer. Come on, I thought I was like a computer whiz the other day when I was like looking at why my computer crashed. You think I know how to use a local model? Who the hell is a local model? Models? Which models? I don't know any models.
We mustn't lose sight of that either.
We mustn't lose sight of that, but the current couple of days, really vital that we understand how the country, how different departments are going to make sure that we have the right resources in the right place. As the heat waves have happened this summer, we've seen health impacts, we've seen the impact on productivity, we've seen the drought impacts, and we've seen wildfires around the country. Really vital that over the next couple of days, people understand what to do and that we've got extra resources where possible going to support fire services, ambulance, hospitals, those dealing with the critical aspects.
Oh, this lady needs to be quiet. I'm much more interested if we just continually invest money in AI data centers. I'll introduce Chris to the dolls. I'm getting a new job. I'm becoming a chaser soon. Sanctions under Trump first and second make Iranian TV ads be about buy now, pay later programs for different malls. That's so interesting. Thank you so much. It said as well in that article that apparently Iranians are eating more liver, apparently. After the England versus, that was the quarterfinals. The UK grid is not ready, plus heatwave affects the grid. Yeah, I remember the stuff in the Middle East related to that. Southwest Asia, but it's just disastrous.
から来たということなんですが、待ち合わせはこの一見して普通のビルの中です。
Sorry, I just started speaking Japanese, but I'm doing ventriloquism.
Effects of this. Then moving to the long term, what do we do to invest to make sure that we're better?
Would I date a trans woman? Look, there's one thing I like that Dean Withers has ever said, and that was, well, it's not the only thing, I'm sure, but when Dean Withers was like, no, I would never date a trans woman because I would never date anyone that isn't my girlfriend. So there's your answer. But there's your answer. Like, I think, like, the thing about, like, would I date a trans person? If I fell in love with them, yeah, but I wouldn't date someone that isn't my girlfriend, so, you know. But yeah, they have to be Canadian. It depends. In this world, is Isaac no longer cisgender? Has Isaac become trans?
Prepared for the next heat wave.
Indeed. Emma Howard-Boyd, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Parts of Europe are experiencing the 5th heat wave of the year.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Extremely
click
high
this.
temperatures over 35 Celsius.
Let's actually keep on the UK heatwave. I do feel like this is actually, it is actually worth talking about. There was actually, I'm not going to listen to all of this because they're probably just talking to people. But the start of this is just incredible to listen to.
Last night, flames licking at the curb of an A road in Hampshire. What started as a vehicle fire found a waiting tinderbox in the nearby heathland of the New Forest. More than 20 drivers abandoned their cars, getting as far away as they could.
Means the same, communist revolution or barbarism. I know. It is tough. I don't think I'll ever say I'm not a Democrat because, you know, I don't think there's any chance of people listening to you if you say you're not a Democrat. Like, not as in a Democrat, but someone interested in democracy, so not a Democrat. But I don't know, increasingly it just does feel impossible. Like, when Cav was talking about it, it feels so hard with our current administrations in the UK that people are just propagandized by a massive media infrastructure to talk about immigrants instead of this. Like, this is the reality in the UK right now, and we're having yet another by-election about, should we stop black people and non-white people coming on boats? Let's find out.
While firefighters stayed overnight to tackle the blaze, 120 were still fighting it this afternoon, with teams...
Drac, don't even invest in something specific. Invest in China. Start getting the yuan. Start building up your stocks of yuan. If your circle isn't discussing yuan, Chinese electrification, then stop. That's not your circle no more.
Drafted in from all over the country, including Devon, London and Sussex, here drawing water from a local fishing lake.
This hose is 6 kilometres long, and every minute it pumps 1,500 litres of water up to the fire over there. It's now the size of about 140 football pitches, but it's tonight, when the ground is at its driest, that firefighters are most worried about it spreading.
New Forest Park authorities say extreme weather is putting one of the most precious habitats in the UK at risk.
How can you go online? I think by trying to understand the things that you're talking about, by going deeper, reading books and forming your own opinions that are then informed by things. I think also just like knowing who's like a local person to follow and what they're talking about, what their slant is. The FT is decent. I just think like the thing about FT is you have to take some stuff with a pinch of salt, but then they're just doing other great reporting like that. I will recommend that Lebanon article, and their series on the UAE is goated. Refer to Israel as occupied Palestine. I know, I really should. I always tend to, I try not to use the term Israel proper. I try to use the term occupied Palestine, but I sometimes fuck up with that, and I try my best. Can we agree that mostly Wikipedia is a lot of fighting on Wikipedia over what it'll be there? I don't know if that's true, that if it's all CIA propaganda slop.
One of the most important areas in Western Europe for heathland in particular, and we have all 6 reptile species here in the UK on the New Forest. Birds like Dartford warbler, migrants like nightjars, plants like sundew. All of these are rare nationally and internationally. We have ancient woodlands that can't be replaced if they go up in flame. So from an international perspective, it's a really important place, the New Forest.
Other blazes have been burning around the country. 2 bungalows were destroyed by a fire which spread from a field in Diss in Norfolk. No serious injuries were reported.
I'm sorry, I think that this is one of the most important things. I don't know if I've seen many people talking about this, but like the fact that once again, I just cannot reiterate this enough. The fact that all we talk about is just fucking immigration amongst our political elite in this country is truly just unbelievable, and why Israel has a right to blow up kids when that's just like a cut and dry thing of we should just stay away from Israel. But we like, no, we need to have a debate about whether Israel's acceptable in our political sphere and whether people should be allowed to protest and how they should be allowed to protest a genocide rather than this reality of what is going on.
This is Holme Fen in Cambridgeshire, where firefighters have been working to control the flames for 3 days. And this area...
Sometimes I think Wikipedia will be co-opted by governments, but isn't it just a lot of like random people fighting over definitions of things?
Near Llanganada Reservoir in South Wales has been burning since Friday, with crews enlisting help from the sky to try to contain it. The smoke from the moorland could be smelt by people waking up in Bristol this morning. Record temperatures this summer have left the ground parched, cracked and broken, with water reserves at lows despite record periods of rain earlier this year.
But ultimately the answer to this is another long-term fix. The answer is around infrastructure. It's around ensuring that we've got the water infrastructure, including reservoirs. Obviously, that's the top of everybody's list, but there's a huge amount more infrastructure that goes beyond that. I mean, look, I'm very lucky. I sit in the northeast of England where we have a lot of water, actually. It's not because we've had a lot of rain. It's because we've got...
The only thing about like God's wrath for Europeans is I wouldn't even say that, because unfortunately the people who are sheltered from this more and more are people who have money. Like what do you think happens, okay, as food becomes more and more scarce and as like necessities become more and more scarce? We just buy it because we have more money in European society, and the poorest people here feel the brunt, and also the other people who feel the fucking brunt are people in other countries. Like the Middle East, the Southwest Asia is way worse. Do this guy's voice. Can he be doing his voice? He's from the Northeast. Can he be doing that, Chris? He's got a Northeastern accent. He's a good man. He's talking about having good infrastructure up there. And that's fair enough. I think they do have good infrastructure up in the Northeast.
Great reservoir capacity.
We've got great reservoir capacity.
But reservoirs take time to build.
Look at this! Like, look at this! This is what the UK looks like right now. It is horrendous.
And yet another heat wave is on the way, with temperatures this week expected to hit the mid-30s.
Like, right now, I'm hot, but I'm not at risk, and like, all of this food disaster is bad. Like, it's really bad, and it'll be bad for people here, and things will be more expensive. And I know there's an inbuilt thing of just being like, well, you know, KKKans or British SSSans will suffer, okay? But the thing is like, what you have to realize is the main perpetrators of crimes against the world, the main perpetrators of crimes against minorities in our societies will not suffer. They will still be really rich. They'll just pay more for food. So like this whole thing of like, oh, I don't know, it's like this means that Europeans get some blowback. They don't really. That's the thing. The only hope that one could hope for is like some kind of thing of a really tough reckoning with what's happening here.
Half of England and all of Wales was already in drought, and today that was revised up, with 71% of England now affected. The UK is starting to feel the hotter dry.
I know dryness. My wife is actually experiencing dryness. If you are experiencing wetness, you should probably go and see the doctor. My wife is actually a doctor for that kind of stuff.
Summers climate scientists have long warned of, while the EU's weather service Copernicus confirmed June and July to be the hottest on record in Western Europe, hastening the spread of deadly wildfires. So far in August, low water levels have beached a ship in the Rhine in Germany and forced rice farmers in Italy to abandon some of their plots to conserve.
By the way, earlier today, I was watching videos because there were like some British fascists, British Rebirth Party. I was watching this video of some British fascists.
The path that we have chosen.
This is the British fascists.
Is not.
You just heard a second of his voice. You don't need to hear any more. And I was like, Jesus Christ. These people aren't even like, they don't have like terror, like they're not like someone who could command a room of people. They're just like some guy going like, we have chosen the path of struggle. Someone has had the exact same thought I had earlier. Sorry, we will get back to the news in a second. Finally, the answer to the question of what if Hitler wasn't any good at public speaking and dressed as a 1990s travel agent? I don't know who this guy is, but this is funny. I then went and I was like, God, like I've been reading a lot about his ability to speak, but then watching speeches of him and you compare it to these people, the guy is like in a fury, like flying his hands everywhere. He's like, this is for the German nation, we need to rearm. And these guys are like, we have chosen the path of struggle.
Of water for others. This, the fastest heating continent on Earth.
Amelia Jen reporting. Well, our correspondent Andy Davis is at Blagdon Lake in Somerset, which serves the Bristol water area. It's one of the top 3 lowest reservoirs in England with exceptionally low levels of water. Well, let's go live to Andy. Andy, my gosh, that does look dry.
Yeah, Matt, this...
Didn't Prince Andrew dress as a Nazi? No, Prince Harry dressed as a Nazi. Please respect my culture, excuse me.
Reservoir supplies.
Wait, you're telling me to get off the internet? Why? Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? Why do you think I like the king? Do you think I've regularly sat here and endorsed Prince Andrew? I think all of the monarchs. I don't think we should even talk about Prince Andrew. I think we should talk about all of them who protected them. Britain is full of racists. Yeah, Britain is full of racists. That's literally what I'm talking about. And how people are so quickly goaded by racism to talk about to talk about immigrants rather than this. Than this.
Billions of litres of water each year. If we'd come back here, if we'd been here in January, the water levels were...
Sorry, EMCUA, what do you think is based about Prince Harry?
We're full to overflowing, way above my head height. And what a different picture it is now with long stretches of these banks exposed and the capacity dramatically down by, it's now just at 54% of what it can hold. Southwest Water has said the level's actually higher now than it was this time last year, and they insist they're well prepared. But it is, as you were saying, it's now one of 5 reservoirs classified by England's Environment Agency as being exceptionally low for this time of year. And across England, reservoir storage so healthy after those winter rains.
I'm what you call a libertarian. All politicians are corrupt. Why not become a capitalist skeptic, mate? It's my new movement. That's also now the new slander name of Britain. Brick KKK-ton, and it's also the KKK is silent, so it's just Britain with KKK in it whenever you type it.
Now stands at 69%. That's 11% lower than it would be for this time of year. And in July alone, it fell by what they're saying 16%. That's the greatest reduction in reservoir.
Also, by the way, would I consider doing a Zayev Jabotinsky cosplay? No. What would, like, I'm sorry, it would be so offensive to people. Also, what's that libertarian thing where, like, the bears ate people or something? What's that story? I'm not a KKK. I didn't imply that you were in the KKK. I'm talking about Britain as a slander name.
Storage in July in at least 30 years, and the Environment Agency this evening said there are now over 27 million people affected by hosepipe bans.
So no surprise then, Andy, that they're calling for more reservoirs to be built.
To be honest, I think when it comes to Catias, it's not really a good track record. The track record of wearing Catias is you end up becoming someone like Death Noodles, libertarian, and obviously that's not everyone. A libertarian walks into a bear. So this is the story. Libertarians built like a community and then loads of bears came. Or something to that effect. I can't recall.
Yes, and remember you'll...
What about a Mosh Diane cosplay? Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Here, the National Farmers Union, they've been calling for more flexibility in water storage on farms, and the England's water minister tonight said they're stepping up support in that regard. But it is something to think that the last major reservoir built in the UK was in 1992. They are planning 9 new reservoirs by 2050, but they're hugely expensive, often hugely contentious, and 2050 is a long way off, especially when you consider that the latest prediction is that by 2055, England alone will need to find an additional 5 billion litres of water per day to meet rising demand.
Sobering thought. Andy, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Kieran in Leeds.
Well, amid this summer of heat waves and wildfires, no wonder...
Do you know in the UK right now, there are 3 billion litres of clean water that are wasted every single day as a result of leaky distribution networks? But no, tell me more about how capitalism has done well.
There's renewed anxiety about the future of our planet, anxieties that will only be fueled further by a major report on the state...
I'm also not doing a Khomeini cosplay. That's not happening. First of all, I feel like it would be slightly racist if I put on a turban and grew like a beard and then did a stream like that. And second of all, I think plenty of Iranians would be displeased with me if I did that. So no, we won't be doing a Ruhollah Khomeini cosplay.
Of the climate across the globe in 2025, a year of record high temperatures, increasing greenhouse gas emissions, and rising sea levels. The research from the American Meteorological Society paints a pretty bleak picture. Take the three main greenhouse gases that warm our atmosphere: carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide, all reached record high levels in.
We don't need to listen to the rest of this. I think I'm gonna end the stream here because I've been live for nearly 4.5 hours, so we're heading towards 5. First of all, goated. I cannot believe we've hit the 1,000 donation. Look how big it is in my hands. Imagine something this big hitting you in the head. This could fall on my head at any moment. You guys have held up the weight of the 1,000 constituents. I am so incredibly grateful for this. Yeah, I actually can't reiterate. It kind of sounds like I'm joking, but I am so grateful. Thank you all for being here. I'm not going to be live tomorrow because Isaac and I are doing the Western Sahara episode, so I kind of need to prep all day. And then after that, I'll be live on Saturday, potentially Sunday, but definitely Saturday. I thank you all for being here. I thank you everyone who commented, liked. We will do the eating of the strawberry pasta. I thank you all so much for everything. I hope you have a lovely rest of the day. Yeah, I need to do shrugged. But yeah, see you guys soon.